weird erasure you're starting to see. But now another trend I'm noticing is they're putting people who reflect the culture to speak against them. So for instance, we even bring it down to the manosphere, right? We look at guys like I won't even say his name, the dude that's filing copyright strikes against me right now on behalf of another of just Pearly things, which I find ridiculous. But we even go to that. They're putting people that look like you to attack you, and it's like crazy. So we got Aiden Ross being a Jew, but then he's over here pretty much joining forces with a Nazi, and then you have not only Aiden Ross, but Kanye West is also apparently siding with Nick Fuentes, and he's always, you notice, like that's one of his fallbacks. He's falling back to, oh well, I'm doing stuff with Kanye, and you know Kanye really wants this, and I'm like, whoa, hold up, time out. I think y'all are going too far into this. So there's a big problem. I think like the just Pearly things that just became that scenario really opened a lot of eyes of people who can actually see this drift into this space. They're trying to basically hijack the mind to forget about what's going on in the mind. I don't know if it's to vote for something. I don't know what the end goal for these people are. All right, I just don't know. But I can clearly see the hijacking of not just this space, but multiple spaces.
Well, here's the end game. The end game is what you saw in Pearly things. The end game is what you see occasionally in value tags. The end game is that they want to normalize the idea. Number one, first and foremost, black people have gotten everything they need to get. They don't need to get a single thing more. That there is no restorative justice. There doesn't need to be any change to the status. The status quo is fine, just like it is. Do not need any more protections. We do not need any more adjustments. We don't need anything. Don't give black folk nothing else. Whatever's happening to them now, tell them they're not victims.
You are listening
send
to
them on
the second half.
The bottom line is, do not give them one more bit of help.
Of
Do not give
bigotry
them one bit of
hates
protection.
your
Let the
freedom.
system run wild on them. But number one, first and foremost,
The
nothing.
tip off
Nothing.
into the
Nothing
rabbit
at
hole.
all. Give nothing else. Let the status quo
Perception.
stand. That's the first thing. Number two,
Infighting.
you need to find a
And the
hand-picked
road
group of Negroes.
to truth and fact.
You can co-opt. Won't be hard. Dangle a little money. It won't be hard. As a matter of fact, you don't even
In
have
the
to dangle the money. You can just hold it in
disingenuine,
your hand. You don't even have to give it to them.
disenfranchisement
Just tell them they potentially can get it. And that'll be enough to
of a
carve off
mob
some.
and
They
a
won't be
mass
the best,
known
they
as
won't be the
human.
brightest, they won't be the smartest, they won't be the most capable, they certainly
Stick
won't be the
around
ones with the
for that.
credibility. But you'll
And I
get some.
urge you.
Don't worry, that they always fall
Look
off.
up!
Wiggle a little money, something always fall off. You might not be able to use it very well, but something gonna fall off. And send them to do your dirty work. Let them speak first, and then after they've said what you agree with, then you bring them on your platform and say, well, we just want to have a conversation. Okay, but here's the problem. You bring on Thomas Sowell, you don't bring on anybody.
YouTube comments or people that don't
You bring on
know
Candace
making
Owens,
reaction
but you don't bring on
videos. It's
anybody
completely
like her.
different level.
So,
Like
just
it
like
touches base
Pearly,
like
bring on Nick
harder when
Fuentes,
it's somebody that
somebody
you
else
know
there.
personally
Well, I
telling
showed
you,
you
looking you in the
Adam
eye, saying you messed up when you said this, and it even made me feel some type of way, and I know you.
And you saw that at her.
Yeah, absolutely. She was sitting right in front of me. Yeah, absolutely.
That's fantastic to know. As an audience member, by the way. And the last thing is, why do you think she took the interview knowing that she wasn't prepared? And did anybody or any of the producers say, hey, you don't know this?
I just think that he was a controversial character.
Hey, what's happening? Hold on one second. Let me just do a little magic here. I had to go back into the being of the strata and root out some base sickness within us. And hopefully I did so. I don't know if I did. Apparently not. I'm still yanking too hard, which is really crazy. All right, let's see if I brought myself back from the stall. I'm still here, and we're gonna talk about something deep, no matter what. Even if you've got glitchy. Oh, hey, look, it let me go. It let me go. I'm moving for you, so I can Anokcha now. Give me a second. I need to do some magic. You know the words, Anokcha. Thank you. Tiny dancer. Welcome back. I'm ArpmnMSound, and this is Look Up, the show where I interject myself into a conversation that nobody really wants me involved in, because the truth is that I will bring another point of view that you may not be ready for, that you may not want to be involved with, because simply it challenges the spirit and the soul. And today I am going to take you, my friends, into the last vestige of the reporting that I will call the Pearly Squirrelverse. Just this level. It's the first level of the 9 levels of hell. We haven't got all the way down to Nessus in the 9th level. No. And what am I talking about in this hell, this metaphor? Well, earlier I displayed some things and some stuff going on, and I played a little with you. And I did some stuff, and I made you question what you saw. Whether or not you questioned that I failed, or whether or not you questioned that I won, or whether or not you didn't question at all, it doesn't matter. But what I did do is I played with perspective, and I played with the way that you felt, and I played with the way that you saw, and I played with the way that all of this happens. Because that is manipulation. And if you're sitting here watching this, then there's a portion of that you want to know more. And I appreciate you for being here for that. So make sure to like and subscribe. It gets me out there one seed at a time. As I'm not concerned about views in the short, I'm concerned about views in the long. And the long run, my friends, the high road, my friends, the care and kindness principle, this is what I'm here for. I don't care about clout. I have a real life out there where I do real things that are going on right now that I don't even have to be there for, which is wonderful. Thank goodness. It's taken me a long time to do that, so I can sit here with you. Oh, okay. If you would like to chat with me, my chat is open. I'm keeping the Zoom off, only because the back door was accessed via the Zoom. Oh. Oh, my. My. Yeah, my machine is definitely working at 3 times the pacing it should be. But that's okay. Because we're still flowing. And that's what's important. Oh my. Alright, so stick with me, because we've got a really interesting little bit of story here. What am I doing today? I'm going to wrap up the story of the PearlyVerse and all of the things I've been following for diligence, and pretty much it's just the top level. And right now I just happen to be playing the business, which I follow, as well as I am really proud and honored to be welcomed occasionally on to the @MikeTV panel, who lets me share my passing for white man in these streets information about the tea spilling and the white nationalist pipeline. The disenfranchisement pipeline, I would call it, because it is mostly white nationalism, but I would gather to say that it's worse than that. It's a Gilead. It's the sense that if we all fight amongst ourselves, they can take apart the larger democratic structure, so that essentially we fight each other and don't pay attention to the big thing in the sky. That's why an Aiden Ross. That's why a Sneeko. That's why a Gideon. That's why a central source in the Destiny and DGG. That's why. But I'm telling you things that are kind of far down the road for your and my discussions, because I'll also back this all up with evidence available to all of you, which is even more stunning as I tell you that character matters. What you say about yourself at one point and another, it does matter, unless you're someone like me who's playing with perception. And when I say playing with perception, I mean I want you to question what you see. I don't want you to take things for granted. I don't want you to not sit there and challenge yourself while you're watching this. And part of the reason of that is that nothing, my friends, on this side of the screen should be taken for granted. Nothing. Not me, not Pearly, not anyone. Because each and every one of us is here to send you a message, whatever that message be. Some are here to make money. Some are here for a personal validation. Some are here to spread a message that maybe, just maybe, was paid for by a group of people that want everybody to throw golden covered poopies at the one another's. You know what I'm saying? From inside of these mental cages that we don't have to take part in. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. So, here's where the story takes off, my friends. We're going to start with my friend Pearl up there. Let me pull her in so she can tell her story, shall we? Well, OBS, interesting. What are you doing, OBS? Huh. Today's been an interesting tech day. OBS was like, I'm gonna do what I want. Hey bro, we're doing a thing. Can you do me a favor and can you just kind of like fly on out of here for me? If you wouldn't mind? No, not me. Hey. Oh, damn it. Look at this shit. Oh, great. Let's get back up there. Actually, you know what? Let me make myself the little man in the corner, as you're so going to become familiar with, and use the aforementioned polyscopic hypnodation to impregnate your mind with these ideas. And sir, if you could do me a favor and float away. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. All right. Cool. He's cool. Nice guy. Hey, dude, you're fine. Okay, yeah, you're good, bro. You're good. You can stay right there. Can you hang there? Is that okay? Yeah, he's fine. All right. If you're not familiar, this is Hannah Banana Pearl, known as Just Pearly Things on the net. And as I plant this seed here and spin this yarn and we go down this trail of the rabbit hole, I urge you to watch the first portion of this video, so you get an idea of the kind of impact, the kind of experience that a hypnosis, a psychosis, a form of fear-mongering, well, how that can affect you, or how it can affect you when you're being manipulated and you're not sure how, but you know that you are. And you want to go along with it, but you don't know why. Well, this is a story, my friends, about Pearl and her really disturbing friends, and how they spin all the way down the Arbit Zero, aka the rabbit hole. That's RBIT 0, rabbit hole. Yeah, you probably like, well, I've never heard that one. I know you haven't. I know. So I ask you now, to suspend your disbelief in what is possible to do to the human mind. Because as I take you down this train in the next couple weeks, I want you to understand that this manipulation goes very, very far. It goes off the grid. It goes off YouTube. It goes off Twitch. It goes on to Kick. It does Rumble. It does Twitter. It does your children's minds on the playground. So they repeat phrases like mid-Jewish. I'm sorry. Let me say that again. So they'll say things like mid-Jewish. That's a warning, my friends, to let you know that there is trigger warnings coming up. Let's just start with character. And I want to hear Pearl. This is the last time I'm going to do that. Why? Because I get to move on. She's just a little pawn, a little white girl pawn. She's not even in the T circle, which is funny. And I think she knows it because she's over in Britain where the T circle is. I urge you to take a look at these girls. They've actually killed via bullying. The tea gets spilled. They're British folks, but they relate to a whole circle, including somebody named Chud Logic, that at some point in the near future I will also tie in to the DGG and the Dalaban and Qantas and Sneeko and Dion, who, by the way, is an incredible performer, but he is part of an agenda. And Aiden Ross, who would betray his own people for $1 and sell you fear while he masturbates on camera and embarrasses an entirety of a people for a few shekels. So here we go. Down into the first layer of the rabbit hole. I'm sorry, Arbit 0. Come with me. Because here you shall see amazing things. Take a look, and you shall see these fairy tales and how they can be. Because 'twas brillig in the slithy tove, did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogroves, and the mumraths outgrabe. Beware the jub bird, my son, the jaws that bite, the teeth that snatch. Beware the frumious bandersnatch. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the Vorpal sword, tumbling into the Tulgi wood with me, as we fall down into Alice's nightmare upside-down world of hating each other and disenfranchisement of our youth, so that democracy fails by our own hand across the planet, and fascism and a single-minded beehive that hammers down the nail that sticks up is replaced. In our lives with one mind. And let me rephrase that. Our democracy will be replaced. This is live. So sometimes when I diatribe, the scripting, internal monologue, bings and binglets and such. What am I doing down here? Well, I'm doing a little thing that we've all seen a lot, which is to be the little man in the corner. Oh, you want me to get out of the Rouge sphere or the Verde sphere or the whatever the hell sphere? Okay. We'll get down there. But I have a little calm in this moment because this is going to be an arc that's going to take us a couple times. How long is this going to take? It's going to take a while because today is deep, and we're going to start with character and what character means as a person. And then we're going to move to how character affects others. And then we're going to talk about how bigotry hates your fear. You catch that? Bigotry, it hates your fear. And with that, I'm going to actually stop teasing you. And we're going to get into the depth. Part of the reason that I'm doing this is because I am clearly shadow banned. I've been messed with today. I've been messing with you. I've been setting up a seed so that people find this on their own, as they should, because the flowers will rise from the ashes of a broken system. And you're like, Aaron, would you tell us something? Stop with the rhetoric. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, okay. Let me lift myself up. Alright, that's better. Isn't that better? See, my energy right now, I've taken it down a notch for you because I am going to take us so far into the unacceptable behaviors of a folk that love simply to have us all fight each other so that they make a dime and a dollar off of our sweat and our blood. Their statements are like, for instance, and how when there's blood in the streets, the real estate is cheap. So, what are we talking about today, folks? As the magic chair comes apart behind me and I reveal its underlying comfiness, I'm going to hit the button. All right, come on, let's take this in, because this shit, it hurts. So make sure the audio's on so you know what you're saying, and yeah, we're ready to go. Her name is Hannah Pearl Davis. You know her as just Pearly Things. And she may be the beginning of the disingenuous disenfranchisement, but she is still a potent, powerful tool, as she is a white girl who seems to have embedded herself in a black community and used their trust for abuse, for fear-mongering, to sell them a mirror of their own fears and then resoundly and consistently hammer on that. This is just the beginning of the hate for each other. This is just one little corner of it. To ignore the bigger meta of what it does to us all is to ignore how we interplay, how we have interpersonal behaviors. And to ignore that is to ignore character flaws. Now, if a person isn't humble about their character flaws, or they don't, accept that hubris is a fault, well, you might end up like the person here, in my humble opinion, in my what I've observed, kind of, but I don't know for sure. I mean, I'm not really. I could be sure, but I'm not sure. Sure, but I think I am, but I'm not totally sure. I could be, but I don't think so. But it's probably, but it might not be because I'm not there. So I'm going to let you call the judgments here. Imagine that.
Break it down, hardcore.
You want one to the face? You want one to the face, don't you? Hold on a second. I know you do. Good nature. By the way, viewership down today because Coachella, as I would suspect. I don't have to be there. And people are like, Aaron, why don't you want to be at Coachella? Let me tell you something. If you've done it as many times as I have, you know it's just a freaking desert, and everything about the situation kind of sucks. The only thing that was good about it is that I get to hang out with homies, my friends and my family, and chill and barbecue and do the work and watch other people have fun. That's fantastic. But seriously, yeah. Hold on a second. Let me, the magic. Let me just turn my back and fix the magic. All right. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with me while I fix the magic. Okay. Are your spheres blue yet? Okay. Because they're going to be hurting after you see this. I'm going to turn the audio off on the other tracks so we can just go through each one of these, because I've had to stack these up in kind of a little chronological order and take them. I didn't take the entirety of Pearl's apology that you're about to see. Truth bomb. She's got a truth bomb. In fact, let's turn that around. Make sure you're seeing the transform. By the way, it's flip horizontal. Blap! And now you can read it. Okay, let's open it up. Let's see what we got to do here. Hi, Pearl. Oh, hi, Pearl. A little bit further back, would you? Thanks. I can smell things from here. Yeah, it's not me. I wear that expensive shit. Yeah. So, what you're about to see is the behavior of poor character, in my estimation, in my belief system, and in the way that I live my life, and the people that I keep around me. And I would say their influences not to be underestimated. And the reason that she's got the dump of followers and all of these different people looking at her, and the way that her system is working, how she seems to have grown her platform, as far as I could tell, but I could be completely wrong, in a way that is totally mathematically improbable based off the amount of mean average views over time and the amount of subs dumped into her channel. So it does, it's hard to say if that's factual or not. But I urge you to take a look yourself, just to, quantify. Maybe you know something I don't. Maybe you know something about how the system works that I don't with Pearl. But anyways, I urge you to take a look at it yourself. Here we go. I'm so glad you could join me. I'm ArpmnMSound. This is Look Up the Remix. This is the last day with Pearl! And I'm glad for that, because I'm moving on to tell the rest of this story. And hopefully by the time other things happen, I'll be done. And I can move on to just being funny if I want to keep doing this. But we're going to take care of this story, and then we're going to get the fuck out of here, probably. By the way, if you're my friend here, if we're here together, I want you to know I will never not be here. That's why I have a video diary. That's why I have made these things, because this is here for you. And I think it's kind of like when you take a hallucinogenic, if you decide to do that for any reason, or microdose or something of that. And I do not suggest that anybody does that unless it's absolutely something that you know how to do, that you're surrounded by safety, and that you clinically have a doctor say is okay, that kind of. Be safe, people. Do you, but be safe. Altered states of perception are important to widen our ability to understand the world we live in and the universe. So when people sell the limitations, I get very frustrated, and that's real between us all. And that's where I live, outside of this little matrix in the window in the box, and the little man in the corner who can go magically at will, questionable and nocture. Oh gosh, I'm tiny. That's horrifying. Holy shit! Oh, nocture! Ow. God, I gotta learn. Ow! Just destroying the roof right now. I'm sorry, and that lighting is really expensive up in here. 3-point lighting is not easy, folks. Anyway, I don't think I'm gonna I'll just get up in here and when you're bigger, you can just be big head in the corner. How about I just be big head in the corner? I think that's fine. I'll just be big head in the corner. No, nocture. Okay. All right, dancers. We ready? Dance. Yeah, see? Union dancers. This matters. All right, folks, let's take it down. Let's take down the system. Let's take down the obelisk that prisons your mind. that prisons my mind, that prisons our minds, that intends to prison our minds by dislike, by disenfranchisement, by the hatred of one another, and playing into our base selves, our lizard brains. Let's avoid that and step away from it, because we don't have to. We should enjoy and see the differences in each other as a positive, because it makes the world a better place. So, enough premise. I give you, in her own words, Pearl Hannah Davis, JPT, on her own character and self and how she wants to express herself. So let's let her speak.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel.
Hold on. Let's get this back.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Today, I'm going to be telling you the truth about Sarah.
Oh, is she? Hold on. Let me, I want you to get this right. I want you to have this right. I want you to have this right. So we're gonna, hold on a second. You ready to fix up? Bless. Come on. Check my graphics. Just for a minute. Ready?
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Today, I'm going to be telling you the truth about Sarah.
Yeah, everything today is having its little issues, but it's okay. We'll get this together, and it shall work for you, my people. The awkward, by the way, it's part of the flavor, and I kind of like doing this. I kind of like, just like earlier. Do you know? Is it me? Is it her? Am I playing it over to get you to remember the line?
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly.
Well, probably not in this case, and I'm going to reset this. Because every once in a while, when you've been sitting here doing this stuff for a while, the batteries will die. Ooh, that one's holding charge. Things will happen, people. I think that should do it. And we shall get this together. And even if not, the beauty of it is... when you do this... you get this. By the way, it's live. Whoa, it's all live.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Today, I'm going to be telling you the truth about Sarah.
Are you? Okay, tell us. Tell us.
There's been a lot of controversy this week, and a lot of people have had my name in their mouth.
Did they?
And I just think I owe it to myself to be able to tell the truth. Because at the end of the day on this channel...
I'm sorry. There's Hannah. She's never had people. Hannah has just never had a chance to speak her mind. This poor woman has just had no chances in any of the 5,700 some odd videos, I think she's up to 6,000, to speak her mind. Let this white woman who is downtrodden and oppressed in her ability and wealth factors to only the mid-level of extreme wealth, let her speak. Let her. Let's run it back so you can hear her clearly in your ear holes. Repeatedly, people, listen to the white lady. She is definitely not the one to listen to. It's warm in here because the smell of... Is that sulfur in the background? Oh, it's like brimstone. Don't look at me. You make me uncomfortable. I smell It's unkept toe. And the only thing here, as I said earlier, is this leftover cup of, it says ginger sweat from hell. Ginger sweat. Hold on, let me taste it. It's viscous. Oh God! Unwashed body and dog spray. Okay. Tastes like Bengay. Oh. Is that Bengay or is that something else? All right, let's keep it moving. You're like, Aaron, can you please show the video? And I'm just telling you right now, peoples. I want this to be right for you, so I'm just trying to make everything, perfect. It's fine. It'll be fine. Let's peep this out.
There's been a lot of controversy this week, and a lot of people have had my name in their mouth.
Oh.
And I just think I owe it to myself to be able to tell the truth.
Do you
because
owe
at
it
the
to
end
yourself?
Of the day, on this channel, we tell
I'm
the
glad
truth.
that you mentioned that you owe it to yourself to say this, because we didn't know that that's really what your focus is. And I want to just, I wanted to, hold on a second. Do I have this right? Owe it to yourself. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. How does this work here? Yeah, I'm not going to do that one. I'm just going to go with the old Chrome. Okay, we're just going to go with Chrome. And what's going on here? Yeah, we'll just, let's look up. Let's just, yeah, what's the word I was looking for? Oh! Sociopathic narcissist definition. What are the signs of a narcissist sociopath? Now, people like to use these things lightly, and I do not. I take them very seriously. It seems like there's a certain generation that likes to throw these things around because they're all armchair psychologists, not knowing that there's platitudes and levels of things that you have to quantify in the DSM-5. And if you don't, well then, folks, let me give you a hint. Then you're not really doing it, and it's just like reading stats. You gotta really kind of just know what the hell you're looking at. You gotta know how to read it, you gotta know how to quantify it, and review it. And if you don't know how to do that, ask somebody, look it up. You can find these things on the interwebs. All right, so what I'm about to bring up here is, the window. To the window. To the wall. All right. Let's get this rocking. Unsurprisingly, today is challenging. It's amazing all around, just in general. Something I had very much set up in. Okay. Yeah. Amazing. Let's make sure there's no filter on this bad boy. Nope, the chroma key's gone. All right, let's close that out then, because it doesn't want to play nice. We'll come back. Anyways, the term sociopathic narcissist. It's amazing how everything that I need to support these claims just can't come up. Oh my God! Fuck, man. Somebody really doesn't want this story to work. That's okay. I'm going to be patient tonight. I'm going to sit here until you get every piece of information. I'm not going to leave until you get the information, and that's what's important here. Yeah, man. This is amazing. I'm watching my show at all. Things generally work pretty smoothly right here. I press go and yeah, your connection was interrupted. Yes, I'm aware of that shit. I'm aware that I keep getting denial of services over here. Sociopathic narcissist definition. Yes. By the way, I put a separate machine on the VPN to log. So, for people that are thinking to themselves, oh, I'm going to go ahead and... I'm just going to... Are you sure? Yes, I do want to remove window frickin' capture. Please, thank you. All right, and I'd like to add a new window capture. Thank you. And this is, if you don't know what I'm doing, I am playing with OBS, and I'm getting you what you need. And there it is, of course. And there it is, of course. So I'm going to put this up in the corner, and let's read it. Let's read it together, shall we? And let me get my window so I can actually read it with you. Have I been not looking at you? I apologize. I've been doing so much head down work. So first, let's just establish what we're talking about here. The behavior of a narcissist sociopath, it says to keep an eye out for. 10 signs of a narcissist sociopath is that they live in deluded reality. Okay. They are obsessed with power and control. They take advantage of and use other people. Oh, I'm starting to feel awkward for her. Hold on. In fact, now that we're there, let me get Pearl. Hold on a second. Pearl, come on up, Pearl. Pearl, you want to do me a favor? Come on up. Can you do this for me? Thanks. Yeah, down here. There you are. Yeah, I'm gonna need to see you in the other room, and we're gonna have a little chat. Is that okay? Can we have that chat? You know what's coming? Yeah. Because this is the last day I'm gonna deal with you, Pearl. Because I think the story is about to be wrapped up, and I'm doing this in the long form, and maybe I'll edit it and edit down the clips. I appreciate that you're watching. If you're watching right now, make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Keeps me in the algo so that the seeds keep getting planted one at a time. I don't need mass views, folks. I get that over long-term period. And if you look at my road life, the period that was just my diary, that didn't have any focus or intention other than to tell my mom and myself what I did when I'd forget in those amazing moments staring out over the world or experiences, well, you know that I could care less about what people call clout here, that I could care less about any of this stuff other than the disenfranchisement of our future. Once I find that, recognizing it immediately as someone who's pretty well versed in the sciences of how that works, and how it works to repair it, and how it works to sell the opposite, essentially. Folks would think that there's a mutual exclusivity to the idea, but you can use these tools for good and bad. The binary thought system is a failed concept. It isn't an existing thing. And that's a whole other video. As you well know, I love logic and games like that. Using your mind, stretching, using thought experiments. Oh, sorry. Was I supposed to read something to you? Yeah. Okay, so they live in a deluded reality. I would consider her belief in like soul and those kind of like nonsense and not taking facts, and especially her response to these things, I'd consider that fairly deluded. So, chink, especially her response to this, where I don't think I've had a chance to really say my piece. Now, if you watch the whole of the video, I can guarantee you do not hear an actual answer to any of the stuff. She makes fun of the fact that she was pulling focus to the video to get views, I guess, because she doesn't tell you anything about this. She talks around in a circle without even making sense like I do after a point. She just sounds like she's yammering, to be frank. It's very strange. It's like she had so much editing from the attorney that she, lost the point, which can happen if you don't stand your ground and you're just a wishy-washy person at the will, like a shill or a pill that someone might take. Huh. Oh, there's my coffee. I'm sorry, I'm not drinking the ginger sweat. Again. Shout out to Mike TV, big man on campus right now. Actually, even bigger. Shout out to the longtime old man of this business. I hate to call him the old man because he's just, he's probably my age. The Business. If you weren't watching The Business, you weren't following the story. He's been there before everybody. He was even there before Mike. I came into this late. I am merely the passing for white guy on these streets, as I call myself when I'm allowed to join Mike on this panel. Mike TV, make sure to like and subscribe and support. We're part of a large army, all of us. An army that is not affiliated. We are soldiers and generals and Sigma and Omega and Kappa and Gamma. The ninjas and the samurai and the archers and the engineers. And together we form a more perfect union that undoes and overrides those who would take away yours and my individual freedom in place for a fraudulent whatever this is. But I'm not sure, because I could be wrong. I really could be. I could be totally wrong about all of this, that she obsessed with power and control. They take advantage and use other people. Wow. Okay, and they have no moral boundaries, so they're just willing to do anything to make a buck, basically. Oh, wow. I can't imagine. I'm sorry. Let me get the smell. It's like a... There's a yeast and a... Okay. They have a limited range of emotions. They have no moral boundaries. They have a huge discard pile, like Ish and Sarah and Emily. Perhaps Emily could be considered discard pile. They become hostile when threatened. I don't know if we've ever seen her attack a whale before, as she said. They feed off negative energy. Okay, now I've said this all. They live in a deluded reality. They're obsessed with power and control. They take advantage of and use other people. They have no moral boundaries. They have a limited range of emotions. They have a huge discard pile, meaning they leave people behind. They become hostile when threatened. They feed off negative energy. Let me think about this for 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I'm not really drawing any conclusions here, but I'll let you decide for yourself. I'll just leave this up here so you can read it while you're watching. And, you decide for yourself what you want to decide. We decide about other people, and you just can't control what each of us decides for ourselves based off of our judgment and value systems, and based off of our personal evaluations that we can see for ourselves. We're all grown people, right? We're all grown. I mean, I'm literally a growing person. I'm a growing old man. Sorry. Let's get me down a little bit. All right, I'm sorry. I'm not letting Pearl talk. And she has just feels that she owes it to herself to let us know what the actual truth is that we couldn't surmise for ourselves. I mean, I think that totally makes sense. Hold on a second, Pearl. Hold on a second. I think I need to change this up. I think I need to change the beat for you. I think I need to take it to something that's a little more upbeat and matching your kind of your vibe. Where I smell Axe spray, I smell foot, I smell unwashed body, and by that I mean like without a washcloth on a regular basis. Yeah, I smell greasy hair, and that starts me to think about this. Ooh. Right? Ready? We're gonna get this quick. 1, 2, here we go, and all right, Pearl. Now that I've got your right soundtrack, I'm going to bring you, let's see what's up. What do you got to say?
No matter what. And I just think that if people are going to talk and talk and talk about me, I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on. This channel, we tell the truth no matter what. And I just think that if people are going to talk and talk and talk about me, I have a right to defend myself.
Yes.
I have a right to say what actually goes on. And I'm so tired of these people coming at me for everything.
Oh, because
And
you
it's
couldn't
like,
wait. Oh my
you
God!
can't
I'm
even
sorry, Pearl.
tell the truth about anything.
You can't tell the truth. Oh, you can't tell the truth about anything? You can't even tell the truth about anything? Did I hear that right? Did I hear that right, Pearl? That you can't tell the truth about anything? Hold on a second. Let me just scoot this down a little bit and make sure I get this right. So you said that you just can't tell the truth about anything. Huh. Okay. Oh, hold on a second. Let me, I might have muted her on purpose. All right. Ooh. I think I did a bunch of changes here, didn't I? Oh, yeah. Hold on a second. I just douched. But that's okay. We can go back a little bit. So the cut you saw there, by the way, I just want to be full disclosure here. Because we're on the record. King Riches. So you know, public record. Which I'm not afraid of. I'm happy to take calls and stuff. The only reason I don't right now, oh, hey, is because I want to make sure that this feed works for you at all times. Okay. So I believe I have everything I need. Take it down a little. Take it down a little, guys. Where's my dancers? Tiny dancer. I think my dancers need to come back. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I supposed to be playing her? I just kind of can't stand her, so personally. That's a personal thing. Because of the way she sells fear and hatred to people. And mirrors men's fears. So she can benefit. But that's just me. Tiny dancer. Where are you guys? You make me so happy. There you are. Woo! There it is. Alright. Now we'll get to it. I think we should maybe drop the vibe. What do you think? Okay. So here's us letting Pearl speak. The cut you see here is literally me running it back as I'm clipping it. I try to stay above board with you, so you're seeing full cuts, you're seeing how I pull it off my phone as opposed to on YouTube, so there's no, like, invisible edits. Because I want you to know that I am 100%, 1,000%, I want you to know that I'm sharing everything I can. And this may be long and a little confusing, but I hope that you stay with me, because once you clip these things out and take them for yourself, you will have more evidence that you could possibly want, and we're just at the basic, just scratching the surface level, because there's so much more above your head, my friends. As this PearlyVerse day is the last day that we say her name. As after this, I will not mention her. I'm done with her saggy behavior and her smelly holes in logic. So, okay, bro. Let's see what you're really about. And then we're going to go deep to follow the trail to where it really belongs, where the blames really belong, where all of the disenfranchisement really belongs that would sell you the prison that you sit in, that you build for yourself and then defend to keep us away from each other. Because if we're together, that little tiny minority that pays her, well, they can get away with atrocities while we fight each other. Again, when there's blood in the streets, the real estate is cheap.
This channel, we tell the truth no matter what. And I just think that if people are going to talk and talk and talk about me, I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on.
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm so tired of these
so
people
you can, I understand.
coming at me for.
Hold on a second. So you have the right to tell us what actually is going on. hold on a second. Let me just make sure I see this correctly. You, and I understand this, you are the one who tells us what goes on. Huh. Oh, I don't know where I've heard that before. Okay, I don't know where I've heard that before. I feel like... Okay. Oh, it's fine. What else, Pearl? Hannah? What's that, Pearl Hannah Davis? Hannah Pearl Davis?
Everything. It's like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are...
Oh, you can't even tell the truth about it. I understand that. You already said that. That's why I'm going over this again, just to make sure I understood it the first time, that you can't even tell the truth anymore. Okay, well, I'm glad that we got that. Let me just hear it one more time.
Thing that people have accused me of is grifting and regurgitating.
Oh.
You just regurgitate what you hear.
So you don't just regurgitate what you hear. Okay. You sure you want to say that? Because we're going to go into something later that you may not be very happy with, because I noticed that you took down every single question, every single time that I asked on your chat to do diligence on this evolving story, to keep things on the record, so that when all is said and done, my day job is fulfilled, and this night gig, turns out to just be vindication for having a good time chasing down the darkness with a big old spoonful of light. Now, I've learned that dark and light, they are one, because of the fact that gravitational waves are likely to have caused the earliest forms of light that then reflected and still does through the galaxy, causing atomic and nuclear stars. Let's just break it down. It's just stars. I was about to go down a whole pathway, but we're not there. Well, there's another episode. I'll bring this up because I've been reading a lot about it this week, and it's absolutely it's just fascinating. Light comes from dark. Something's nothing and nothing is something. Barclay was right. All right. So, anyways, Barclay was right. That's amazing. 17th century thinkers getting things right in the 21st century. Wow. So, at least philosophically. Okay. Cosmologically, he was, he didn't know about that. He was probably like, we revolve around Mother Peanut or something. Okay. Pearl, finish it up. Wait, let me get this straight. What are you saying again? Tell me again what you're saying, Pearl.
Just regurgitate what you hear. You just grift, and you're just pandering to an audience. It's like, I can't have my own thoughts or opinions without them believing that those are not my thoughts and opinions.
Okay. So, let me think about this for a second. So you're saying that you're not just regurgitating. Okay. I hear you on that. I mean, like, who could possibly imagine that you might, in any way, shape, or form, regurgitate something? I mean, and why would they think that, Pearl? Why on golly green earth would they think that? Well, let me check it out. Because I seem to remember there's a video somewhere, not long ago, that I've been trying to get an answer on. Because my big brain, small brain. My big brain, small brain. Oh, is she actually falsely comparing? Hold on a second. Oh, is that me? I love it. That's a good looking dude. All right, let's bring me to the front, shall we? Because I'm going to show you something here, folks. Let's bring me all the way to the front. Yeah, I'm not moving it yet. Don't worry. Don't you worry. I haven't done it yet. Yes. And let's go in, and I want you to go up and look up this very awesome channel. It's called It's Complicated. Ooh, not it's, blah, 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 because my fingers are out of control. It's Complicated Channel. There you go. You see that right there? And now we are going to go over to It's Complicated Channel, and I'm going to hit blink on the It's Complicated Channel little, thumbnail there. And we're going to go up into, what is this? What does this say right there? Hold on a second. Let me pull that back. What? Hold on. What does that say? But she doesn't regurgitate things. Hold on a second. She just told us. Hold on. Wait. What? This lady? No way. I would. But she just said she's not a grifter. That she's not just regurgitating things. But why? How can he say she's a plagiarist? A plagiarist. She probably thought he meant plagiarist, like she's spreading the plague. Squeeze your faces. I'm crushing your head. You don't remember that if you're not old enough, but I'm crushing your head, and I might get in trouble for doing that. But I thought I'd bring that back because she really needs just a little adjustment in that picture because it's off. It's the picture that's off. It's the picture. Hold on, let me just make that better. Hold on a second. Yeah, anyways. A plagiarist? But she just told us. Hold on, let's look at that. She just literally told us. Hold on. She just said. Hold on. She just said. Right here. In this video. Hold on. In this video. She just said she had to tell us. And, oh. Okay. Okay, phone. Phone's gonna do what phone's gonna do. And, alright. Oh my. There you are. Huh. Oh my. Phone said, I don't like that output very much. I don't. Wait, if you're like, how is he doing this? It's because I have so many devices and I can edit off of flipping anything, folks. Literally anything. Call me a champ. Don't call to come back because I was never gone.
I just think that if people are going to talk about me, I have the right to defend myself. I have the right to say what actually goes on.
Do you? What? You have the right to say what actually goes on as opposed to...
This channel, we tell the truth no matter what.
I hope so.
And I just think that if people are going to talk about me, I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on.
Okay. Tell me.
I'm so tired of these people coming at me for everything. And it's like... You can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are pandering to their audience.
Wait, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are pandering? I'm still confused by that. Let me just take that in. Huh, hold on a second. I think I need some
Check him out.
That hurt. I'm still not back. There I am. Goodness gracious, people. Just warming up. Whew. Where are we? I haven't even looked at the time. We are just about an hour in. I haven't hurt your spheres too badly. I hope. By the way, am I still running? I am. It's a decent looking signal. It's colorful. It looks like my images. Oh, it's amazing. You'd think I was like a professional or something, embedded to do this. Yeah. No. Hopefully they won't. I don't care. I just know that you'll see this. And that's what's important. Because then you'll free yourself from the mental prison. You'll reach your hand out to somebody else and pull them from their mental prison and stop them from throwing the Michael's Bedazzled Poopy Flavored Poop at your neighbors, which nobody likes that. Okay. I'm going to drop it down a little. Let's pull that out. Let's just keep it straight. Okay, so she says, hold on a second, let's get this right from her mouth. What did she say here?
So one thing that people have accused me of is grifting and regurgitating.
Huh. One thing that people have accused her of is grifting and regurgitating. Well, what do you have to say about that, Pearl?
You just regurgitate what you hear. You just grift. And you're just pandering to an audience. It's like, I can't have my own thoughts or opinions without them believing that those are not my thoughts and opinions.
Well, I wonder where people would get, that idea from Pearl. I think that's really strange that people would have that idea at all. Where at all, Pearl, could they possibly find this idea that Pearl is a plagiarist? If you were to happen to go to this page right here called It's Complicated. Let me get it better in frame because it seems like I'm not completely in frame. Let me stretch this back in and window capture. Thank you very much. Let's stretch you back to where you need to be. The scale filtering and the transforming and the touching of the pictures in the screen fit to my screen. Thank you. There it is. Now I shall adjust just a little bit further. And a little bit further. And as you well know, I don't normally let you see the whole of the image, but today this is a little bit different. Because what I'm trying to do here is share with you some very important information about disenfranchisement pipeline that has infiltrated the entirety of the infrastructure that is social media. It's part of the basics of the social media, and at one point in time in the past 10 years, a foreign entity has actually gotten control or at least influence within that social media base via, a troll farm in a foreign country. And then when another foreign country the foreign country, got that idea and saw how it was working, they jumped right on board. And once you start doing that, then you have to start wondering how much of what we believe is paid for and how much is it people being, reckless, and how much of it is just a grifter copying some other person's content and questions. Well, hold on. Let me pull this up. It's Complicated channel says, just Burly Things. Also a plagiarist? Read description first. Oh, he has changed this. For those who think it's okay because she shouted me out, Pearl needs to say this was a question by It's Complicated every time because she asks it because her content is mainly, so this is something I'm going to tell you something about. What makes this plagiarism not just possibly criminal, actually, because she has seen this notification, she's been denying questions about it, and she is, of my understanding, let me just keep out of that. Let me just let him speak for himself. What this says right here is, for those who think it's okay because she shouted me out, Pearl needs to say this was a question by It's Complicated every time she asks it because her content is mainly propagated with clips. But by putting my reference at the end of her 4-hour live stream versus the clip, and only once in one of those early clips on the street did she actually throw a shout out. I've only seen it once, and as far as I can tell, she's gotten rid of those or buried them. So good luck finding them. And that is part of the problem, because what this is stealing somebody's script, taking their words and using it and making a profit off of it, which, my friends, is a liability in itself if you're running a business. Essentially, you are putting out to the mainstream, to to the world that you are willing to copy someone else's words verbatim. Now, I have already said too much. I'll let him speak for himself a little further. It deceives the audience who mainly watches the clips into thinking she's the one coming up with the questions, which is not the case. A link to my channel was requested in the video description, including short-form content, TikTok, Instagram, etc., but was denied. Sharing general talking points is not the same thing as copying questions word for word. Let me say that again. Sharing general talking points is not the same thing as copying questions word for word. Hannah Pearl Davis. And let me tell you something. There are consequences for such things. Because if you deny and try to control the situation by spinning yarn and ignoring the requests or questions, or acknowledging at all that you're doing such a thing, you show intent. I mean, as far as, I'm not sure though. I'm totally unsure about that. I have no clue if that's the truth. Right? Couldn't possibly be the truth. Well, let's read this one more time. Sharing general talking points is not the same thing as copying questions word for word. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson for making a follow-up video better explaining this, which I will go to as well. O'Shea Duke Jackson, one of those, just like the business, just like at Mike TV, just like myself, trying to fight a fight against all. And young Chris, I even heard young Chris on the business this evening, and he and I initially disagreed about the timbre and behaviors of the DGG, and then I do believe he's come around to see that these folks, well, the plot thickens. The plot, I'm sorry. Can I pull this up? And I'll go back to this real quickly, because this is my friend Akil, at Akil, the MC. Woo! The plot thickens. All right. Yeah, because Pearly is just a little.
What was the last thing that you apologized for?
Do women have a right to be afraid of men when 80% of all violent crime is done by men?
Do women have a right to be afraid of men when 80% of violent crime is done by men?
How is
just
that
regurgitate what you hear. You just
races
grift,
based on statistical
and you're just pandering to an audience. It's like I can't have my own thoughts or opinions without them believing that those are not my thoughts.
Than fearing certain races because of statistical data.
Why is it okay for women to be sexist but not racist?
Why do you think it's okay for women to be sexist but not racist?
Why is it when a man cheats,
people are going to talk and talk and talk about me? I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on.
What actually goes on? Okay, tell me.
And I'm so tired of these people coming at me for everything.
I can't imagine
why. And
it's
like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are pandering to their audience.
Oh, you can't.
So one thing that people have accused me of is grifting and regurgitating. You just regurgitate what you hear. You just grift, and you're just pandering to an audience. It's like I can't have my own thoughts or opinions without them believing that those are not my thoughts and opinions.
I can't imagine why.
Cheater, but when a woman cheats, it's because she's not satisfied.
Can't imagine why.
Why is it that when a man cheats, he's a cheater, but when a woman cheats, she's not satisfied in the relationship?
Who takes more accountability, men or women, and why?
Women. Who takes more accountability, men or women?
Men.
Why is male sexuality so stigmatized?
Why do you think male sexuality is so stigmatized?
So if a guy cheats, can he blame society?
I'm sorry, I gotta pause right there. She didn't even know what the word meant. She didn't even know what the word. She's a college graduate and she was supposed to be a professional or semi-pro player. She did not know the word stigmatized. She didn't know how to say it. Let's run this back a little bit. I'm sorry. I'm going to take this back. I want you all to get this real clear as I play this over, because what we're talking about here is honesty and character, and let me pull it up in her own words. Hey, Hannah Pearl Davis, will you mind coming up and joining us up here on the front lounge? You want to talk to us up here? I know you won't directly talk to us, but let's check this out. And by the way, I could care less about clout in this situation. I just don't like it when people are hate mongers, when they try to take your dollar and your life at the same time and use it so they can act like a vampire. and then set us against each other for their own benefit. Because the truth is she's just a little shill. Excuse me. Apparently. I guess. I don't know if that's what is that what a shill is? I'm just so unclear on these terms. So sometimes I get them confused. I'm sorry. So sorry. I just get that confused. Oh, where's my coffee? Okay, there we go. I feel better now. Hannah, tell us again. What was it that was important about you? That you needed to tell us? Because you told us for weeks this was coming. You told us on trigonometry that we should wait for this. So you were going to tell us what the real truth is here, Hannah. Tell us again. I want to hear the real truth out of you, Hannah.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just
what up, Hannah?
channel. Today, I'm going to be telling you the truth about Sarah. So
Sarah? Or Sarah?
There's been a lot of controversy this week.
If you're going to say the name wrong, then you're being capricious. Then you're being an ass. And you're actually showing intent. But I believe. I mean, I'm just saying it just shows like your behavior and your attitude towards someone. So I'm just wondering, are you mocking him? Why would you be mocking somebody? I mean, like why would you want to lash out at somebody? That doesn't seem like the behavior of someone like you. Huh. Okay.
People have had my name in their mouth.
Huh.
And I just think I owe it to myself to be able to tell the truth.
Hannah Banana?
Because at the end of the day on this channel, we tell the truth no matter what. And I just think that if
wait. She wanted to what? She wanted to what? She wanted to what? What you want to do? Wait, I'm sorry. What did Hannah Banana want to do? Let me get this straight. Hannah Banana, what you want to do? Hannah Banana.
Today, I'm going to be telling you the truth about Sarah. So, there's been a lot of controversy this week, and a lot of people have had my name in their mouth, and I just think I owe it to myself to be able to tell the truth. Because at the end of the day on this channel, we tell the truth no matter what. And I just think that if people are going to talk about me, I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on.
What actually goes on? I'm glad you clarified that. And tell us a little bit more about
this channel. We tell the truth no matter what.
Okay, you tell the truth no matter what.
I just think that if people are going to talk about me, I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on.
Oh, what actually goes on? Because we don't know the difference.
I'm so tired of these people coming at me for everything. And it's like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are pandering to their audience. So one thing that people have accused me of is grifting and regurgitating. You just regurgitate what you hear.
Folks, I can't make this shit up, as at Mike TV would say. Just can't make this shit up. Shout out to the business for being a badass and bringing this to people's face early on and pointing out even this evening as I was listening about the thing that we need to pay attention to above our head. Huh. Isn't that amazing here? All right, let me shrink this down so you can just get a better sense of what's going on. Okay. Oh. Helps to press play on the correct device.
It's wrong for a man to feel entitled to sex and intimacy.
Why are there some women who shame men for being horny when testosterone is a male hormone?
Why must men put up with female hormones being emotional and crazy, but women can't put up with male hormones being horny?
When someone commits a crime, do you blame the criminal or do you blame society?
Wait,
when
Pearl,
somebody commits a crime, and it's like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are pandering to their audience. Do we blame society?
Well, if a woman is attacked in public and a man is attacked in public, who do you think is more likely to be rescued?
If a woman and a man are attacked in public, who is more likely to be rescued?
At me for everything. And it's like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore.
You can't even tell the truth about anything anymore? Hannah Pearl Davis? Wow. Can't possibly imagine how we could see that in action. But hey, this is just the tip of this iceberg. That's why I'm saying we're done with this one after this, because I'm putting the nail in the coffin. And it's a proverbial hyperbole when I say that, because I'm trying to wrap this up. And I'm going to hand this in a bow to some friends who will go and go down the train, because this is actually a portion of the battle that I believe I'm not fully suited for. It's not all of my fight, because she's focusing on a area that is in the general, it's in the general battle. It's in the general war, but we all have our sides to fight in the pie that is this battle against disenfranchisement. Some of us have stronger suits in other areas. And though I am an ally, I am here to fight alongside you. I know that I am called elsewhere, and I will return when needed. On your call, as I am your ally, and I believe in you, because this is the home of the awkward, friend of the friendless. Look up, friends. Look up from your devices. Look up from your daily woes. Look up from your pains. And look up when you hear this BS. The falderall, the chicanery that is displayed here. Look up. And don't trust everything that you want to see. I'm going to roll this back.
When was the last time you apologized?
What was the last thing that you apologized for?
Do women have a right to be afraid of men when 80% of all violent crime is done by men?
Do women have a right to be afraid of men when 80% of violent crime is done by men?
And I'm so tired of these people coming at me for everything.
For everything?
And it's like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore, because
You
people are
can't,
pandering
Pearl?
to their audience.
Are you telling us something?
So one thing that people have accused me of is grifting and regurgitating.
I can't imagine.
You just regurgitate
Pearl, why?
what you hear. You just grift, and you're just pandering to an audience. It's like, I can't have my own thoughts or opinions without them believing that those are not my thoughts and opinions.
I can't imagine, Pearl, why people would feel that way about this situation. So I'm going to roll this back one more time, and I'll let you hear it again as we go on, because this video goes on a little ways. But I want you to hear all of the things for yourself, and you make a decision. And I'm going to read the message from It's Complicated one more time. Let's see. It says, for those who... On March 28th, 2023, It's Complicated wrote to his 320,000 subscribers who actually do show up almost every single video, if not more. So his views and subs, they all match, as opposed to some other channels that you might find where the subs and the views, they don't match. Not like The Business, where every single time the gentleman, as he said today, has a nuclear explosion. So go join him, as well as the nuclear explosion to bring this down, this disenfranchisement down, and specifically focusing on African Americans and people of color and the disenfranchisement of the AFB. That's American Foundational Blacks. If you're not familiar with the term, that's people who were brought here in slavery, who are our foundational Black Americans. FBA. Sorry, I thinking about three things, so it's... I have that backwards. I apologize. That's my bad. No. Thinking about 12 things at once, especially about the fact that this is so effed in the A. It's Complicated says, for those who think it's okay, for those who think it's okay, because she shouted me out in 2 videos, by the way, only 2 videos out of 6,000. Pearl needs to say this was a question by It's Complicated every time she asks it, because her content is mainly propagated with clips. By putting my reference at the end of her 4-hour live stream versus the clip, it deceives the audience who mainly watches the clips into thinking she, Hannah Pearl Davis, is the one coming up with the questions known as IP or intellectual property, which is not the case, people. I'll link to A link to It's Complicated channel was requested in the video description, including short-form content, TikTok, Instagram, and etc., but was denied by the JPT, aka Hannah Pearl Davis. And it doesn't matter if it's one of her representatives or her. Whoever is doing the business there represents her, so it's her. And that's the association. Do we separate the folks who sent my ancestors to the gas chambers? Do we separate the folks who killed off the Armenians? Are we gonna ignore? Did we separate off with minimalism and granular thought those who assassinated millions, like Torquemada in the Inquisition? No, we don't. No, we look right at them. But in the world of slavery and the world of actual inhumane torture and the loss of 12 million people just in the logs, and if it's just in the logs, that means there's 10 times, if not more, that were treated as less than. And for us to forget is to betray, in my community's background, the term never forget. Never forget. Never forget. Someone like this would have you believe Thomas Sowell, because that's what she believes. That's what she wants to know. And she had an option to know the difference between the two. That's a different video. But we have proof that she had a book on proper African slave trade history and how the rum triangle affected slavery. But she chose to read the writings of an economist who is known for bigoted rhetoric and anti-Semitism, and essentially groupthink limitations. So she's down for the mental prison, and she's down to sell it to you as if she knows better. And that's a problem. One last time, let's hear it out of her mouth. What are you saying, Pearl? Because sharing general talking points is not the same thing as copying questions word for word, Hannah Pearl Davis. In the words of It's Complicated channel. Decide for yourself, folks, is what he says. A link to his channel was requested in the video description, including short form content. He asked for TikTok, Instagram, etc., but was denied by the JPT. So, Pearl, what are you saying? What were you saying before?
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel.
Hannah.
Today, I'm going to be telling you the truth about Sarah. So,
are you really?
There's been a lot of controversy
Sarah that we don't know, or are you talking about Sarah?
And a lot of people have had my name in their mouth.
Think you're gonna?
And I just think
a lot of people do
I owe
have
it to
have your name
myself
in
to be able to tell the truth.
You owe it to yourself.
Because at the end of the day, on this channel, we tell the truth no matter what.
No matter what,
and I just think that if people are going to talk and talk and talk about me, I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on.
Okay. You do, huh?
This channel, we tell the truth no matter what.
You tell the truth no matter what?
I just think that if people are going to talk and talk and talk about me, I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on. And I'm so tired of these people coming at me for everything. And it's like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are pandering to their audience. So one thing that people have accused me of is grifting and regurgitating. You just regurgitate what you hear. You just grift and you're just pandering to an audience. It's like I can't have my own thoughts or opinions without them believing that those are not my thoughts and opinions.
Okay, I cut it off there because I really don't think I needed more of the snarky tea spiller that she's trying to turn into. And if you don't know what that is, go check out the Tea Society videos. Just type it into Google and it'll take you down the rabbit hole. I'm going to take you there as well. They've killed someone More than one, actually, from bullying, from my understanding and from my reading. And I'm going to make sure that it's not lore, and I don't want to put out anything that's incorrect. But I know for a fact that there's at least one who took her own life because of the T groups. It's not just one, it's a whole groupings. And this is what I'm telling you is hate and disenfranchisement is a very wide thing. It's a very big thing. It's spread across. Yeah, take a look at yourself, Hannah. Take a good look at you in the future. That's Hannah, that's you in the future. Lying, essentially. I'm sorry, let me correct myself because I could be wrong. I don't know if she's actually lying. I don't know because I don't know her personally, right? I can only just assume something from what I'm watching. So in my humble opinion, though I could be wrong, it seems like she's not telling the truth, especially when I look at the information and gather all that information and make a qualified, quantified judgment from the information available at hand. That seems to be fairly damning evidence otherwise. Because I have something that sounds to be, in your own words, you saying that you do not lie. That you always tell the truth and you have an obligation to yourself to tell everybody how it really is and how it really should be. Okay, I'm down. I understand, I guess. Pearl, you looking at yourself? Huh? Yeah. I didn't know. I'm so glad this is my last day with this. It's really hurt the brain. It's like stupid person logic a lot of the time, and I'm saying this just from my heart of hearts. You don't notice that there's no growl in my voice, and if you know me personally, you know that the lack of growl in my voice means that I'm me right now. I despise this person from the depths of my being as far as what she does to people, how she's affected people, and the way she's misstated stats, and I really dislike her. I dislike her character. I dislike that she's a fabricator and a confabulator, and by that I mean like she loves to confuse things. She loves to make stuff up, and essentially she's a menace. She's an actual menace in my opinion, and I could be wrong that hey, you could disagree with me. I'm just saying she actually has a quantifiable effect, except though she's like a tick. She's not even a big one. She's more like a little tiny flea, like a little fla. Yeah, look at yourself, Pearl. Hannah Pearl Davis. Because you're just the tip of the iceberg, and you want to be like the rest of your friends. That big money, getting big pay from the people who have the real handles in this world. So I think you've heard Pearl. So I'm gonna put her away. Pearl, I'm gonna put you away. And I'm gonna play the rest of It's Complicated video for you all. And I'm gonna just, peep it and make a little commentary along the side, and then we're gonna keep moving. Because I have another video to follow this up about, maybe what the staff, what Pearl's staff possibly could feel or be thinking in the last week, as there has been so much pushback and the facts of the matter has been propagated and dispensed and dispersed far and wide so that it couldn't be avoided. And especially how I'm sure they're seeing her and the producer delete on regular basis those of us who would ask direct reporting questions for our day gig. By the way, when people don't answer their email, we hit you in the public. When you don't answer in the public, or you answer no comment, then we make the phone call. And trust me, we can make the phone call. It'll happen. But first, before we get to that point, we get even more quantified, because when that phone call comes, it means that we're going to print and we're looking for confirmations, comment, and or denial. Let me let that sink in for those of you that are going to watch this later, because there's somebody quite obsessed with everything being said about them. Because they understand now that when a butterfly flaps their wings somewhere in California, boy, a tornado happens over there in the UK. And then a whole wave of tsunami comes down on you. And then suddenly, all of the things you've been saying might not be so legitimately, how do we say, yours. They could be plagiarism. It could be plagiarism. Maybe plagiarism? Plagiarism? I don't know. There's a cat at my foot, but I don't know. Hi, Katie. Hello. Homer. Plagiarism? All right. Bye, Pearl. Get out of here. I've seen enough of your face for the moment. Thank you. Yeah, now you're lonely, aren't you? Now you're lonely sitting there by yourself. You ready to go to this next level? We're going to just watch this on out, and we're going to take it to the next level. And you might not believe what you see, but you will know that the mental prisons cannot be sold to you any longer, because you don't have to believe what somebody says when they've been proven to discount their own actual words. Their own actual words might come back to haunt them at some point. Can't possibly imagine that. By the way, I'll go back through that, and I'm going to play those straight through at the end. About 5 hours from now. So stick with us, folks. And yeah, I am non-chatty, non-phone call today. Mostly because of all of the issues of the day. So I'm so glad you could join me. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're just joining me now. There's so many great channels that are in support of this battle or war against disenfranchisement. So make sure that anybody you see here, like and subscribe them. You're looking at It's Complicated channel. Let's wipe her out with love, so that everybody jumps out of her and jumps over ship. And by the way, tell your friends if they don't to undo the subscription if it is that they don't like her anymore and they're not watching, because that's a powerful message. You get the power of your finger vote to say, I'm not going to let you make money off of me while you repeat somebody else's words verbatim.
Do women have a right to be afraid of men when 80% of all violent crime is done by men?
Do women have a right to be afraid of men when 80% of violent crime is done by men?
How is that different than fearing certain races based on statistical data?
How is that different than fearing certain races because of statistical data?
Why is it okay for women to be sexist but not racist?
Why do you think it's okay for women to be sexist but not racist?
Why is it when a man cheats, he's a cheater, but when a woman cheats, it's because she's not satisfied?
Why is it that when a man cheats, he's a cheater, but when a woman cheats, she's not satisfied in the relationship?
Who takes more accountability, men or women, and why?
Women. Who takes more accountability, men or women?
Men.
Why is male sexuality so stigmatized?
Why do you think male sexuality is so stigmatized?
So if a guy cheats, can he blame society?
And so if a guy cheats, can he blame society?
Would you agree that the best means of physical protection in our society would either be owning a gun or calling the police?
What is a better form of protection?
That she needed us to know exactly what reality was.
Why do you think that men are still expected to be protectors when a woman is just as capable of calling the police or firing a gun as a man?
Why are men expected to be protectors when women are just as capable of firing a gun or calling the police?
Would you trust a female cop to stop a sexual assault?
Would you trust a female cop to stop a sexual assault? Also, I want to give credit where credit's due. A lot of these questions are from It's Complicated channel. You guys should go
that one
him.
time back at the old
So
studio?
a lot of these,
Is that one time?
Very good at what he does. I steal them from him. I did get a lot of these
questions. Hold on! What the? Oh my God, right? Mother cunt. Wow. I'm sorry, I thought I put her to bed. I'm going to need to pull her back up. I need to pull her right back up. This. Okay, so, I'm just not sure if she remembered that everything is on video. As someone who spent most of his life on a screen or on a stage or backstage, and knowing that there's lots of cameras everywhere all the time, and when you're in recording and when you're in a Discord or anything, knowing that you're probably being filmed, and to be on your best behavior if you can. Also someone who's been caught doing stupid things for fun, but still caught by, younger members of the family. Okay, so my magic is just waning here. Ickle, bickle, you are pickle. You shall disappear, chair. Stop doing this. I need to get a new imaginary chair, damn it. This whole thing. Just, by the way, Amazon imaginary chairs and fractalin mini-verses. Okay, they're cheap, but the trouble with them, it's just nonstop. Every time. Magic chair always trying to reveal itself. And yeah. So yeah, I'm not getting dinged, so that's good. All right. Oh, did I lose you? All right. That's okay. This is a long one tonight. It's just going to be an epic slog. And the reason I'm doing this is so that I can play this out and take a bunch of clips and be done with it. I don't want to deal with this anymore. I got to move on. The story is bigger than this. This is just a little fry. And she's not that bright. To be frank, in my opinion, I feel like she's not so bright. Because she gave away the gag. She really gave away the gag. All right, Pearl, I was pulling Pearl back up. Pearl, get back up here. Come on, Pearl. Pearl. Oh, my God. She's just high. Oh, there you are. Yeah, see? She's like, I'm coming. My hair isn't washed, and I don't care. I guess I don't know. Pearl, I want to hear something from you again. See something, Pearl. You said something about truth and how people had your name in their mouth, and you didn't know why, and you couldn't understand why you were being attacked from all sides. And you have the truth about Sarah, even though before you said you had the truth about Sarah Garvey. So in other words, you got told that your little truths were going to hurt you. So you made yourself a fool, but you already spoke before you knew that you couldn't go mock somebody that you're trying to sue and that you've done damages to in the public eye, on the record. And now we have this. Okay. Tell me, Pearl.
This channel, we tell the truth no matter what.
No matter
what. I just think that if people are going to talk and talk and talk about me, I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on. And I'm so tired of these people coming at me for everything. And it's like,
Pearl?
You can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are pandering to their audience.
So you can't tell
so one
the
thing
truth
that people
about
have
anything
accused
'cause
me of
other
is
people-
grifting and regurgitating. You just regurgitate what you hear. You just grift and you're just pandering to an audience. It's like I can't have my own thoughts or opinions without them believing that those are not my thoughts and opinions.
I wonder why anyone.
Literally, this man protectors when women are just as capable of firing a gun or calling the police.
Would you trust a female cop to stop a sexual assault?
Would you trust a female cop to stop a sexual assault. Also, I want to give credit where credit's due. A lot of these questions are from It's Complicated channel. You guys should go follow him.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. So a lot of these, he's very good at what he does. I steal them from him. I did get a lot of these questions from the It's Complicated channel. Literally, this man has the best questions and the best content. So if you want to give him a follow,
I do know why.
Please do so. Or wait, I'm on YouTube. Subscribe, please do so. Because I want to give credit where credit is due.
Really? 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 Huh, look at that good-looking guy up there. What a handsome lad. That's a handsome lad over there in the corner. Wow, look at him. All right, enough of that. There's my guy. That's my colleague right there. I am in great support of the channel at Mike TV. And then if you're not familiar with the business, oh, is he not in here? There's a lot of great young and up and coming and solid content creators who are creating positive, honest, creative, irreverent, and new forms of media every single day. Wick, I've got an interview with a man who's given an open platform, both in Discord and on YouTube and on Twitch, to great minds and to extremists and to extreme thoughts and to middle of the ground conversation and to some place, at least in the modern day, where everybody has an idea. He gave those ideas a place to join each other and try to meet a middle ground. It may not always work, but Wick is there to lead his ship to an idea or a concept or a summary. So if you're not familiar with Wick, make sure to check him out. I'd also say that Brittany Simon has just kind of made it better. Now, one thing I would notice is that sometimes when you, and Akil, the MCTV, support Akil, as people think that he's Tupac, but Tupac is dead, and that's disrespectful to both Tupac's family and extremely disrespectful to my colleague and friend, Akil, the MCTV, also known as Akil the J5MC from Jurassic 5. So Pearl, let's, I need to know something here. What is it that, the people that work for you, what are they thinking right now? I mean, like, how are they feeling about the situation? And I'm going to go back to just this weekend. And let me get rid of the window for a second. I'm going to pull the phone back. I'm going to pull the feed. And we're going to go back to an earlier time to understand Pearl's true intentions at the moment, to hear from the man himself before they realized that I was willing to ask the tough questions and connect myself to other people asking the tough questions. So I'm going to blank myself out so you can see the interview for yourself, and I'm going to let it play on through because I'm in the interview asking the questions. This is on the morning, several days after everybody got home. It's about 3 days after, or 2 days after everybody got home. MTR, Melanie, Substitute, Maggie the Substitute Teacher. Shout out to Maggie the Substitute Teacher. Honestly, one of my favorite channels of all time. Her joy is addictive and wonderful, and she makes wonderful food and shows you how to do it too, and has incredible little cooking tips and tricks, and it's very worthwhile for anybody who likes to cook in the kitchen to study her stuff, because she also gives low carb, low sugar, and also both sides. She gives both sides. She does it for those of us that are looking for a more low sugar, and she also does it for people who just want to, and either way, it's all delicious, what she does. And she also has an Instagram page that help her get above 10,000. She gets to make more money that way. Maggie, the Substitute Teacher, she's the real deal. She's on this side. And how do we know this is because Maggie, she was strangely left out of the fray because she essentially is the only person who, right away she was like, okay, I'm not down with her. Bye. So good on her. And hello, welcome. If you just joined us, I'm ArpmnMSound. And this is Look Up the Remix, where we're going over the fact that you just missed Pearly things out and out. Commit a form of, well, let's say, untruthful behavior. See, she told everybody that she wanted to be absolutely truthful and that she wanted to share the real truth as she knew it was to be. And then she said she's just, if people were claiming that she regurgitated things. And that's when I shared a video by It's Complicated channel that shows her regurgitating his questions. And then there's also a notification on his channel saying that she has denied his request to put his topic notification, as in his copyright for his questions and writing, on her channel, which she needs to do on every single one of the videos technically, because otherwise it becomes plagiarism, because she's using his script after the fact and she's making it look like, on purpose, it's her script. So you missed that if you're just tuning in. In any case, let's look at this interview and let's go back in time just a little bit, a couple days after everybody's home. And everybody's just starting to discover what actually went down before they sat in the same chairs that Nick Fuentes was interviewed in. And I called in right away because I had already done a reaction. You can go look. It's in there. It's in there. It's in my feeds. It's, before I was even doing the streaming, when I realized, oh my God, you mean I don't have to actually like edit all this stuff? I can just stream and just talk to you and just go? Yeah. All right. Cool. This is King Rich's. A couple days afterwards, I managed to get on the phone and get an interview. I'm not even like, I'm in my Chet Chatterton outfit. I'm not even ready to do a proper interview. Because, you know, at that one time, I had yet to get substantial diligence from a good portion of the surroundings. And this is kind of, well, I'll let you decide for yourself. Stick with me, folks. I'll be right there. Oh, really? I see. We might bog down, folks, and I'll tell you why. I think OBS wanted to update, and it didn't. And of course, it's going to try to do that during my feed. Am I frozen? Nope. Thank goodness. All right, so I'll just move out of frame, and you'll still have everything. I'm not sure why. Oh, there we go. Now, stand by. I'm still here. This is 2 to 3 days after everybody's gotten home and they all realize they've been sitting on the same couch as Nick Fuentes. So, there we go. You ready? I'm ready.
I've got the fire.
Let's hear that again. I'm sorry, that worked out really nicely.
I've got the fire.
This is just PearlyVerse YouTube channel.
Hello.
Today, I'm going to be telling you the truth about...
What are you going to be telling us the truth about? Sorry.
But I got to move to the next caller, bro. I appreciate you, man. Hello. Can't hear him. What?
Yeah, how's that? You got my audio now?
Yeah. What's going on?
What's up, King Rich's?
I'm all right, man.
Yeah, so I wrote you guys on the day of, while watching the videos in real time. And you answered just one of my questions. I think the concern amongst the audience was the lack of pushback against what was obviously anti-Semitic and bigoted topics. How did you feel about that initially, and what was your comment when you heard it?
At the end of the day, I'm not here to talk about like anti-Semitism. I'm here to talk about Pearl specifically. Yeah. Understood.
But as an observer, the issue was her lack of informative pushback.
Yeah, no,
And-
I agree. I hear that. And like, as I said, I think that she wasn't equipped. She hadn't done enough research. She didn't understand the gravity of what she was doing. Having a guy like that on an interview, I think she's probably learned from this situation. I told her straight up the things that she said that was obviously going to...
As an observer, the issue was her lack of informative pushback.
Yeah, no, I agree. I hear that.
just
And like,
regurgitate what you
as I
hear.
said,
You just
I think that she wasn't
and you're just
equipped.
pandering to
She
an
she
audience.
hadn't done enough
It's
research.
like,
She
I
didn't
can't
understand the
have my
gravity
own
of what she
thoughts
was
or
doing.
opinions
Having a
without
guy
them
like that
believing-
on an interview, I think she's probably learned from this situation. I told her straight up the things that she said that was obviously going to be taken the wrong way by the black community, and in fact, it was taken the wrong way by me personally. I told her straight up to her face. Because a lot of people assume that, because Pearl's my boss, and so I'm scared to say something. No, I was just waiting to see what people was gonna say. To be honest, I wanted to see what people was gonna say. I was waiting to see what people was gonna say, and who was gonna come out of the woodwork and do all of this, and you know, and now we see what it is. And so
I ask you real quickly.
Yeah.
Sorry. When you did approach her. What was the response?
That she was just like taking on board what I was saying, to be honest, like, because I think she understood that, okay, like I've said something that's upset a lot of people, you know, and I understand, but you know, it's different when you hear it from somebody that knows you know them and they know you personally, to faceless strangers on YouTube comments, or people that don't know you making reaction videos. Is a completely different level. Like it touches base like harder when it's somebody that you know personally telling you, looking you in the eye, saying you messed up when you said this, and it even made me feel some type of way, and I know you.
And you saw that out of her?
Yeah, absolutely. She was sitting right in front of me. Yeah, absolutely.
That's fantastic to know. As an audience member, by the way. And the last thing is, why do you think she took the interview knowing that she wasn't prepared? And did anybody or any of the producers say, hey, you don't know this?
I just think that he was a controversial character, and I think at the end of the day, it's business. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it was business. Business. Do you get?
You don't know this.
I just think that he was a controversial character, and I think at the end of the day, it's business. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it was business. This situation, I told her straight up the things that she said that was obviously going to be taken the wrong way by the black community, and in fact, it was taken the wrong way by me personally. I told her straight up to her face. Because a lot of people assume that, because Pearl's my boss, and so I'm scared to say something. No, I was just waiting to see what people was gonna say, to be honest. But I gotta move to the next caller, bro. I appreciate you, man.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel.
Hello, you already know who I am. My name, level,
This is Auntie Jenny's Village. Stay who you are. You're a guest. Stay in like everybody.
All right. How's that? You got my audio now?
Yeah. What's going on? But I gotta move to the next caller, bro. I appreciate you, man.
What up, guys? Welcome.
But I gotta move to the next caller, bro. I appreciate you, man.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel.
Hello.
Today, I'm gonna be telling you the truth about
Can't hear him.
Sarah. So,
what?
There's been a lot of controversy.
How's that? You got my audio now?
Yeah.
What's
What's
going on? A lot
going
of
on?
people have had my name in
What's
their
up,
mouth.
King Riches?
I'm all right, man.
I just think I owe
so I
it
wrote
to
you
myself
guys on
to
the
be able
day
to
of
tell the truth.
While watching
Because
the
at the end of the
videos.
day, on this channel, we tell the truth no
in
matter
real
what.
time. And you
I just
answered
think
one of my
that if
questions.
people are going to talk,
I think the concern
and talk about me, I have a right
amongst
to
the
defend
audience
myself. I have a right to
was
say
the lack
what
of pushback
actually goes
against
on.
what was obviously
This channel, we tell the truth no matter
Anti-Semitic.
what.
Why is it okay for
And
women to feel
bigoted.
entitled to be protected and provided?
How did you feel about that
It is wrong
initially? And what was your
defend
comment
myself.
when you heard it?
Why is it okay for a woman
At
to
the end of the
feel
day,
entitled to be protected and provided for, but it's wrong for a
not
man
here
to
to
feel
talk about
entitled to
like
sex and intimacy?
anti-Semitism. I'm here to talk about pills specifically. Yeah,
Understood.
Why must
But
men
as
put up with
an
female
observer,
hormones being emotional
the
and
issue
crazy,
was her
but
lack
women
of
can't put up with male
informative
hormones being
pushback.
horny?
When someone commits a crime, do you blame the criminal or do you blame society?
When somebody commits a crime, do we blame the criminal or do we blame society?
Well, I got me to the next caller, bro. I appreciate you,
If a
man.
man is attacked in public, who do you think is more likely to be
Hello.
rescued?
If a woman and a man are attacked
Can't
in
hear
public, who is more likely to be rescued?
When was the last time you apologized?
What?
What was the last thing
How's
that
that? You got my audio now?
Yeah,
Do
what's
women
going
have a
on?
right to be afraid
What's
of
up, King
men
Riches?
when
I'm all right,
80%
man.
of all violent
Yeah,
crime
so I
is
wrote
done
you
by
guys
men?
on the day
Do
of.
women have a right to
While
be afraid
watching
of
the
men
videos.
when 80% of violent crime is
in
done
real
by
time.
men?
How is that
And,
different
you
than
answered just one
fearing
of my
certain
questions.
races based on
I think the
statistical data?
concern
How is that
amongst the
different than
audience
fearing certain
was
races
the lack
because
of
of
pushback
statistical
against
data?
Why is it okay for women to be
what was
sexist but
obviously-
not racist?
Why do you think it's okay for women to be sexist but not racist?
Why is it when a man cheats, he's a cheater, but when a woman cheats, it's because she's not satisfied?
Why is it that when a man cheats, he's a cheater, but when a woman cheats, she's not satisfied in the relationship?
Who takes more accountability, men or women, and why?
Women. Who takes more accountability, men or women?
Men.
Why is male sexuality so stigmatized?
Why do you think male
Well, I'll move to the next
sexuality
caller,
is so
bro. I appreciate
What
it,
up,
man.
guys? Welcome to
stigmatized?
Just
So if a guy cheats, can he blame society?
So if a guy cheats, can he blame society?
Would you agree that the best means of physical protection in our society would either be owning a gun or calling the police?
What is a better
Right,
form of
say
the lack
what
of
actually
pushback
goes
against
on.
owning a gun or calling the
what was obviously
This channel, we tell the truth no matter
anti-Semitic
what.
and bigoted
I just think that if
Why do you
people
think
are
that
going
men
How did you
are
feel about
supposed
that
to be
and
protected?
initially? And what was your
woman
comment
is
when you
just
heard
as
it?
capable of calling the police or firing a gun as a man.
Why are men expected to be protectors when women are just as capable of firing a gun or calling the police?
Would you trust a female cop to stop a sexual assault?
Would you trust a female cop to stop a sexual assault? Also, I want to give credit where credit's due. A lot of these questions are from It's Complicated channel. You guys should go follow him.
Oh, I love that
Yeah,
channel.
yeah. So a lot of these, he's very good at what he does. I steal them from him. I did get a lot of these questions from the It's Complicated channel. Literally, this man has the best questions and the best content. So if you want to give him a follow, please do so. Or wait, I'm on YouTube. A subscribe, please.
I think the concern
talk about me. I have a right
amongst
to
the
defend
audience
myself. I have a right to
was
say
the lack
what
of
actually
pushback
goes
against
on. This channel, we tell the truth no matter what. And I just think that if people are going to talk and talk and talk about me, I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on. And I'm so tired of these people coming at me for everything. And it's like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore.
So I want to
because
give credit
people
where
are
credit's due.
pandering
A lot
to
of
their
these
audience.
questions are from It's
So
Complicated
one
channel. You
thing
guys
that
should go
people
follow
accuse
him.
me
I
of
love
is
that.
grifting and regurgitating. You just regurgitate what you hear. You just grift. And you're just
Physical
pandering to
protection
an
in our
audience.
society
It's like
would
I
either
can't
be
have my own thoughts
owning
or
a gun
opinions
or
without
calling
them
the police.
believing that.
What is a better form of protection? Owning a gun or calling the police?
Why do you think that men are still expected to be protectors when a woman is just as capable of calling the police or firing a gun as a man?
Why are men expected to be protectors when women are just as capable of firing a gun or calling the police?
Would you trust
It's
a
like,
female cop
I
to
can't
stop a sexual
have my own
assault?
thoughts or
Would you
opinions without
trust
them
a
believing
female
that those are
cop to stop a sexual assault?
not my thoughts or
Also, I want to
opinions.
give credit where credit's due. A lot of these questions are from It's Complicated channel. You guys should go follow him.
Oh, I love.
And I'm so tired of these people coming at me. They're going to talk and talk and talk about me. I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on. This channel, we tell the truth no matter what. And I just think that if people are going to talk and talk and talk about me, I have a right to defend myself. I have a right to say what actually goes on. And I'm so tired of these people coming at me for everything. And it's like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are pandering to their audience. So one thing that people have accused me of is grifting and regurgitating. You just regurgitate what you hear. You just...
Okay for a woman to feel entitled to be protected and provided for, but it's wrong for a man to feel entitled to sex and intimacy.
Why are there some women who shame men for being horny when testosterone is a male hormone?
Why must men put up with female hormones being emotional and crazy, but women can't put up with male hormones being horny?
When someone commits a crime, do you blame the criminal or do you blame society?
When somebody commits a crime, do we blame the criminal or do we blame society?
Well, if a woman is attacked in public and a man is attacked in public, who do you think is more likely to be rescued?
If a woman and a man are attacked in public, who is more likely to be rescued?
When was the last time you apologized?
What was the last thing that you apologized for?
Do women have a right to be afraid of men when 80% of all violent crime is done by men?
Do women have a right to be afraid of men when 80% of violent crime is done by men?
How is that different than fearing certain races based on statistical data?
How is that different than fearing certain races because of statistical data?
Why is it okay for women to be sexist but not racist?
Why do you think it's okay for women to be sexist but not racist?
Why is it when a man cheats, he's a cheater, but when a woman cheats, it's because she's not satisfied?
Why is it that when a man cheats, he's a cheater, but when a woman cheats, she's not satisfied in the relationship?
Who takes more accountability?
You can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are pandering to their audience. So one thing that people have accused me of is grifting and regurgitating. You just regurgitate what you hear. You just
men or women, and why?
Women. Who takes more accountability? It's like
Men or
I
women?
can't have my own
Why
thoughts
is
or
male
opinions
sexuality
without
so
them believing that
stigmatized?
those
Why
are
do you
not my
think male
thoughts and opinions.
sexuality is so stigmatized?
So if a guy cheats, can he blame society?
So if a guy cheats, can he blame society?
Would you agree that the best means of physical protection in our
just
society
grift.
would
you're
either
just
be
pandering to an
owning a
audience.
gun or calling the police?
What is a better form of protection?
You just regurgitate
Owning a
what
gun
you
or
hear.
calling
you
the
just
police?
Grift.
Why do you think that men are still expected to be protectors
Accuse
when
me
a
of
woman
grifting
is just
and
as capable of
regurgitating.
calling the
You
police
just
or firing a
regurgitate
gun
what you
as a
hear.
man?
You just
Why are
grift.
men expected to
And
be
you're just pandering
protectors
to
when
an
women are
audience.
just as capable
It's
of
like-
firing a gun or calling the police?
Would you trust a female cop to stop a sexual assault?
Would you trust a female cop to stop a sexual assault? Also, I want to give credit where credit's due. A lot of
Thoughts or
these questions are
opinions?
from It's Complicated channel. You guys should go follow him.
You just grift and you're just pandering to an audience. It's like I can't have my own thoughts or opinions without them believing that those are not my thoughts and opinions.
Wow. So I can't imagine Hannah Pearl Davis. Why, any of us would ever believe that you couldn't have your own thoughts and opinions. Make sure to go like and subscribe. It's Complicated channel. Looks like somebody visited already because she's got a lot of minions who like to pop in and out and check out what's going on and make sure that they're causing mayhem or making sure that nobody's watching. Well, they don't realize that when a butterfly flaps its wings in California, boy, there's whirlwinds and tornadoes and all kind of tsunamis called the business and so many others that land on a doorstep. Isn't it amazing? Come on. All right, now we come to the next section, basically, where we're going to talk about what happens when people start getting reactionary and show you. They essentially snitch on themselves, and they show you how they aren't telling the truth and how they're afraid of the truth because they don't want to answer a question, and they're starting to unravel themselves because what ends up happening most of the time when people are untruthful and they're dishonest or disingenuous for real is that they'll end up fighting with their comrades to prove their points, to get the power play, because as we saw earlier, and I will let me pull this up because I want you guys to remember what we looked at earlier when I looked at the definition. And I want to look at you when I say this. Let me see if I can get myself back up here. There we go. Hello. Where am I? Hello. Hello. There I am. Oh, no, that's not me. Close. No, sir. Oh, there I am. Hi. Hello. Me. Okay, so as we found out earlier, when I type in, what are the signs of narcissistic sociopaths? They live in a deluded reality, which would be, believing false history. They are obsessed with power and control. She had to have the narrative her way. And they take advantage and use other people, giving people deals that basically give them 5% of a variable that may name or see. They have no moral boundaries, essentially. They're willing to do things that most people otherwise would not ethically or morally. They have a limited range of emotions. Hi, folks. Welcome to Pearly Things. This is a really deep topic and everybody's in trouble, but I'm going to just be kind of lighthearted. Well, they have a huge discard pile. Let me see. Her best friend of 20 years. Her former employee. Her everybody. Just Sarah, her former colleague, or everybody. You piss her off, and then suddenly you're left in a pile. They become hostile when threatened. She's suing and abused the copyright system. Despite the fact that she's clearly being accused, and you decide for yourself, she's being accused, and I can't decide. I mean, I don't know anything about her. You tell me. But it sure does smell and look like fishy. It smells fishy. Because his videos predate hers in all cases. Its complicated channel videos predate her questions, and they can be found to not line up in her case. And she reuses his questions over and over, and the fact that she also gave some credit in a couple of occasions, but then doesn't otherwise. That in itself, as far as the last time I saw, that's fairly actionable on a liable case, or actually just a liability. But then again, we'll get to this, but Daddy pays. Daddy pays. Daddy pays. So she doesn't care. She doesn't have to care because Daddy pays. But we'll get to that. That's way down the line. Because I'm going the full haul tonight. You see me here? I'm going the full haul tonight. I'm telling the whole story, and she's going to be I'm so glad that she got a better palate, by the way. And I didn't learn that until one of these other videos that we'll get to. But okay, so they become hostile when threatened, and they feed off negative energy. Boy, who's that sound like? Huh. Anyways, let's close this out. Get back to what I was looking at. Oh, yeah. But she wants to tell the truth. So let's hear the interview again between me and King Riches. I'm going to play it one more time because I want you to understand what the motives and agenda behind most of this is. And I want you to get it clearly so as I move on, you understand the character of these people and what they're doing, how they recognize what they're doing, and how it's no accident that all of this is happening, that they are complicit, that they are part of it, that when they tell you they don't know or they don't care or this and that, it's because they are compartmentalizing the situation, and they essentially, to my eye and in my esteem, humble opinion, onion, banana, 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 banana. I'm sorry, that was last night. I was listening to Sarah Garvey do his official, everything sounds better because you're British voice, and it's like, yeah, you could be the 2 + 2 = 22. And it's like, but banana. Banana. Okay. Hana. Banana. Okay. What are we looking at here? We're looking at new people. Make sure to like and subscribe. Anybody that you like in this channel, make sure you like and subscribe. And I'm so glad you could enjoy with us today. This is the home of the awkward. Friends of the friendless. I believe in you because we break you from the mental prisons with this huge sledgehammer that breaks down these walls because the prison cell is actually open for you to step back out of, because it's one that you make for yourself with your own imagination, people. Here we are today together, and we're going to solve this problem in the bigger meta. We're going to solve this problem all together as an army, because the battle is won piece by piece, brick by brick, to pull this obelisk down so the big man comes crashing onto the ground, and we kick it into the corner with its 1,400 inhabitants and say, we're not going to take it anymore because we're mad as hell. And now back to the story. So I got a chance 2 days after, and I've already played this, but I'm going to play it again because I want everybody to really have it all sink in before we move on. Because I'm not coming back to her. Once we're done with this, I'm done. I have bigger fish to fry. I mean, way flipping bigger. And so big you would probably shake yourself if you really knew the width and the breadth and the actual horse kicky that's gonna get right in your ear for the next 4 weeks. Because we're lighting off a battle for the souls of our future, for the spirit of our time, for the mindset of our children, for the battle between positive and negative. Those who would have us fight over the scraps just to watch us as they feed off our negativity. All right. So now that I've spoken a speechy or two, let's go back to what I'm trying to show you here. What I'm trying to show you. I've already shared this, but I'm gonna share it one more time, so that I can bring her on the screen, because she wasn't here watching. She was not here watching earlier, and I want her to watch. So let's get her watching, okay? Because I think she needs to see this, because she couldn't acknowledge this, and now they're pretty much in full tilt denial and deflection. I'm gathering that the lawyer was just like, don't say anything, don't tell anybody anything, don't speak about anything, because you have everything out online, and now there's an archive of it, and there's just no way to ever, let's get it right up here. Let's get it right, yeah, like right there. And you know what, since I've got that, let me get rid of the background, and let me just leave her there, okay? I'm going to just leave her here, and what we're going to do is I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to say, you know what, I am magic. I am magic. How am I magic? You're going to say, Aaron, how are you magic? And I'm going to say, I'm magic because I can do this. I can go, Hannah Pearl, I want your background to go away, and I just want to have you stay there. And I'm going to say, okay, and we're going to see how this goes. It should be okay. Yeah? Okay. So similarity, let's get rid of. Oh yeah, there you are, Pearl. Now you gotta hang out with us. Easy as pie. Magic. Magic! Just like when I go in the show! Ow! Damn. Oh no. Okay, hold on. All right. I'm sorry. I'm down here. I'm actually going to dip myself out again. I'm gonna hang back in the corner. I'm so glad you could join me. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're not familiar with me. I interject myself into conversation that nobody asked me to be a part of, and by way, extend it and include things that maybe weren't meant to be involved in the first place. But that's probably a good thing, because angles of point of view are what gives things width and breadth. And sometimes girth, like the big old holes that is gonna come up in the air like, ah! See the look on his face? He doesn't realize how real that look on his face really is going to be in the long run. Because as I leave them in the dust, as this is our last time dealing with this, he's going to be wondering who that masked man was that asked him the questions that verified everything later on. That he won't be able to get away with the fact that after the fact they've said, oh, she didn't know. I was just, trying to do something. And we have to listen to his words now, because this is closer to the event. This is within days of the event. Within a week of Fuentes, and within 3 days of everybody going home and then reacting and responding to the fact that they've been sitting on the same chair as a white nationalist Nazi, the size of a leprechaun, with a very annoying, very squeaky voice who will just scream at you. Scream at you! Because his little feefee is probably running through the forest the size of you know, if I hold my fingers up, you'll get a better view. That's basically what it is. But when I pull it back, you realize that's not okay. Micro. The micro banana. And basically, that poor bastard has a very self an incel, because he's just a basic, and he wants you to hate people so that he can go. And now that I'm done saying my personal affair, let's get to the interview. Again.
Welcome, guys. Welcome to Just Friends YouTube channel. Today, I'm going to be telling you
What?
How's that? You got my audio now?
Yeah. What's going on?
What's up, King Riches?
I'm all right, man.
Yeah, so I wrote you guys on the day of while watching the videos.
Can you see that, Pearl?
In real time.
Just want to make sure you can.
And you answered just one of my questions.
Hey, Pearl?
I think the concern amongst the audience was the lack of pushback against
was it? Yeah.
What was obviously anti-Semitic and bigoted topics. How did you feel about that initially, and what was your comment when you heard it?
At the end of the day, I'm not here to talk about like anti-Semitism. I'm here to talk about Pearl specifically.
Convenient.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah?
Understood.
So
but
wait, hold on a second.
as
Because
an
I kind of want to
observer,
think about this, because now you don't want to talk about any of it. It's just about you.
Informative pushback.
Yeah, no, I agree. I hear that. And like, as I said, I think that she wasn't equipped. She hadn't done enough research. She didn't understand the gravity of what she was doing. Having a guy like that on an interview, I think she's probably learned from this situation. I told her straight up the things that she said that was obviously going to be taken the wrong way by the black community, and in fact it was taken the wrong way by me personally. I told her straight up to her face. Because a lot of people assume that, because Pearl's my boss and so I'm scared to say something. No, I was just waiting to see what people was gonna say, to be honest. I wanted to see what people was gonna say. I was waiting to see what people was gonna say and who was gonna come out of the woodwork and do all of this, and you know, and now we see what it is. And so
I'll ask you real quickly.
We sure do.
Sorry. When you did approach her, what was the response?
She was just like taking on board what I was saying, to be honest, like, because I think she understood that, okay, like I've said something that's upset a lot of people, you know, and I understand, but you know, it's different when you hear it from somebody that knows you know them and they know you personally, to faceless strangers on YouTube comments, or people that don't know you making reaction videos. It's a completely different level. Like it touches base like harder when it's somebody that you know personally telling you, looking you in the eye, saying you messed up when you said this, and it even made me feel some type of way. And I know you
just kept pushing down.
And you saw that out of her.
Yeah, absolutely. She was sitting right in front of me. Yeah.
Don't you think so?
Absolutely.
That's fantastic to know. As an audience.
By the way, I want you to understand what I said there, because people might miss this, and I am a snarky MFer. I will say some wacky stuff to you like, oh, that was a thing. I saw that. Boy, you really went there. That's fantastic to know. There's a comma in there, and that's not K-N-O-W, I said. That's N-O. So check what people say to you, because some of us are just that freaking wild. Huh. Wonder why.
Fantastic to know. As an audience member, by the way. And the last thing is, why do you think she took the interview knowing that she wasn't prepared? And did anybody or any of the producers say, hey, you don't know this?
I just think
he just thinks, except he knows, because the answer that comes out of him right here, and I'm going to zoom him in so that she has to just sit and look at him, and he has to be like, she's all up in his face, like, hey, I'm your boss. I won't give you your tiny little scraps and percentage if you answer wrong. But see, I don't think she was on vacation, so they were feeling pretty free at this moment in time, by the way. She was not in the studio right then. She had gone to Italy.
think that he was a controversial character, and I think at the end of the day, it's business. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it was business.
Ginger sweat. Ugh. It's just business. Did you catch that? It's just business and money. I want to make sure you knew that.
That he was a controversial character, and I think at the end of the day, it's business. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it was business.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I understand. Now, mind you,
so I'm scared to say something.
Interview,
no, I was just waiting.
I was very snarky. I cut it out. I should have left in there because it's very snarky. I said, "Wow!" I just want to say separately, boy, you've been doing a lot better, sir. Oh, thank you. That's what he says, by the way, just for clarification. So if you listen to it, you're like, "Oh, but he just simped at him." No. You have to understand, I am the snarkiest human on the earth. I'm snarkier than the Tea Party. I'm quicker and more. Well, let's say I'm the youngest of 4 boys, so I'm going to come at it in some angle that you're not expecting because I want to hit maximum power 3 days later when you're sitting there in the shower and you go, wait, did he say fantastic? Then no? Did he say that I'm doing a lot better? Then what? That's the kind of thing that a true pro of snark leaves with you. It's a seed that grows into a large tree that wraps around your soul and id and crushes you slowly. It's a little slow burner, as we say. So I don't care if you think you won in the moment. I'll be like, right. Yeah, no, you're good. Of course you won. Of course you won there, buddy. You definitely won. Okay, you enjoy that. You go ahead and you enjoy what you think you did. I'm going to let you do that. I'm going to let you go ahead and go through it. And then 3 days from now, you're going to be like, oh. So let's, what's going on with the employees now? Let's check it out. What's going on with the employees now? So, last weekend, Pearl's been back for about a week. Pearl and Auntie Jenny, there's another person on the program. Well, there's some things about Auntie Jenny's mother passing away and them raising money at the same time that Auntie Jenny made another video that says that Pearl gave her the money to bury her mother and such, and it's just the stories don't really add up, and it seems like they were trying to raise money for her, and then suddenly this last weekend, they talk about how there's a kerfluffle that goes down, and it's in the videos. I'm not going to pull it up. It's not worth pointing it out. Just understand that that I have the receipt, and I was in a chat on another page, and I came across somebody saying that Pearl was accusing Pearl of not being gender conforming, and there was a response from Auntie Jenny that I wish I got a snap of. I know somebody else must have, but it went away so fast because she had a response to it, and essentially the response is, you have no clue. If you did, you wouldn't believe it. With a bunch of dancing, and she was like partying and something like that. So take it as you will. I took it as I will. And seconds later, as I'm like, Auntie Jenny, can I quote you on that? It went whoop. Because they know when they hear me say, can I quote you on that? You're on the record. This is for the public record and reporting's sake and diligence. Boy, do they go running, it seems like. Because even though they're telling the truth as far as Pearl says, they seem to be running from something. They seem to be afraid to directly answer questions, and instead they don't just not have a comment. They run away, and it seems like there may be some kerfluffle. And let me just play this one little short clip so you get an idea of what I'm talking about, and then we'll go to the attempt for me to ask the 3 major questions about his rap career and what happened. Talking about King Riches. The plagiarism that is being levied against, or the accusation of plagiarism that is being levied against the JPT. And mind you, that it's not just her. If you go to the other channels, they use the same questions. He's used the same questions in plenty of the interactions. He's using them daily. I don't think he realizes that this applies to him by association, because I hear him constantly say, well, that's not me. I'm not associated with this. He loves to they both love to separate themselves off conveniently, which is like doing backflips in your mind to say, even though I'm here, I work for this person, I'm in this environment, I'm in this chair, I'm saying the same things, but I'm not involved the same way. That's not me. Yeah, millions of people on the planet have died over and over and over again, and it's called silence via complicity. And silence is complicity. Complicity is staying silent when other people are being harmed, or when bad things are happening, or when somebody you know is lying, possibly, or maybe possibly even committing perjury, maybe. You know, there's all kinds of possibilities. Anyhow. Yeah, look at the concern on the face. Here we go. Let's hear what Auntie Jenny has to say after whatever kerfluffle drama that, if you go back in the video of today, he mentions. Well, there was some drama today, or drama this last weekend, so now everything's calming down, and da-da-da-da-da. And so what drama was it? Because, I mean, we've all been hitting you guys for weeks on this. I'm over a month, and the business is 8 months, over a year, I'm sorry, and my TV is like 8 or 9 months. So, you know, I'm not really sure what he's talking about like this last weekend, except maybe I am. Because I kind of get a hint of something in the timbre of the voice, and the language, and the inflections, and the, let's say, disengagement from the topic. Okay? So, bear with me. Okay? We're going to go down. This is going to be a quick clip, but I may play it a couple times because I want you to get the idea. And that's why I've played these things a couple times, because I'm not going to do this again, people. I'm done with her. I'm done looking at that half-washed. What I think is half-washed. She looks like, yeah, isn't it funny? Hold on. Tell me what you got for me, Jenny.
I've got the fire.
She does. She's got the fire. And I think Auntie Jenny has full tilt rebelled. Because you know you can't contain this woman. She's going to tell you what she thinks. She's clearly a nice person, actually, at her spirit center. But she's an aggressive, combative person. Willing to tell you what she thinks at all times. Doesn't make her right all the time. Hold on a second. Let me get Pearl. Look, Pearl's off in the distance. Like, check her out. She's like, is Pearl gonna sneak over? Hold a second. Let me see. Oh no, that's not Pearl. Pearl, you gonna sneak over to Auntie Jenny's shoulder? Is that what's gonna happen? How creepy. Pearl's like, wait, hold on a second. Pearl's like, don't you dare say anything, because if you say the things that I lie, people will realize that I'm actually possibly maybe not telling the truth, and then that would be a problem for me, because I pay you what I tell you is a lot of money, even though it's only a tiny percentage of what you should be making if you just had your own channel. So I'm gonna sit here right on your shoulder to make sure you say the right things. Accepting that it doesn't work in this situation. I mean, I don't know. I am only saying, people think that I have to regurgitate my words. Which she is. We've now seen. Quantifiably. I don't have to worry about saying that she isn't, because she's literally doing that. And then she admits that she does that. Where most of the questions come from, I quote, end quote, on the record. On the record. Isn't that amazing? How it is on the record when you're in the public eye. And when... well, when these things end up getting utilized for larger media outside in the IRL that matter way more than this space right here, that could just be, well, an embedding bit of pastime by somebody who knows the environment and the algorithm from its birth. Or it could just be, whatever you make of it, because you know what's actually going on, right? Because it's got to be the way you need it to be. Right, Pearl? Huh? Okay. Because you know the truth, and you're the only one who can tell us how it is, right? Okay. Tell us, Auntie Jenny. Tell us what it is that you got for us today. Auntie Jenny, tell us what you got for us today.
I've got the fire.
Hey, if you're part of the network, you already know who I am, my name, whatever.
Not part of the network. This is Auntie Jenny's Village. Stay who you are. You're a guest.
Right. Wait, what? It's not the JPT? I'm confused. Wait, say that again? Wait, I thought this was the JPT. I thought we were one unified. Everybody works together. You stay out of it because it's your. I mean, like, what? I'm confused. What's going on here, people?
Partner network. This is Auntie Jenny's village. Stay who you are. You're a guest. Stay like everybody else.
All right.
No
Listen.
I don't know if you're familiar with who China is, but he's the son of a very, an influential politician who also has some very wild points of view over there in the UK, who's in the parliament. So you can look it up. His name is China, and this gentleman is, he's associated to some very interesting things once I actually looked at it. And there is another video where he out and out calls out Abbott Preach for smoke and says, "You got smoke, yeah. You got smoke." They reused it and they actually do. So you can go look at Abbott and Preach. But this gentleman right here is an interesting character because he is, in some ways, a politician's son, right? So he's likely, pretty privileged, right? Right? What do you got there? Auntie Jenny? Why are you feeling a certain way? What's going on?
I've got the fire.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, if you're part of the network, you already know who I am, my name, whatever.
Not part of the network. This is Auntie Jenny's village. Stay who you are. You're a guest. Stay like everybody else.
So it's not part of the network, in her own words, and I quote.
I've got the fire.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, if you're part of the network, you already know who I am, my name, whatever.
Not part of the network. This is Auntie Jenny's village. Stay who you are.
Straight,
You're
China.
a guest. Stay like
This is
everybody
Auntie
else.
Jenny's network now. Not part of the network. But I thought Pearl was paying for your mother's funeral. Or was she raising money for your mother's funeral? Or what's going on? Oh, is it that she's spending a lot of money on attorneys and lawyers to fight Sarah and other people and likely to have to fight back against accusations of plagiarism and such? Is that what's going on? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there what it seems to be going on. I'm just asking. I'm asking a question because I don't know the answer to these questions. And that's, why I'm asking them. Because inquiring minds, we want to know, right? Oh. Sorry, I love her dance moves. Woo! She only comes around every 12 minutes. And she's also like kineoscope and shit. I should speed her up. Alright, enough of that. Hold on. I'll give her the laugh.
I've got the fire.
Yeah, she does. She does have the fire. Because even in the smallest bit of intimation, you can get an idea of what's going on behind the scenes with this one, the Puppet Master. This one. I called her the Puppet Master. Oh my god. Pearly Swings, the squirrely things. Alright.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, if you're part of the network, you already know who I am, my name, whatever.
Not part of the network. This is Auntie Jenny's village. Stay who you are. You're a guest. Stay like everybody else.
All right.
No
Listen.
special treatment on here, right?
All right.
You got smoke. I got fire. I want to know
Well,
your
what's
name.
the fire, Auntie Jenny? By the way, she never explained it on the podcast. They just went on into the podcast, and I was hoping she would. They never did. I watched the whole thing, so you don't have to. And I noticed that there's people flipping back and forth. You're welcome to stay. Keep me on in the background. All right, this is a long feed. Trust me, I'm going to be on until probably 2 a.m. today. This is one where I'm trying to fill in every gap for you, so that you can scroll through and find pieces and take them all separately. And then I'm going to chop them up and make chunks. And I'm going to put these out there so everybody can use them and borrow them, and everybody can get all the video because I've got all the tea to spill from the white girl areas. Those hairy holes in logic. I'm ArpmnMSound. You're watching Look Up, the remix, my streaming show. Make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already, and I appreciate you for joining me. Here we go. Tell us what's up, Auntie Jenny.
I got fire. I want to know your name, your age, relationship status. Give me a number of how you're feeling and one single word. Don't bring no smoke on my show because you're only going to get fire in return.
All right. So I'm a Miri.
Okay. And by the way, the reason why I leave these clips this way is so that you can see I'm just straight taking them off of. I'm not even clipping them. I am literally filming my phone screen so that you see that there's a methodology to this. And a timing, and that I can back this up, and that this isn't me clipping things together in an editing fashion so it looks better. That's not what this is about, people. This is about breaking things, I guess. Did I scare the cat? I must have scared the cat. Oh my! All right. This is about catching these people red-handed in lies, or what I believe to be lies. I'm not sure. They could be lies. They could be just fibs. They could be BS or falderall or chicanery. They could be all kinds of things. But I'll let you decide that. I have my own opinions on the subject, and that's why I say what I do. So let's keep it rocking. Sorry. Let's keep that beat moving. See, she's smiling. She's having a good time. I think it's time we take a little brain break. Come on, let's close this out. Go away, you! Yeah, weirdo. And, ma'am, I'm sorry, Auntie Jenny. You're gonna have to get out of here, too. Nope, I said get out of here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And you know what? Tiny Dancer, take stage. Take the stage, Tiny Dancer. We're going to spend a couple minutes here because it's time that we clear our brain, because I have one piece that's going to sum up essentially what's gone down. See, in the past week, I've been trying to ask 3 simple questions. Why is it that Pearl has 2 videos that people seem to be going to that say, 1, there's accusations of plagiarism at It's Complicated channel, and 2, why is she associated to this video I'm going to show you a little later, done by the Willie Mac Show, where he points out the disenfranchisement system and how it affects everything we're seeing and who's involved. That's our next stop, down into the hole. But in this process, I'm going to deconstruct our friend in the most massive, extensive way you've ever seen. So let's go to the last bit where you know, based off of what's happening, that they know that I have receipts because I'm part of an army and I'm just a soldier in it. As they call me, the passing white guy in these streets. Or I call myself, they call me the rabbi. Which I'm not. I disavowed that at a young age. Because I was like, are you gonna make me, oh wow, am I glitching that hard? Okay. Wow, look at it. It's time to, limit this. Wow. Interesting. Curious. Oh, I know why. I'm looking at this thing and that's actually my speed. Okay. Wow. It was very slow for a minute. Sorry, folks. Now is a moment. We're just letting our brains... Oh, that would be why. Oh, my. That's much better. Okay, now that you've been feeling it, you can dance with my folks. This last piece that's coming up is how you know that we're affecting them. And now that we've cleared our minds a little bit and we're getting into the groove, we're going to see this little last bit. And I want you guys to understand that I was really trying to get 3 questions answered. And all they did for the past week is delete them anywhere they were, whether they're in sub-comments, or whether they're on the main comment, whether I hit them on the local community channel, or whether I asked them in chat. These folks are running, and they definitely don't answer their email. So, admittedly so, apparently, and I quote, Fem Sapien, send it to her email so she can just ignore it like the rest of them. Which is what these people do because they don't have accountability for their own behaviors. They don't want to have accountability, and they think the only thing that matters is your subs. Because they've forgotten that the rest of the world, well, the rest of the world, yeah, it exists outside of YouTube. Now, one of the things I've been finding very interesting about a lot of these folks is their limited concept of everything. And they would have, you believe that the only thing that matters is their set of beliefs because they have the subs and the views. Except what they don't realize is somebody had to build the place that they live. Somebody had to build the environment for them to do that. Somebody had to build the algorithm. Somebody had to build the design. Somebody had to build it all. And had been doing it long before they were doing it. All the way back into the 90s when there was just a T1 line. But how would they know that? Because, you know, the world is only as they know it. The world is only as they decide it because they have the subs. It doesn't matter if you may work for a major publication or if that you have historically worked for one of the largest corporations on the planet. No, none of that matters. What matters is what they think in their mind, in their perception about you, because they have the subs and they're making money off of their platform. And that couldn't happen with anybody else. And the only thing that matters is that the reality that they're portraying is absolutely the real one. And that could be agenda. That could be a total agenda. So that's why when I had the experience that I had this morning, and you can see what happens the moment I say, "Good morning, sir. You're on the record." "Oh, that's a terrible way to start," he says. I said, "Well, it's what I have to say. You're on the record and on the public record. And I'm here this morning to ask you 3 questions." By the way, I'm repeating the second thing I said because I repeated the same thing twice, but added in, "You're on the public record" the second time. You can listen to it back on his show or what I'm about to play for you. So I'm telling you, her moves are like the best. And I apologize for the choppy. You know, today has been one of those days. You know what I'm saying? Not sure why. Could be that things got updated. I am going to try to see something though. I'm going to try to help myself out. All right. So as I wait for the matrix to allow me control surfaces, I am brought to a moment where my dancy friends happily bound about in amidst this terrible, terrible, complex system of degradation in humanity. And if you're like, oh, Aaron, why are you sitting online with 2 people? Because every seed matters. Because we plant the seed amongst us and we let it grow and the message spreads itself. Because we don't have to hate one another. One little butterfly wing flap over here can make all the difference in the world. Because it takes our minds together. Takes us all together to make a change. To stop people who would lie to you or tell you that the sky is green instead of blue, and then force it down your throat and then tell you that they came up with the idea when clearly it was somebody else who did that. Know what I'm saying? But they don't want you to know that because it makes them look better if they never mention that somebody else's words are coming out of their mouth. Because of course, if you did that, you'd have to admit that you maybe you're not as important, or maybe you're not as, intellectual, or maybe you're just not as smart. Right? Right? Yeah. So, let me bring this back, and we're going to watch this last little piece. And then I'm going to throw on a video. I'm going to feed my dogs, feed the cat, feed myself. And it's going to be the flinches video and my response to that. So bear with me, and then I'm going to come back, and then we're going to go back to the live. And hopefully I can get some of this corrected. So let me see what I can do here. All right, so I'm back. And it's probably not going to get much better for a minute. But I definitely have it on the run. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why. Shut you down, too. Get you out of there. And that task. I don't know why that's on. Holy mackerel. What is exactly going on? Oh, that'll do it. I think I might have helped out. Well, this is no fun. Ha! All right, folks, let's move it on. I'll be frank with you, I'm not really sure why things are doing what they're doing right now anymore. Because it seems like what I got hit with earlier. All right, flash them right out. They thought they were messing with somebody that didn't know what was going on. Flash them right out. Here we go. You ready? We got one more thing to look at. And I want you to know it's important. It's the last little piece in the puzzle. Oh, did you hop out? Because I came back? Did you think that I was going to have a problem? Oh no. Oh no. See, you can try to take me down. I got 12 backups to 12 backups just because. So let's get it moving.
But I gotta move to the next caller, bro. I appreciate you, man. Hello. Can't hear him. What?
Yeah, how's that? You got my audio now?
Yeah. What's going on?
What's up, King Riches?
I'm all right, man.
Yeah, so I wrote you guys on the day of, while watching the videos in real time. And you answered just one of my questions. I think the concern amongst the audience was the lack of pushback against what was obviously anti-Semitic and bigoted topics. How did you feel about that initially, and what was your comment when you heard it?
At the end of the day, I'm not here to talk about like anti-Semitism. I'm here to talk about Pearl specifically. Yeah. Understood.
But as an observer, the issue was her lack of informative pushback.
Yeah, no, I agree. I hear that. And like, as I said, I think that she wasn't equipped. She hadn't done enough research. She didn't understand the gravity of what she was doing. Having a guy like that on an interview, I think she probably learned from this situation. I told her straight up the things that she said that was obviously going to be taken the wrong way by the black community. And in fact, it was taken the wrong way by me personally. I told her straight up to her face. Because a lot of people assume that, because Pearl's my boss and so I'm scared to say something. No, I was just waiting to see what people was gonna say, to be honest. I wanted to see what people was gonna say. I was waiting to see what people was gonna say and who was gonna come out of the woodwork and do all of this, and and now we see what it is. And so
I ask you real quickly.
Yeah.
Sorry. When you did approach her, what was the response?
She was just like taking on board what I was saying, to be honest, like, because I think she understood that, okay, like I've said something that's upset a lot of people, and I understand, but it's different when you hear it from somebody that knows you know them and they know you personally, to faceless strangers on YouTube comments or people that don't know you making reaction videos. It's a completely different level. Like it touches base like harder when it's somebody that you know personally telling you, looking you in the eye, saying you messed up when you said this, and it even made me feel some type of way, and I know you. And you saw that out of her? Yeah, absolutely. She was sitting right in front of me. Yeah, absolutely.
That's fantastic to know. As an audience member, by the way. And the last thing is, why do you think she took the interview knowing that she wasn't prepared? And did anybody or any of the producers say, hey, you don't know this?
I just think that he was a controversial character, and I think at the end of the day, it's business. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it was business.
Oh yeah, here we go. Let's take you back a little bit so you can remember what's really been going on. Let's take a look at what she had to say about telling the truth.
But I gotta move to the next caller, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Today,
Hello.
I'm going to be telling you
No, it's not part of the network. This is Auntie Jenny's village. Stay who you are. You're a guest. Stay in the company.
All right.
So, she's innocent, she says. She knows what's real, and she can tell you. As opposed to you being able to see it with your own eyes. Let's drop this out. Let's let her say it again.
All right.
How's that? You got my audio now?
Because all the noise that fills our heads with this nonsense, it's hard to tell what's really going on.
Anyway,
what up, guys?
hello.
Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Today,
Hello.
I'm going to be telling you the truth
Hey,
about
boom, 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 boom.
partner.
Good morning. This is ArpmnMSound reporting. You're on the record. I have.
anyway,
What up, guys?
hello.
Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Today,
Hello.
I'm going to be telling you the truth about.
Partner network. This is Auntie Jenny's village. Stay who you are. You're a guest.
There's
All
been
right,
a lot
what?
of controversy this
How's
week,
that? You got my audio
and
now?
a lot of people
What do
have
you
my
mean,
name in their mouth, and I just think I owe it to myself to be able to tell the truth. Because at the end of the day, on this channel, we tell
So
the
a lot
truth
of
no
these-
matter what.
He's
And
very
I
good
just
at what he
think
does.
that
I
if
steal them from
people
him.
are going to talk,
did
and talk
get a lot
and
of these
talk about me,
questions
I
from
have a
the
right
It's
to defend
Complicated
myself.
channel.
I have a right to say
Literally, this
what
man has
actually
the
goes
best
on.
questions and the best content. So if you want to give him a follow,
This channel, we tell
please
the
do
truth
so.
no matter what.
Or wait, I'm on
And
YouTube.
I just think
Subscribe,
that if
please do
people are going
so.
to talk and talk and
Because
talk
I
about
did.
me,
I want to give
I have
credit
a
where
right to
credit
defend
is due.
myself. I have a right to
why?
say what actually
Who
goes
takes more
on.
accountability?
And
Men
I'm so
or
tired of
women?
these people coming at me for everything. And it's like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are pandering to their audience. So one thing that people have accused me of is grifting and regurgitating. You just regurgitate what you hear. You just grift and you're just pandering to an audience. It's like, I can't have my own thoughts or opinions without them believing that those are not my thoughts and opinions.
Why is male sexuality so stigmatized?
Why do you think male sexuality is so stigmatized?
So if a guy cheats, can he blame society?
And so if a guy cheats, can he blame society?
Would you agree that the best means of physical protection in our society would either be owning a gun or calling the police?
What is a better form of protection? Owning a gun or calling the police?
Why do you think that men are still expected to be protectors when a woman is just as capable of calling the police or firing a gun as a man?
Why are men expected to be protectors when women are just as capable of firing a gun or calling the police?
Would
Really goes on. This channel, we tell the truth no matter what. And I just think that if people are going to talk and talk and talk,
you trust a female cop
and
to stop a
I'm so
sexual...
tired of these people coming at me for
Would
everything.
you trust a
And it's
female
like,
cop?
You
to
can't even tell the truth about anything anymore
stop
because
a
people are
sexual
pandering to their
assault.
audience. So one thing that people have accused me of is grifting and regurgitating.
Also,
You
I
just
want to give credit where
regurgitate what
credit's
you hear.
due. A lot
You
of these
just
questions are from
grift.
It's Complicated channel. You guys should go follow him.
Oh, I love that
Yeah,
channel.
yeah, yeah. So a lot of these, he's
And you're
very
just
good at what he does.
pandering
I
to-
steal them from him. I did get a lot of these questions from
And
the
the
It's
people accuse me of
Complicated
is
channel.
grifting and
Literally, this
regurgitating.
man has the
You just
best
regurgitate
questions
what
and the
you
best
hear. You just
content. So
grift.
if you want to
And you're
give him a
just pandering to
follow,
an audience.
please do so.
It's like,
or wait,
I
I'm on
can't
YouTube.
have my own thoughts or opinions without them believing that those are not my thoughts and
Subscribe, please do so. Because I want to give credit where credit is due.
When a woman is just as capable of calling the police or firing a gun as a man?
Why are men expected to be protectors when women are just as capable of firing a gun or calling the police?
Would you trust a female...
Would you trust this female is the question in this situation. And that's why I kind of leave it there, because the last piece is to let you know that we are sending them. I hope so. And I'm responding to Big Brother Nico right now. I think he is going to leave her network and start his own thing. And I would totally watch that and support him if he did that. Just like Auntie Jenny saying this little tidbit here that if you didn't catch it, I shared it on my colleague at Mike TV's. And look at the face. Look at the face here. She's like, oh, this is bad. This is bad. Oh, no. So I happened to catch this the other day because there was some smoke and fire. And so let me share this with you since you're here with me now. And I'll stop the spinny wheel. And I'll pop myself into frame for a second. So we can talk about this. show. Hi. Hello. Hi there. Okay. So, the great thing that I have for you in particular, and I played this a couple times, and then we'll get to this last piece before I go deep down the rabbit hole of showing you some other stuff, and I'll put on my video about Fuentes and then lead you into, Sneeko. I'm actually gonna lead you down to Sneeko's terrible friends and all sorts of stuff, and really how this affects the larger picture and how many different platforms there are. They're doing way, way worse than she is, and including, encouraging white kids to say the N-bomb, and then the Indian girl up in the corner says, oh, it doesn't mean as much when you give them permission. To let you know what kind of proliferation is going on out there. And she's just the tip of the iceberg. So, Auntie Jenny, what's going on with you, huh? She got smoke.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly.
She got smoke.
I've got the fire.
Oh, dancers, out of the way,
if you're part of the network, you already know who I am, my name, whoever.
Nah, not part of the network. This is Auntie Jenny's Village. Stay who you are. You're a guest. Stay it like everybody else.
All right.
No
listen.
special treatment on here, right?
All right.
You got smoke, I got fire.
Does
I
she?
want to know your name, your age.
Wait, hold on. Did you cast that like I did?
Give me.
Did she say there's no network? That it's just Auntie Jenny's Village?
I've got the fire.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, if you're part of the network, you already know who I am, my name, whoever.
Nah, not part of the network. This is Auntie Jenny's Village. Stay who you are. You're a guest.
Right.
It like
Wait, so it's not a network anymore? It's just Auntie Jenny's Village? Oh,
You got
wow.
smoke, I
Well,
got
let's
fire.
see what happens when they're really kind of, let me kind of, what's the word for it? It could be that they're kind of,
I've got the fire.
scared to answer the questions about, plagiarism and about white nationalist disenfranchisement that there's lots and lots and lots of video evidence to show there's a connection to, as well as her pushing soul, not just because Sarah gave her that book about Africa and slavery that she should have read the history on. No, because it's where she got the soul book from. That's very important, folks. And if you don't know that, then you might know that she was being indoctrinated into a larger, well, I guess we could call it a cult. But these things are down the line, so bear with me here. And I'm so glad you could join me. I'm ArpmnMSound. Make sure to like and subscribe. Anybody on the channel who's supporting the cause, who's here with the army of the willing of mirth, to take down the walls of the obelisk and the Ben to make it crash down in these mental prisons that you hold in your own mind. That we throw this bedazzled, poopy-flavored poop that we make ourselves, that we'll defend at all costs when the cage is open and all we gotta do is step back. And you can tell because Auntie Jenny
I've got the fire.
has the fire for us, and in the end they're running scared because of people like at Mike TV, because of people like at The Business, because of people like Trigonometry, because of people like you joining me here, because of people who have free and open minds, who are willing to look past the otherism and band together for each of their communities and say, you know what? Fuck this fucking racist fascist bitch, and send her back to the hellhole she came from originally. Now, if you've ever watched my channel, you know I don't curse very often, but I'm done with her, and today's the last day I'm dealing. Today's the last day I'm dealing it all. And yeah, I cursed. I'm not monetized. I don't care about the money on this. This ain't my gig. I do this because I care about you. This is the home of the awkward, friend of the friendless. I believe in you. And why? Because you are somebody, and there's no compromise in that. And I am somebody, and there's no compromise in that. There is no compromise when it comes to you. But they would have you compromise. And let me show you what compromise does to people. When at the end of the day, you can't be confronted and answer a simple question, or 3 simple questions. What happened to your rap career, sir? How did that work? How did that go down? Were you in the United States? Question number 2. That sounds like many questions, but it's really one with subsets. Question number 2. What do you have to say about the accusations against JPT of plagiarism levied by the It's Complicated channel, who says that you don't have the right to use those questions without giving him some kind of credit? Question number 3. What do you have to say, sir, about the accusations from @WillyMac here at the YouTubes in his video Sneako's Terrible Friends? Again, that's @WillyMac here at YouTube. Sneako's Terrible Friends. What about the accusations showing indoctrination of Pearl watching anti-Semitic and soul videos with Sneako, as she says, oh, I didn't know this, and he gives her a book, and that book is by Thomas Sowell. What about that, sir? It's all cute. It's all funny. And I notice he's not wearing an LA hat anymore. I noticed that he's not wearing an LA hat. And I hear you, my friend. Big Brother Nico, I appreciate you being here. There's nothing better than having even one person to plant the seed with. Because that's all it takes. You and me planting the seed. It doesn't take a whole army, really. It just takes a couple of us. It takes you and I saying, we know this to be true, and here's the receipts. We know this to be true because we've seen it over and over. So I'm going to play this, and then I'm going to leave you with the Fuentes video, so please don't leave. Hang out. It's still the remix. And this is the way we do it. Because this is gonna make you laugh. This is gonna make you giggle before I leave you for about an hour. Go feed the pets. Take a leak. Eat some food. But I'm gonna leave you with a video so you can study what I'm talking about, because I was there with the business. I was there with @MikeTV. That's how I found him on the day that Fuentes was doing the interview. Now, we all had different agenda. We all had different ideas, but we were there together. And that's what matters. Unity is unity in individuality. And we need to express and love that, because we are humanity. And without the 8 billion different assholes, the 8 billion different minds, the 8 billion different souls and spirits and ideas, we wouldn't be as beautiful a species as we are. And so we should appreciate each and every one of us, from the very first mother African to the most recent baby born of a muddy American who has everybody in them and is accepted by no one, in no one's group, because no one can see themselves in that person. And I wonder if you notice how personal that is to me. Ready? Okay, let's see this guy run. And then I'm done. I'm only going to show this once, because it was embarrassing enough for him that time. And I think you can run it back, and you can actually check it out for yourself. You ready? This is the one time. Oh, maybe I'll scoot it back and forth, because it is pretty funny. Yo, he runs, and then he tries to make light of it, but I'm going to hold on his eyes, too, when he realizes what I say to him, that he's on the record. And I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about in reference to the fact that I already got the interview, where he says, she did it for the money. She did it for the clout. She did it because she didn't know any better, and I pushed back. Oh, you did? That's interesting, King Riches, because you're goofing now. And then I asked him, does he realize that people feel like he's putting on a minstrel show? That that's one of the lowest things you could do in humanity, much less, and we use that as a term. It's a terrible term, but it is referring to someone mocking their own people. And it's one thing when I do it, because my people need to sit in hell for a while. Learn how to take what they fucking doled out to everybody else. And it's not just my people. It's people who look like me when... I don't even know how to describe it. White people don't think I'm white. Jews don't think I'm Jewish. Natives, they won't take me on the reservation. And anybody who is melanin sees me as white. So I'm not accepted by anybody. So when you think that, well, you've got privilege. No, I really... My privilege is that I get to stand outside. That I'm Kappa. That I'm Omega. That I'm Sigma. I stand on the outside looking in. And occasionally, if I want to go ninja style, I'll be Gamma. Because then I can come in and kick Alpha and Beta's ass. But that's normally just a metaphoric and hyperbolic sensibility. In any case, I'd call this, got him on the run, Mike. That's what I call this. At Mike TV, got him on the run. Because the moment he hears me and realizes who it is and hears me say, "You're on the record, sir," he flips out and goes, "Oh, that's a terrible choice to say!" Ah! Because if you have nothing to fear, then the media doesn't bother you. Shall we?
Anyway, hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm good.
here.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Good morning. This is ArpmnMSound reporting. You're on the record. I have 3 questions for you. I'm going to start with one that's
What you mean?
That look? That look? I'm on the record? Huh? What is that? What does that mean? I'm on the record. Well, sir, you're a public figure, and the things you say do come back to haunt you, because we have a record, and we will share the record with print media and clips and the public at large, so that they understand who the frick you really are, bro. Simple. Want me to boil it down? If you're gonna shuck and jive, if you're gonna turn your own people out, if you're gonna work with somebody who would have your entire group of friends, let's take it away from the meta. Your friends, your girlfriend sat there and told Fuentes off, and you came in like, oh, well, you know, I don't have anything to say. I wasn't there. Like, compartmentalizing it makes it okay somehow. Yeah, that face. Forget about what your background is. Let's talk about the character of the human doing this. The moment he heard...
I have 3 questions for you. I'm going to start with one that's...
What you mean?
The moment he heard...
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
He's all smiles, and then he hears...
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
Good morning. This is ArpmnMSound reporting. You're on the record. I have 3 questions for you. I'm going to start with one that's...
What you mean I'm on the record, bruv? What you mean you're...
No smile. Where did the smile go, my friend? Where did the smile go? What, do you not... Oh, I'm sorry. Let me dance around a little bit for you. And then I'll go get my dinner that's calling to me and feed the pets, and I'll play the Fuentes video after this. But this is pretty quick. Pretty quick. But I just want you to notice that, like, as the other person on the line, the joy of watching this go down was... Not just joy, it was surprise, because I thought at least, you know, like last time he would talk to me, but as soon as he realized who it was, he was like, oh, I got to clown on this or else people will realize. And then if you notice, he talks right over me so that I can't get a question, because I say, you're on the record. Which, as anybody knows, if somebody says that, you're being recorded and you're being interviewed. Now, it's amazing how everybody else came and called and yelled and mocked, and he made fun of them, and they bantered back and forth, and he was plenty happy to jaw around with everybody. But when it came to me saying, sir, you're on the record, and I have 3 questions for you. Well, we see the response. And here we go. I'm just going to let it go through now. Oops. Here we go. Yeah. There.
I'm on the record. What do you mean by that?
You, sir, are on
What
the
do you mean on the record, bro? I'm getting rid of you, bro.
Yeah, I
Straight
bet you
away.
are.
That is a horrible way to start, bro.
I bet it's a horrible way to start, because now you have to actually, you know, you actually have to answer something, and you realize that you're accountable to your own words that have gone on the record. Huh? Is it just me? There's a little sweat on the brow? Okay. And this is about Mike TV, not about me. This is about the business, not about me. I'm just that passing white guy in these streets, folks. I'm the guy who I'm the guy who comes and knocks on your door, but they're the ones leading the trail. So I can't take responsibility for his response to this, because I've been trying to hit them all week long with these questions, and they keep erasing them. Every time I ask the question, when we emailed them, they don't respond. When we've tried to hit them in the chat, they don't respond. So we ask the questions, and they don't respond, and they delete them as soon as they can. So, what do they have to fear? Fear itself, apparently.
Bro,
Yep.
that's horrible. That's a horrible way to start, bro. Absolutely, nah, you gotta go for that. I don't like that, bro. I don't like that.
I bet you don't like that at all. And then notice he's talking over me as I'm just trying to ask the three basic questions. What happened to your rap career? What about the plagiarism accusation? And can you talk about the accusation of disenfranchisement pipeline? I wasn't even going to say white nationalism, but I didn't get to ask even a question because, and I quote,
that's a horrible way to start, bro.
I bet it is. I bet it is. Especially when you have to be accountable. Yes, he is always on the defensive, Big Brother Nico. Absolutely on the defensive. And when you have as much to fear for what he's already said, you have a lot to fear. And I would call them normies. Normies do not know how to perform. They don't know how to keep track of. They don't know what's important, and they don't know that the words they say will follow them for the rest of their life. Now, you can find video of me that goes back, and audio, literally to my birth. There's no joke. It's not a flex. It's a fact of life. And so you start to get, as someone like me, used to being somewhere in front of everybody. And so you get used to being aware with a third eye and a fourth wall what the frick you look like, what you're acting like, and what people perceive to some degree. Now, nobody's a psychic, but those of us who are practiced at this our whole lives because of our background, well, we're adept at being in front of you. We know that if we say something now, it might come back to frickin' haunt us later. So we have to be cautious. And I am too. And that's why I throw in the silly, the goofy, the you know.
Break it down.
All right, I will. That's why I add that in. One, also, because the algorithm will catch you if you keep talking seriously on camera. So you got to break it up with all that bullshit. Anyways, Folderol. I just want you to see. I lied. I'm going to play this like twice. I just want you to see the actual, like, you could tell that his blood pressure dropped. He's all happy.
What do you mean on the record, bro? I'm getting
right about here.
You, bro. Straight away. That's a horrible way to start.
Right there.
You're on the record.
And I want to show you how I know this.
That's
I'm
horrible.
a prick.
That's a horrible
and
way to start, bro.
Yeah, it is a horrible way to. I bet it's a horrible thing for you.
Like that,
oh yeah, I know you don't like that.
You gotta go.
I gotta go, huh?
You gotta go.
I gotta go. Oh yeah, I gotta go. Apparently.
You're on the record.
Yes, you are.
Get out of here, bro.
Oh, okay.
I do not like how you started that.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Sebastian.
And you know what that laugh is? That is an uncomfortable laugh. That is the laugh of somebody who just got caught. Now, I'm going to talk about something right now that is tradecraft. It's called micro-reflection. And what it is the actual way you can tell if someone is lying or not. And reality tends to cause curls around the mouth, responses of tightness in the lips, responses around the eyes, where they look back into memory or not into memory. And that, by the way, where you look into memory, that's based off of how you hold it in your brain and glide law. So people are like, oh, if you look to the right, you're being creative. No, that's not true. It depends. You could be a right-handed person or a left-handed person. And based off of where you use things in your brain, we now know that they're very, very different per each person. We can kind of generalize and say, yeah, in the frontal lobe, there is an area where creativity tends to be, but if you're like my mother, her heart's on the wrong side of her body. So her brain is likely also flipped, which is why she's pretty interesting. Anyways, but I want to zoom in here because I want you to appreciate the blood vessel that's going off on this gentleman. It is quite astonishing. And, did I just, yeah, I do. It's just so big right now that I need to go actually get my dinner and I need to feed the pets. But this is the last bit. I want you to see our gentleman here with that look on his face. Because that's what's important. Is that you understand that at Mike TV, at the business, at O'Shea, who else got him on the run? There's so many people in this army of the willing, of the mirthful, of the joyous, of the intellectual, of the flowers that plant one seed at a time and watch those flowers grow. Somebody got caught because the realization and the memory that he and I have already spoken.
Nah, you gotta go for that. I don't like that, bro.
Causes a defensive response. And as I said,
hello.
If you watch.
Good morning. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
Around his eyes.
ArpmnMSound reporting. You're on the record.
Right there.
I have 3.
He realizes who I am. Right there. And it's the guy who's been asking the 3 questions we don't want to answer that we keep deleting. And then he's quick. Very quick. And he goes, oh, sorry. I just moved the whole entire line on you. He goes, sorry, let me scroll forward. Oh shit, well, what do I do? Oh, I gotta act like this guy's a nut. Right there, he's like, he realizes he's gotta, oh, what do you mean, bro? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm on the record. Yeah, bro, you're on TV. You're on YouTube. You're being recorded.
3 questions for you. I'm gonna start with one that's
What do you mean I'm on the record, bruv?
You're on the record because you're on YouTube in the public eye. How do you not understand that? That's my other question. Do you not understand that, or do you think that this is just playtime when you mess with society and culture and try to pass off your boss's deflective behavior as something compartmentalized that you don't have to deal with? Yeah, buddy. And then, of course, get rid of me because, the only thing you can do is talk over me so I don't ask the questions so no one hears them.
What do you mean by that?
You sir are on
What
the
do you mean on the record, bro?
You sir are on the record.
Bro. Straight away,
And
that's
they're
a
recording.
horrible way to start, bro. You're on the record.
Oh, is it?
Bro,
I bet for somebody who has something to hide, it's probably a horrible way to start, bro. Horrible way to start. Yes, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Nah, you gotta go for that. I don't like that, bro. I don't like that.
I bet you don't like that, buddy. A bet. A bet.
Out there, but you're on the record.
Yes,
bro,
you are.
Get out of here.
Does that look like somebody who's sure of themselves? Does that look like somebody? Yeah. Yes, sir. Big brother Nico, that's as yes man as you get, right? Simping all day. They're talking about how everybody's simping for this or that. But here you go. Right there. So before I take my dinner break here, I just want to share with you how thankful I are in real life. How thankful I am. It's live, so my brain's going 1,000 miles a minute. How thankful I am, and I haven't even drunk all my coffee. Oh my God, this thing has been here for 8 hours. I gotta go get some fresh coffee. It's still flavorful. I love it. Anyway, I'm still laughing about the joke. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Well, what's funny? I wish I did drugs. That would give me an excuse. For God's sakes. Somebody help me. No, I'll blink twice. What is it? When you only blink with one eye at a time? And it's like, oh man, that butter. Buddy. Okay, buddy. Well, I'm sorry, this face is like, it's like his 8-year-old face. Am I wrong? Is it like him when he's like 8? I got caught. I got straight caught. Oh my God, this is real. It's no longer a game. The media is here. Somebody's asking me questions like a reporter. Oh, damn. There could be accountability in the situation. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Yeah. Okay. Shall we? Shall we move on from these fuckers? I'd like to. If you're like, oh, what's going on in there? Yeah, my phone. Because my phone is freaking beautiful. No, it's not about that. It's about the fact that I basically have so many devices that at some point the easiest way to just do half of this is scroll through and be like, hi, I'm ArpmnMSound. Let's, oh, yeah, that's, by the way, that's me from the other night. If you didn't know, that's when I decided to name the clip White Man Goes to Hell from, I had a little moment on at Mike TV the other night if you didn't catch it. And then hold on a second. There's Pearl and me looking at Pearl. And I'm gonna go back here and we're gonna go back to the Fuentes video. And I'm gonna leave you with the Fuentes video for the next hour so you can take that in, and then we'll go back and take a look at Sneako's Terrible Friends. And I'm gonna keep going until I tell you the whole story tonight. If it's 4 o'clock in the morning, that's the way it is. It's an 8-hour stream or whatever the hell. That's the way it is. I'm gonna clip it all back. Mike has got me inspired, and I needed to do this to just dead it, because she's dead wrong, and about everything. And oh, there he is. I asked the AI to make Fuentes into Alfred E. Newman, and boy, did it not let me down. I can't lie. Yeah, man. So we're gonna get at this, and I'm gonna tell this whole story. I'm gonna show you how this expands into the rest of the world, how this is an organized ring that is not limited to Fuentes, but he's basically the top face of it because he's the most insane one of them all, essentially. But they're all associated to him. They all come around him, and they've all had him on their show, which tends to lead me, as somebody who's a music professional who also does production for major corporations and such. It leads me to believe that there's agencies and management involved, and I am on the track of that. I do have some names, but I need to confirm all of the information before I can say that the diligence has been completed, at least at this stage. So, down into the rabbit hole we go. Down into the rabbit hole we go. Hang out, folks. I'm gonna go walk the pets, walk myself, shove some food in my face. If it's not burnt, I don't think it's burnt. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. At some point, I actually won't have to do that. I've actually got it set up. I'm about to have a wireless chest cam for when I cook, so I can kind of copy or do a fancier version of at Maggie, not to take her. And basically, I want to make a bunch of at Maggie ode to at Maggie, the substitute teacher. I'm not gonna lie. I'm smitten by her show, the value of her show, the care that she gives, the quality of kindness, and the earnestness of her humanity is not to be underestimated. I mean, she and I may have difference in background and beliefs, and it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, if you're kind and treating others with kindness and interest, you're a better human than not. So it doesn't matter what our differences are, because that also means that your strength is in your individuality. And that to me makes you more human than any person who has $180 billion and claims that he's gonna turn us into robots. So anyways, yeah, I'm setting it up. I should have, I was actually planning on doing it tonight as one of the special tricks, but yeah, the hack today, or the DDoS, by the way, was a pretty intense fight. And I had to just swipe my whole system and change over to, I'm not kidding you, I am VPN on coming back through China. I have it bouncing through at least 6 different countries right now, and that was the only way to get my feed back online. I even had to change out the router. They were trying to kill my computer tonight, folks, even though nobody's watching. And I don't really know whether it's the Tupac is alive people or if it's the PearlyVerse YouTube people, but it started earlier this afternoon with all of my devices deciding that they needed to update all at the same time, which is, that just doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen here. And then my VPNs started being taken down one at a time. And when they're multi-layered, that's even more telling that something crazy is going on. And this, why is this, what is going on? There's more to the story, by the way, that I'm involved in. This is just one level. There's 3 levels of this right now in my life. I had somebody leak recorded phone calls of me on a channel that, unless I happened to find it by accident, I wouldn't have known. Shit's getting weird, people. Shit's getting real weird. Anyways, that's the sorry, knocking the mic over. It's getting so weird. You're like, what mic? Yeah, huh? All right. Things are getting weird. I'm gonna leave you with this video. Stick around. This is it's about an hour 30. Afterwards, I'm gonna come back. And I'm going to start down the real rabbit hole so you can get an idea of how expansive this stuff is, how it's not just white against black or Jews against black or white against Jews, or it's everybody against everybody, pitted against each other for our ideas and the smallest minutia. It's everybody against everybody, because when there's blood in the streets, the real estate is cheap, and when there's fewer of us looking upward, there's 1,400 making the most off our backs. Stick around, folks. This is At Just Pearly Things with Fascist Fuentes. I'm ArpmnMSound. I appreciate you joining different forms of society and being. You I'll be back. Thanks for being here. Like and subscribe. Don't forget to support at Mike TV, at The Business, at
Hello,
Maggie
welcome back to
Substitute
Look
Teacher,
Up the Show
at
with
It's
me,
Complicated,
ArpmnMSound.
at Willie Mac
Please
Show. We'll get to
the
the conversations in the third person right now today. And nobody ever asked me to be involved in those conversations, specifically except for the ones where they do. And that hasn't happened yet. So let's move on. In any case, today I had a whole set of plans, and they're all thrown right out the window. Why? Because it turns out our friend in the PearlyVerse just can't help herself. She jumped her own shark. She had Nick Fuentes on, and boy, did she give us over here in the me world some ammunition. And by us, I mean me in the royal sense. But in any case, this is serious stuff, folks. I have for some time said that the PearlyVerse has an agenda of, underlying intentions. And I don't want to pin them down, but now I kind of can, and it sucks. Because now I just got to stop pushing or watching the content. This person is no longer having a conversation to move the conversation along. Unfortunately, Pearly seems to have jumped into the political world, pushing her agenda of interests with that political world because of whomever she is either in contact with, hanging out with, or choosing to book on her show. I don't really care. All I know is that this is a new form of Nazism. This is an anti-immigration person. This is a hate speech person who's going to explain to us what has actually happened to them and how many things they've been penalized with for their behaviors and speech. And if your speech is this horrifyingly bad and bigoted and prejudiced, then maybe it's time to not double down. But the conversation goes on, and I'm just going to preface this entire bit here where the reason I went to this one, there's a couple videos up. I'm sure there's another one come up now. Boy, talk about clickbait. This one says, Nick Fuentes, I support Putin and oppose democracy. He says, Nick Fuentes, I support Putin and oppose democracy. And being that Pearly's show is not a news show, it's not a politics show, it's not a show like mine where I'm trying to build a larger picture of structure about our own prisons and a structure in society and the world that keeps us in line that we can break out of. Trying to make that obvious. It's a political concept. Maybe someday I will interview folks like this, but I would never do it alongside a dating show. That's just not sensible. I would start a total different conversation and make it clear that this is a political show now. I'm doing something different. But in this case, Pearly Things straight jumps the shark. And I'm sad to say, this is a bad look. I mean, it's going to get you a lot of likes, probably, and a different audience. It's probably going to prolong your show for a little bit. Maybe you're getting tired of the conversation. I don't know, Pearl. But the attention you're going to get alongside it, I'm sorry to tell you this, but this is way more than you may know. And your lack of perspective and youth is exactly what's being exploited in the situation, Pearl. And that's my warning as an elder in this situation and somebody who is extremely well-versed in the practices and tools of wagging the dog. And you, Pearly, are getting wagged so hard, it's unreal. But I would have expected it because you're so clearly open to one vein of reasoning, and you want that reasoning to be true. Because it fits your line of agenda, and that's frightening. Ladies and gentlemen, hobos and trans, cross-eyed mosquitoes, and bull-legged Mickey frickin' ants, white nationalism based in Christian conservatism, overseas, immigrants on immigrant visas talking about immigration in a negative viewpoint. It's the most amazing cognitive dissonance I've ever seen. Immigrants, both in their own country and where they're working, on immigrant visas, working on job visas, talking negatively about other immigrants, and in this case, the conversation moves on to how essentially Nick tells us he's a classic FSB media plant, and he pushes all of the RTV points of conversation. And mind you, he admits to no knowledge. This guy admits to no knowledge. And you're like, Eric, what do you have to bring to the table in this? You'll find out. This is a good one. This is all me right here. And you're gonna be like, oh, damn. Yeah, I might take my hat off during this. This made me stop my normal morning evolutions to come over here and talk to you about this, because this is insane. Once this one popped up, I really was like, what is going on? No, Pearl jumped the white nationalist shark. So yeah, there's like a Chad Boham shark. Are you sure? Anyhow, sorry, this is just taking me aback because I knew it would happen at some point. I just didn't know it would happen in such spectacular fashion like this, because, whoa! Pearly! Bow! Oh, God. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry to offer you. This is the other thing. If you can't have a conversation on YouTube and you know they're going to cut it out because of somebody, you know you're doing wrong. This is like my whole thing. By the way, sideways. If you need an imaginary person who you think can hurt you to get you to do the right thing, you aren't going to do the right thing in the first place. And this brings me to, if you need to put the whole video somewhere else where that doesn't have any restrictions against hate speech, or, you know, you find yourself on a chat page or a group that, like, the reason you're there is because everybody can freely talk about how much they hate someone, you might be part of the problem and also taking part in the obelisk. So you've sold yourself and others down into a prison that is unnecessary. And that's really I'm turning 14 again. I'm so excited about this because this is such a great example of, like, the internal fighting that's fed to us. And here is a paid representative, I guarantee you. I don't know, but I can guarantee, just based off of his talking points, because they're the RTV talking points, and this is just old school counterintelligence information coming out from the FSB through its RTV network. I mean, this is, if you don't know about this ploy, by the way, it's been sold to the kids since 2008 was when the meme mill started. And that pushed the agendas that ended up allowing for Trump to get in. And so the deepest of dissent between us all. If you think that this is all natural and that we're all actually this bifurcated and separated, and no, we were stamping this out as a nation, and a group of people got sold a bill of goods, and it has virally attacked us. And this is one of these folks who doesn't know any better. He sees just his point of view and doesn't know much. So I'm sorry. now that I've advertised them long enough. Ladies and gentlemen, oi! Just Pearly Things jumps the shark with Nick Fuentes.
You know, look at like Putin as a good example. Is why I'm pro Putin. He is clearly the despot of Russia. He's like the king, the dictator of Russia.
That's a good thing.
And a lot of people say, what? I can't imagine living in a country where, you know, it's tyrannical like that. Well, it's actually very similar. Like living in, I've never lived in Russia.
Okay, pause. Well, it's very similar, but I've never lived in Russia. Okay, punk. And I say punk because you don't know any better. I lived in Russia in 1999 doing production on a play with a late oligarch's grandson, a very popular and famous person in Russia, both in politics and in music and in theater and in social culture and in art. He was a Renaissance man. He was also the grandson of somebody who was with Stalin when he passed. One of the few people who knows what happened to Stalin was his grandfather. His grandfather went on to lead their congressional system, I guess you could call it, for 40 plus years, if I'm not mistaken. In any case, I lived there, right in the center of Gorky Park, with a lot of Russian kids, and they were so excited because when Yeltsin went out of power, they got to vote. And they were so excited because they got to vote. And I was there that day. And there was a group of us that were there from the U.S., representing our portion of the production staff for the show we were doing. And when they came back, the kids were all pale-faced and they were very unhappy. And we asked them what happened, and they told us that the majority of them never got to vote because they said their vote was already placed for them. And when we asked them, what do you mean? They said, well, yeah, apparently we voted for Putin. And that's how that worked. I've also got stories of experiences where I paid police officers there, where we got pulled over while we're driving down the street, and the person driving the car got into the police car and paid the officer. Corruption is much more apparent. The person who was hosting us had 2 blue lights on his car because he could pay to be a minister of transportation. And that allowed him to, in my own experience, this is a whole great story. I got driven through Gorky Park late at night to go to the National Museum of Photography to go see this person's photographic displays. And the story's a little longer than I want to share, but anyways, the guy could break any laws because he had paid for the ability to break laws. Now that doesn't happen in democracy. That doesn't happen when you have representation of the people. That doesn't happen. The difference in rich and poor at the time, I couldn't have imagined would ever touch the United States, except for now, it's looking like, and I've experienced the same behaviors, or similar behaviors, as to what it was becoming like in Russia at the time. And that was because of manufactured scarcity. Now he's going to go on to talk some more, and I'm going to interject about what he doesn't know. And what he doesn't know is tenfold. He is so filled with his idealism of what he thinks something is, yet he doesn't have any actual experience with it. And this is kind of the archetype of the salesmanship of this level of the obelisk. I'm going to sell you a bill of goods I don't even know anything about. And this has been my thing with Pearl, is like, Pearl has no dating knowledge. Not really. Clearly. She has no sexual knowledge. She has no O-face. She has nothing but the comparative of her own limitation and what she really wants. So she wants to find an answer, and she's just pulling in the things that support and vindicate her answer, validate her answer. And that's not how you come to an answer, folks. That's how you get a privileged, entitled answer out of your situation and how you can make yourself believe that these insane statements are somehow logical. I have no experience with it, but I can tell you what it is. No, you can't, kid. And you're wrong. You're just too sure of yourself, and someday I hope you figure it out. But you had to leave your own country. You're not even 30, are you? You know you effed up when you got to leave your own country. You have to. It's not a choice. You're that disliked that you can't work, you can't make money, you can't do anything. Wow. I mean, were you going to face prison? What'd you do? Oh, no. You just kept telling people that it was all fear-mongered state based off of your basic belief system. You don't know any different, but you know what? Hey, man. And I want you to think about this. If somebody had been telling him that the Easter Bunny was the cause of all of this, do you think we'd be hearing about the Easter Bunny or anybody believe him? No. Instead, it's an idealism that's been passed down. And these are the oldest ploys. It's like the same regurgitated playbook, which I think is the other portion of this, is if it's silly enough. There's also the side like me and many like me who are more logically inclined, more sensible, more grounded, more experienced in the world, have a perspective to say, yo, this is insane. But that's also, I now make myself into a portion of the group that takes part in the fight. And that's where I'm saying, you know what, I'm going to point this out and step back and let it burn itself out like they normally do. That's why you see so many different faces in those organizations over time, because they end up burning themselves out. You can't hate on people. You can't burn that nastiness and carry a torch, literally, of good, saying you're good, under the auspices of religion too. I mean, or geopolitical ideology. You can't do that for too long before it eats itself. Because what you're saying is that you support a system that we've already moved past by several hundred years. But you're so in fear of everybody getting a voice that you might be drowned out because your voice is so toxically disturbing to everybody else. That's what you're actually saying. You're a coward and you don't think that your idea will stand up to the ideas of evolution. And by that I don't mean like evolution standard of human change. I'm talking about the evolution of thought, the growth of human potential, the change into different forms of society and being. You, unfortunately, Mr. Fuentes, without you saying much more, are a version of human that we're leaving behind. And Pearly seems to want to be just like you. Because as the rest of humanity moves forward into its purpose on the next step, as things change, you're screaming, I can't stand the change. Can you imagine the change? And then on top of it, let me tell you something I don't know anything about, but it seems greener on this side of the fence because there's one rule, and I like that. It's so much cowardice. It's insane. Anyhow, what do you want to say to us about a place you don't know anything about?
Actually seems quite similar. Like, you get arrested in the United Kingdom for saying stuff I say on my show every night for hate speech. Mm-hmm. You know, and I was at the Capitol on January 6th.
Okay.
And, you know, which was like an anti-government thing. And I didn't break any laws, but I still...
Okay, so you did. That's a lie. They have you on film. Yeah, you pushed hate speech that day. The reason she looked at the camera off to the side, she went, oh fuck, I've just welcomed a January 6th riot member onto my show. Sorry, that look right there, Pearl, like, oh, damn. Yeah, Pearl, you don't know what you're doing in this situation. You didn't vet the situation well enough. It's very clear.
got harassed by the government. I got put in a no-fly list. They froze my bank
Damn
accounts,
straight.
all that.
Damn straight
so
they
all of
did.
that was-
And you know why? You know why, dude? Because you're a traitor to your own fucking government. Excuse my language, folks. Let's call those people what they are. They were pushed by a foreign agenda. They believed it, forgot where the ideas came from, acted like it was their own, followed the voice of a person they didn't know who they were, who was sending them around in circles, which, by the way, some of us in the dog wagger side know exactly who that was. Know exactly where it comes from. It was obvious. If you know, got had straight up like by a con man who'd been selling an idea the whole time. They were like, you don't even need to speak English. You could look at this, guys. You can botch the English language and they will look for meaning in it. Wow. You only knew, kids, how manipulated by a foreign government you were. You would freak out. Freak out! Because it's not funny. And it's a genius way to separate us all from unity in our own country. How do I know that this is what it is? Because it's the oldest FSB playbook before, when it was the KGB. That's what they did. And we saw it was so successful that we started to practice it in our own country with Intelco Pro and a couple other organizations that shouldn't have been operating in the US anyways. And that's a totally separate conversation about the history of our intelligence services. Albeit, amazing work they do. I'll give them every credit because, as it was once said to me by someone in the know, if we were to know how many threats and how many things on a daily basis actually go down that are being mitigated, we wouldn't sleep. So good work, folks. I salute ya for that. But I don't salute those that would undermine the well-being of the mass or keep us in a structure to not be able to be our freest of selves. And someone, shock, Pearl. Be in shock. You're starting to realize the rabbit hole you brought yourself down into? The trench that you just put yourself in? You're not going to be able to back out of this one, Pearl. Rough time, rough seas ahead, smoke. Sucks. Poor Pearl. I mean, she just asked for it, though. She just said, how do I wound my show? That's what I'm saying. Is she trying to tank her show? I know she wanted to go home. But you going to go home to like a white nationalist? Are they going to let you back into the country? Talk about it. Oh, you might get fired from your volleyball gig. Whoa. Then you'd have to go home. Is she trying to tank her show? Pearl trying to tank her show. I think that's the title of this one. Is Pearl trying to tank her show? Wow. I haven't even gotten 44 seconds into a 10-minute video. Here we go. SmackDown 2023 MSound. Holy shit.
All of that was from the Charlottesville.
No, I was from the Capitol.
No, it's from the Capitol. Yeah, he was also at Charlottesville too, folks.
I'm not. So that's later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't giggle about that, Pearl. That's not cute. This is what I'm talking about. Pearl doesn't know how to host this kind of interview. She's not being benign. She's not taking a objective point of view. She's part of the discussion and pressing an agenda. I wonder if she knows that she is. If she does, then, well, this lets you know everything that Pearl is. If she doesn't, then faux pas, you should probably ask somebody before you go do something like this to get clicks. Because this not in your lane. Relationships, wifey school, online arguments with video game players. There you go. The incel world, and that's fine. But now you've jumped into the full tilt, what the underlying agenda, with the soft power you had is no longer soft power. You've exposed yourself. Just by having this guy on, you don't even have to believe anything he's saying. That's what's even worse about this. You, I don't think, have the perspective to know that it doesn't matter. That it's the way you're interviewing the guy right off the bat, and what you're letting him say, and where you're leading the conversation in your questions, straight off the bat. So much disturbing to someone like me, because I have so many personal experiences with every side of the discussion that you're having here, and knowledge that I'm sorry you're not going to get past it, both firsthand and accumulated. You're just not going to get past it, because what you're preaching here is nothing less than propaganda. And I don't think you realize that it is, which is even more insidious. It's one of my favorite words right now, insidious, duplicitous, disturbing. I wonder if the attorney will take your call now. He's gonna look at you and be like, Pearl. Maybe you'll have a quick call with him and he'll be like, Pearl, I'm sorry. This is gonna be it, because I can't associate myself. There's gonna be a lot of dust on this one, Pearl. You just turned your backside to your audience and farted on camera, gaping hold out. Seriously. Hold up your dress and you... Trying to appease too many people. This is crazy.
Get to that, okay.
Yeah.
You think it can.
Yeah.
Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, so the point is that the level of despotism, the structure of the government doesn't have a lot to do with the level of despotism. In other words,
wait, what? The structure of the government doesn't have a lot to do with despotism. The structure of the government doesn't have a lot to do with despotism. Oh my God. All right. The structure allows the despotism. He's about to talk about something he doesn't know anything about. And let me just show you how stupid he is. When Putin came into power, one of the first things he did is he went after corruption. But why did he go after corruption? Because he wanted to corral all of the wealthiest people in the country who had taken control during the collapse of the Soviet Union. The people who had taken control of the businesses and the organizations. Some of which, by the way, came over to the U.S. and still maintain knowledge and control of train lines, transport services. Beyond that, planes, trains, and automobiles, storage services, military sales, property, you name it. These were organizations within the government, much less the military, industrial, and the policing systems. There's so many subsystems that were controlled very tightly by the government for 80 years. So whoever was at the top of those chains ended up running a lot of those, let's say, oligarchs or companies immediately thereafter, because none of the control systems changed. Those people didn't come out of power in companies and systems. Just the titles changed. You understand? So it wasn't that suddenly a whole system went away. The name of the system did, and the way they did business went away, which opened up kind of a Wild West, which allowed for the oligarchs and the old school corruption that was always seething underneath everything else to come to control. Now, the oligarchs were created, the true oligarchs as we know them now, were created, and they essentially were trying to create a crime syndicate. The king of this crime syndicate at the time was put in prison on TV by Putin, and Putin was hailed as the great democratizer. He was the great corruption breaker. He was all these things. So he won a lot of privilege and accolade amongst his country members, and he gained a lot of fear from the oligarch because he imprisoned the guy who was in charge of the crime syndicates at the time. Not long afterwards, though, turns out,
break it down.
What Putin did was use that to his benefit. Because as a longtime member of the FSB, previously KGB, and as the guy who ran East Germany intelligence for quite some time, he understood the power of controlling all edges of the mob, of sales, of money, and that you as a leader could take a whole set of off-the-books income out of the chain and funnel it directly to yourself, creating a power structure that exists outside of the power structure. Okay, so now we know this. So basically what the dude did is he brought the rest of the oligarch in, spoke to them all, and said, you can either take part in the program, or I can strip you of everything and throw you in prison for the rest of your life. What do you think they did, kids? They took part. They jumped on the mother-freaking bandwagon. So now I've told you this story. Now I'm going to let you hear from the baby boy who doesn't know anything of what he's talking about. But boy, he seems sure of himself because it seems logical to him. I would even say that he's been sold or paid such a bill of goods that he's willing to just, stare at YouTube and scream at the screen because it doesn't fit what he wishes were true. But a kid like this wants to fight a war. Look, he's wearing fatigues. He thinks it's fun to go to battle. Well, I think he should go spend some time on the Russian side and find out how they treat their soldiers. That would be the number one easiest thing. Or maybe go talk to some Chechens. Or my colleagues at the theater in central Moscow after we left. Those of whom survived the bombing and then poisoning. That's a whole other story. Yeah, the theater that we did our show at was also the theater that later got taken hostage, and I lost a couple of friends. But that's what happens when you experience the wider world. The more things come into your life, the more you subject yourself to. But that's totally separate. That's how you break the obelisk. This guy is building it for you so we can all fight about it. So let's keep moving, because otherwise I spend longer in this little prison, and I don't like that prison. No matter how much this guy does, and Pearly seems to like, oh, I like your prison. That's a pretty prison. Have you seen my poop pile? Oh, I built a huge poop pile. It's pretty. And pink, because I'm Pearly.
Are actually not as free as we really think. Because
when we
talk about like China, social credit score in China, facial recognition, etc.
Yes.
You kind of have a social credit score in America, what you'll find. Like me, because what do you get in trouble for in China? Being against.
You kind of have a false equivalency in that point. Let me take kind of. You have a false equivalency in that point. This is the same Maynard arguing. Well, And this is how he does this, by the way. I figured it out the other day. Well, women have us trained to open the doors for them. And because cows give milk, and people drink milk, if they're not lactose intolerant, that makes men and women different. Huh? Wait, hold on, what? Non sequitur. I'm gonna say non sequitur. Non-associated. Yeah. So, say something that's argumentative but true. Something non-associated that's a comparative that may very well be true, but is non-sequitur to the point, and then return to your point as if you validated your argument with a non-sequitur. It's called a bullshit sandwich. It's the opposite of a shit sandwich, where you put the bullshit on the outside, and instead of actually putting what sandwich somebody requested, you put the whatever you feel like bullshit on the inside. So basically you've got bullshit on the outside, a thin slice of lettuce on either side, and bullshit in between. It's just a shit sandwich. It's not even a shit sandwich. It's a bullshit sandwich. It's like the reverse. What do they call that? The engineer that doesn't exist. It's the double down. That's right. It's called the double down. Yeah, I've given him a name. He's the engineer that doesn't exist. Not even Engineer X. That name's taken. Fuck, really cool dude. Very smart with an incredible record collection. Let's just say that. Anyhow, totally off subject from this punk. Oh yeah, you hear me. I am just salacious today. I don't care. This is incredibly destructive to Pearly. I think it, I mean, like, having this guy on, it's just so bad for her. It's just, I feel bad. See, I'm empathetic. I kind of care. I do care. Great topics. I mean, she was going somewhere. She was taking a conversation somewhere, even if I didn't like it. Even if I didn't like it. By the way, if Abba and Preach ever see this, yeah, wear a hat most of half the time. What of it, buddy? You wear a hoodie half the time. Mm-hmm. Preach wears a hat too. You know why? You know why? Yeah, because we just haven't been bothered to get ready for the day. In this case, I was like, I gotta talk about this. This is crazy. I didn't think I was. I thought I was gonna have to keep searching for content, and it just popped up. I had a whole other list of things I was gonna talk about that not as important, really, to pay attention to the obelisk, to the Ben's agenda being shat down on us in the obelisk. Jesus.
It's the government. Okay, I'm against the government in America. I'm banned from PayPal. I'm banned from having a checking account.
It's the government. Wait, the equivalent, by the way. Okay, so I'm banned. I hate the government, and then I'm banned from holding to the... Yo, bro. Let me just make this clear to you. You are an enemy of the state. That's no small feat. You didn't even do anything to be to show valor. You're just a coward who hates an idea. Because at your base core, you have fear of what is changing or what you might think is going to hurt others. And instead of taking part in a discussion, you want the discussion to be wiped sideways and have you dominate not just the situation, but to say to roll back the discussion so we can't even have it. That's really, really why also I won't share beyond this video. I'm just not going to do it. I'm going to keep moving on because this is Pearly jumped the shark on this one, and people that would have you believe idiocy and stupid concepts would also have you commit atrocities freely. Now, I'm paraphrasing that, but that's the truth. People who would have you believe stupid ideas would also have you commit atrocity for stupid reasons. Once again, paraphrasing, but if you don't believe it, you didn't have, like me, great aunts who had tattoos on their arms, who told me of their struggles and fighting their way out of camps. You didn't have a family business get taken from the family, an extended family of like 15, because of their background and beliefs. You might have not had family corralled into a giant prison without walls and told you had to stay there, in a place where you couldn't hunt for food and you had to buy it from the local store when you didn't know how to. Bigotry imprisons not just the mind, it ends up imprisoning people out of fear, and the benefit goes to the top pinnacle of that pyramid scheme. Because when there's blood in the streets, people, the real estate is cheap. You believe me on that one. My favorite example of that is, I think we all heard the story, how Trump representatives were floating around New Orleans while people were still on top of their roofs asking them, hey, would you sell your property right now? Of course, because they want to make the $10,000 they're going to make so they can move away. Not believing that insurance would cover them. Oh, and in a lot of cases, apparently, those organizations that bought the houses also got the insurance money back, so they rebuilt the houses, or just tore them down and took the insurance money, sold the land off later. There's so many terrible stories of this. Blood in the streets, real estate is cheap. The more real estate you have, the more control you have over the land, the more control you have over the people that are on the land. The more places you have to manufacture the things that people will buy to control the people. Control the idea, because comfort creates idealism for what should be. As soon as you don't have comfort, all those ideals go right out the window and you start fighting for base values. What you don't have, what you think somebody else has. And somebody like this would pit you against your neighbor for an idea he knows nothing actually about, which is even more disturbing, which makes me believe that he's being paid. I mean, how old is this person? I'm surprised. Why isn't he reporting from war? See how long it takes for him to not like the idea of living in Russia by going to Russia. That's another thing, dude. If you're overseas already, why don't you go over there? Oh, you're on a no-fly list. Well, you get on a train. You're in Europe. Drive. You can drive to Moscow from London. Believe it or not. It's actually a beautiful, amazing drive. I've done the majority of it through the Eastern Europe, all the way from Amsterdam, and then came back through and ended up in Ireland through the UK. So you can do that. We went and this is a free takeover for Croatia. We did a festival in Croatia. I think they still do them, but there was a lot more UK involvement. I don't know if that's anyhow. Speaking of the difference of having knowledge of the area and not having knowledge of the area, let's go back to this nonsense and progress.
It's actually quite similar. And
no,
so
the
point is, what a king does is he eliminates corruption, because a king set against these oligarchical interests, the rich billionaires.
What the single corrupt figure does is he eliminates corruption elsewhere because he's the single corruption. Talk about a point of view that is so uninformed by history. I'm not sure, how does this person have a following if not for the ignorance of the people listening to him? History is a thing, and you can learn from it even if it was written in the eyes of the winners, you can still get an idea of what happened to the losers. And in fact, if you know how to read history and go find the information both online and in books at your local library, or just online, there's just tons of history books online and information written by people who aren't just rando, that have a background in history, that study those matters and done the research for you and I, spent their lives doing it, that you'll find out that there's a lot more about the surrounding history, the underdogs, the winners, the losers, and every step we take into the future becomes the past. So we actually grow and learn how to do more research, and we find more as we uncover more and more, and technology gets better and better. And I promise you that this will never end. That's part of evolution. That is another form of evolution, our intellectual growth and historical growth and our knowledge of self, so long as it's not wiped out by a cataclysm or some catastrophic event. Which at its base core is what I believe, I would say, part of the bigger sales gimmick of the obelisk is that it sells like, oh, there's some impending doom. You better be on top when that doom happens. And that's really what's in the root of these folks' fear factor arguments, is that they want to be on the top of the heap when their imagined call from God comes. Let me just say. And they would have the world go to war to facilitate their rapture, I would say. So watch out, because all it is a cult, not unlike the Hailbomb cult. Just waiting for the star to pass over so we can all drink the poison. Except their poison is a world war they want to start to facilitate and validate what they've been saying. And I keep hearing these kids who don't know any better, don't realize that, you know, every 10 years or so, not even that, every other year, there's another group that says this is the year it's going to happen because it looks like us to be a reasonable fear state. Not realizing that, one, we learn more because we see more because of technology, we're growing more, and it is less likely, despite the fact that we have so many nuclear arms, but it is less likely because humans innately are self-preservative. You can look throughout human history, and we are coming to find that even after Younger Dryas, we went down in the holes that we had built at the beginning of the other ice age. So, wow. Ignorance must be Mickey frickin' bliss.
In the former or the post-Soviet Union, you had all these guys that bought off the state industries. You had a dictator fighting against them for power. And well, the dictator won, Putin won. And so now all these powerful groups serve the Russian government. And if you have a good guy like Putin at the head of it, who is trying to...
If you have a good guy... Let me stop you right there. He's a white nationalist. He is a master of poisons. He has killed apparently hundreds and hundreds. He was the intelligence chief of the East German KGB. He has openly poisoned and murdered his political foes. He's made people disappear. He's stolen over $100 billion of the Russian wealth. Does that sound like a good guy to you? Think to yourself, why would someone like that call him a good guy? What could you be getting at? What could you be benefiting from that by calling him a good guy? He's expecting something, or he's getting paid for it. Or he's that afraid because somebody came to his door and said, you shall say he's a good guy. Хорошо? Не знаю. Не знаю. Хорошо. All right. Yeah. Маленький вирус. Very little, very little. Enough to know that this guy, he doesn't know.
Bring glory to Russia and protect his people and elevate the standard of living. Guess what?
He didn't.
Everybody wins. And so the purpose
No,
of a king
dude,
is you
you're
gotta
speaking
have a
out of
guy
ignorance.
who he learns
Pearl,
to rule
he's speaking
at a
out of
young age.
ignorance.
He's a
He
master
doesn't
of
know.
politics. He's the responsible, accountable person for what goes on in the country. If everybody has a problem, blame the king. And he is working in the best interest of the nation.
Well, first off, hold on a second. Putin isn't a king, schmuck. He's a president. Technically should be voted in because they claim to be a democracy. Well, they aren't, and we know that. It's apparent. It's also apparent in the way that the voting systems go, as I've explained. But much less that, yeah, doof face. Hold on a second, I'm going to screenshot this, because that's the doof face. I think that should be on the, yeah, screenshot the Mickey freaking program. Look at that doof. Pearl, you should be ashamed. I mean, to your core, you should be absolutely ashamed. I should be ashamed for having my phone on. But that's besides the point. Totally different etiquette. No, Pearl, you should be ashamed. If this is your agenda, guess what? Your agenda's gone way the frick off the rails. You jumped the shark. This is not your thing. You're going to get a lot of views on this, but you're also going to lose a whole bunch of your crowd. If you're going to go into this vein, you can't be politely pressing and politely allowing for agenda to go along. You have to be objective and ask the good questions and do some research.
Doesn't represent the people's interests.
Well, then you get like what you have in America.
What do you mean?
You get a government that doesn't represent the people's interest, and then horrible things happen.
The government that doesn't represent your interests, it's not the people at large, and colloquially, we go with how the vote represents the majority of people in that vote, down to a local level. Part of our lack of involvement is someone telling everybody, you're not involved, our government doesn't do what we want. No, it doesn't do what a tiny slice of the public wants. And even that isn't even true. Right now, we've seen how our Supreme SCOTUS will capitulate to a minority of America whose belief values are more important to them than the laws that have already been perpetrated by previous courts. That's not important to them. They'll overturn previously substantiated law. By the way, deja vu, vujade. Pearl. Pearl! Yeah. I'd be very surprised if Pearl didn't have some kind of issue with the State Department coming back to the US, or that somebody in the UK system didn't start looking at her visa. I hope that stuff's in order for her, because goodness gracious, let me tell you, if it's not, or her taxes coming back over here, or either way, holy moly, holy moly. Don't play with that stuff, kids. Let me tell you something. Somebody who does tour management and payroll between overseas and US, don't play with those people, because they get you. That's how they get you in the end, is the taxes. They'll figure out a way to be like, oh, no, on your taxes. Oh, you wanted to come back into the country? Ooh, would you guys step in here? I got a video I want to share with you and see what you say about this. I've seen it happen in front of me. So beware. I'm just telling you. Experience tells me this is a jump over a shark, Pearl. Beware. You should call your attorney. I hope you talked to an attorney before you had this meeting. What is YouTube? If YouTube can't, I'm sorry. By the way, it is monetized. There was an advertisement at the beginning, so. Wow. I just went way. Wow. This is just a wow. This is me. I'm less than 3 minutes into a 10-minute video, and I am an hour into talking. I think this is a record.
Well, but I'm saying, wouldn't the same thing happen with the king?
Well, yeah.
Or couldn't it?
It could.
Yeah.
But the point is
But
that
the difference is, in a democracy, we can elect them out of office. And you could argue that, okay, we are influenced by the media, right, and special interest groups, and arguably some people would say steal an election. However, at the end of the day, it's still your choice who you vote for.
Yeah, but see, the problem is that it doesn't really. That's the idea in theory, and that's part of like this super prison that we live in. Is
okay. So he's confabulating two ideas because somebody told him about the super prison. And that's one of these things in the right-wing world. They've taken a piece of the larger truth of mental prisons that we provide ourselves that limit us to non-player characters and something where we are all individuals. We're all made of stars. Okay? When I say that, I literally mean we are all stardust. We wouldn't be here if planet Earth didn't have microbial matter brought to it alongside its own enzyme and magnetosphere. That's what creates the base slugs that then perpetrates DNA. It's a combination of the right things at the right time. I just can't let truth and fact and science be undermined by kids who don't have a perspective. And then on top of that, the line of conversation, even though she just had some conjecture, she seems very willing to let him run away with the idea because it fits her agenda. And I think she wants this conversation to happen so that she can have it said on her platform, which is even worse.
What do you mean super prison?
Like, you can be in a prison and then you can be in like the country is a prison and like you're in like
the country is a prison. Okay, prisons you can't leave. You can leave our country, even if you don't have a passport. By the way, it's just harder to travel because they're going to question your identity because somebody used some planes some time ago to fly into a building. Change the world. Things were way different before that. It was truly a free world, by the way. And 9/11 messed us up. Messed everything up. Self-defensive, knee-jerk response. So kids, if you don't remember that, you don't know what life was like before that. You would think that we live in a prison to some degree, but really the prison is in our mind. And it's a pyramid scheme that applies to larger life that has nothing to do with governmental structure. It owns that through our perpetuation of how we build our own prisons. But it does not have a better or worse syndrome in reality when it comes to the difference between democracy and non-democracy. That's just not a comparative. There's an evolutionary reason why people said, you know what, we should have a say. Because it makes it so that you don't live a prison life. He clearly has never been to a non-democratic state and experienced living there. And I'd say that his flippant attitude towards it is that same thing of, I see it on the other side of the screen, but I don't know that it's real. He doesn't even know, he's not old enough to even know what it was like in the period where Russia was gaining its freedom after the wall fell. Post-Soviet Russia, true post-Soviet Russia, was an inspiration and a reminder that the U.S. only 120 years ago was the Wild West. And anyway, Wild West lasted until the 1930s, kids. If you don't know that, the perspective is just outside of your reach. And if you're not looking for that, it's convenient to look at things that facilitate your and validate your idea system. But let me tell you something. This is nothing less than the old school neo-Nazi combination KGB white nationalist limitation. Let's pit the two sides together to fight, so you ignore what the larger picture is, Pearly. I'm speaking to you now, bro. If you didn't know that you were just had by having this person on, then I'd have to guess that you either intend to push this agenda or you're not as nuanced or intellectually grown to understand that you are opening up a platform for this person who shouldn't have one at all. That these ideas shouldn't be exposed to air. No matter how much you believe in free speech, part of that freedom of speech is the ability to acknowledge what is not acceptable amongst adults. What we've moved past, or what's plain stupid, and to call it as such. Wow, that's just stupid. Wow, that doesn't make any sense with reality. And if cognitive dissonance ensues after the fact, then you go, oh, there it is. You're giving yourself away. This person doesn't even have any experience with what they're talking about, but they'd have, you believe, insanity, bigotry.
A mental prison, which is the idea that, like, we think we're free, but we're really not. And not like I'm some big freedom fighter or something, but what I mean by that is
apparently not.
We don't even understand the extent to which, like, our government doesn't represent us for the reason that you just said, because everybody has it.
So he thinks that the Russian government is a better system because it's just given up on representation, is what he said. Ours doesn't really represent me or my statement, myself. It doesn't include it. So the polar opposite that just doesn't include anything except for what the king wants. Yeah, that's better. A chance at representation is better than none at all, folks. Let me say this again. A chance at representation should be better than none at all. But this person would literally have you believe because it benefits them. Once again, this is where it's like, dude, how stupid do you think? How stupid is the audience that's listening to this person? It's got me incensed because you'd have to be crazy stupid. You'd have to just be like, oh, this fits my idea. But that's what a lot of this limitation in mindset breeds. That's why I'm so disturbed that Pearl would have this on, because it's literally saying her agenda is about this. I thought it was just in the dating world and how it affects things, but boy, she's really pressing the big obelisk. She wants that Ben to crush you, and for all of us to stay in this mental prison by convoluting the conversation and having a know-nothing on to validate that conversation. Holy shit.
In their head that, oh, if we don't like the government, we'll just vote them out. And it's like, that's a nice idea, but when have we ever voted out, like, the bad things that are going on in our country?
Dude, have you just not been alive long enough? Is that what it is? Constantly. That's the whole of the 20th century. When have we ever voted out things that weren't suiting us? The past 100 and 200 and the whole time, from the time we started the country. From the time that the founding fathers started the country, that's been the practice. You moron. Not looking at actual history, just, what are you looking at? Even he's either having such cognitive dissonance. I just can't even believe that a person like this exists and it has a platform, and then Pearl gives him a platform. What is happening in the world, people?
The Iraq War was very unpopular. it's still going on. It was unpopular 15 years ago.
I thought it was over. It's still going on.
Yeah,
still going on. We're
Wait,
still
hold on a
there.
second. No, it's okay, so the Iraq War is not technically still going on. We are assisting with counterinsurgency because of what we caused over there over a 20-year period of time, attacking the country, starting with Desert Storm. So he would have you believe what is an actual revisionist history right in current time. We removed ourselves from Afghanistan because we acknowledged that we had done it again, that we had done something stupid again. But when we went to war in Iraq both times, it was very popular, kid. You don't know. You weren't even alive, which is funny. Both times, very popular. First time, 90s, it was on time. Everybody watched it on the news, followed it every day. Second time, you couldn't have been more than a couple years old. Very popular because 9/11. We went to Afghanistan too because 9/11. This is what I'm talking about, a lack of perspective. I mean, like literally trying to rewrite history as it occurs now. What? No. That's moronic. It's literally moronville. Dude, what?
This is what I say. I don't know. I do not understand foreign policy.
I mean,
so why are you having this discussion? So what, Pearl? Why is Pearl having this discussion if she doesn't understand foreign policy? Why don't you have somebody on that can have the interaction with them and you moderate? Because it's easy for Pearl's agenda.
Considerable degree. But like in 2008, Obama wins going against the war. So what happened in 2000?
Why?
Okay, so let me just
seriously, why don't you own
sorry for the advertisement. As you all know, I'm cheap and I'm just not taking part.
Turn down the rig that I'm
So while the advertisement rolls, I just gotta say,
I have feedback.
There we go. Obama didn't win on getting out of the. I mean, like that's such a simplification of why Obama won in 2008. What were you? Oh, what? Pearl doesn't have an IFB? In the early 20s, he was a little kid. So he had no say in
baby
that.
shit.
What happened? What had happened
Like that
was
stanky
that
baby.
the U.S. was tired of a lack of diversity, and here was this really well-spoken, invigorating dude who had a whole slew of changes, specifically healthcare. Now, you weren't old enough to know, so you don't. Healthcare was the number one thing on everybody's mind. If you think of something else, I mean, like, Iraq was just one of those things in the background. There were so many things going on. And as someone who was invited to the White House myself, let me tell you something, kid. Your lack of knowledge is stellar to the point of me saying kid to you, because you're talking like a child who has no perspective. And Pearl, shame on you for having this person on and then admitting, I don't know anything about this subject. So stop talking about it and stop hosting it. It just makes your platform look ridiculous and like you've jumped the shark very clearly. Okay? All right.
In, what was it? In 2011, he winds it down. 2014, boom, ISIS. ISIS was created by America and Israel. That was the reason why we, well, okay, you know.
In untrue ISIS and Israel, there's an incredible documentary on YouTube about the history of radicalization and the subsequent groups of insurgencies from the original Afghanistan war in the 1970s, how they changed over time. ISIS was a reaction.
Here comes the draft.
To Bin Laden's group. Because they thought that Bin Laden was in league with the West. And one thing instigated another. And if you don't understand how the tribalism works in the Middle East, Northern Africa, and such, you could say something as stupid as what he's saying above. He's smirking like he knows better, but he doesn't know anything that he's actually saying. He's just literally spouting bullshit right here. It's disturbing because at the platform, I mean, like, 19 minutes. And this guy's 19 minutes, it's been up and there's over 1,000 views. That's salacious. But damn, there's a lot of thumbs up. Just Pearl! What you doing? And look, he's smirking at it because he's like, oh, I got you. You don't know anything I'm talking about, so I can say anything. And all you can do is be like, I don't know.
No, I'm just, what? ISIS was created by America and Israel.
Yeah.
Okay.
To destabilize Syria and also to keep, in my opinion, to keep us there in
Yes,
Iraq.
in your opinion, which is completely uninformed. Wow, you could see that he's selling a line of BS right now. This is untrue. If any organization could be pointed to as like more intrinsically involved, it would be Osama bin Laden and his group. Why? Because he had worked with the U.S. government. We flew his family out of the country on 9/11, famously so, for their own protection. So he's got a lot of things kind of backwards. It sounds to me like he's spent a lot of time in an echo chamber of right-wing nationalist information, and he's just picking and choosing out of that. And now he's selling it to Pearl because she's susceptible to be sold these concepts.
But either way, it's like look.
But either way, it doesn't.
The point is, even if you maybe
like,
that's a little far-fetched, but look.
Yeah, it is,
that
bro.
That is my belief, though. But
it has no backing, but I believe
under
it.
false pretenses. They told us we're there because
for the nuclear weapon, right?
Yeah.
No, wrong. In Iraq, the original first time in the 90s, long before you kids were born. That's not why we went back the second time. The second time we were mopping up, and it was a convolution of two things. We were mopping up our mistake and also going back because of the extremism after 9/11 for our own self-protection, basically to reinforce the country and also to pillage its oil and to protect against Iran. I mean, if you don't understand the geopolitical situation and the positioning, don't have this freaking discussion, folks, because it's too simplified. If you don't understand the boundaries and the borders of all these countries and what's going on historically, you don't know. You wouldn't know. If you haven't spent your whole life being a nerd like me, loving these things, generationally, like my family has, you wouldn't know. You didn't have family in the government. If you didn't have a lifetime like myself of traveling around the planet and seeing these things firsthand, from a different point of view, you wouldn't know. But somebody like this schmuck would have a whole set of people that look like him. Oh, it looks like me and he. You know what that means. Yeah, I do. Inbred stupidity. And by inbred stupidity, I mean echo chamber stupid. Circle jerking. The mental flip-flops and the amount of ludicrous lack of knowledge here. Just the historical, and then the wherewithal to put, the audacity to put yourself, Pearl, in a political conversation and have no geopolitical knowledge makes me pound the table. Makes me pound the table. Yeah, that's right. I readjusted my camera. Ah! You can see my open case back there. Anyhow. But fuck, you gotta see how stupid this is. Come on, people.
Nuclear weapons, and he was responsible for 9/11, all the stuff that wasn't true. And we're there.
You're confabulating two different
Obama
things.
gets elected to pull us out. He pulls us out. And then what happened? Oh, well, they came up with a reason to keep us there, which was ISIS. And
no. You're mistaking two different things. ISIS was in Iraq, ISIS was in Afghanistan and the surrounding areas. After the fact, ISIS was not involved with us bringing us, or ISIL, was not involved in bringing us back into Iraq. They went to Iraq after we were already there as a support for the counterinsurgency against us, and they brought the war back to life. We'd already been there to mop up and follow up after 9/11. So get your history straight and stop being a moron. Because that's when you just spout BS, you're a moron. Let me just cut through the chase. It's not name calling if you're acting out the action of moronic behavior. That makes you a moron. That's how words work, kids. It's not a safe space because you can be hit by an asteroid. There's no such thing. So by the way, if you put yourself out there in the world, just like myself, you gotta have the humility to hear what's said to you. And this person has clearly not heard anything, much less that he can't even see what's happened in life. No fly list. Pearl, why do you have him on? This is gonna, I believe this might affect you. This is gonna affect you. That's crazy. Hopefully it's not positively because, and I gotta say that hopefully it's not positively because you're giving a hate speech human a platform.
you know, some people believe it's organic or not in 2013. But they came up with another reason to keep us there in perpetuity. Trump gets elected. Basically the same thing. Trump, in the primary debates, says with Jeb Bush, it was a mistake to go into Iraq. You said there were weapons of mass destruction. There weren't any. George Bush should have been impeached. That was treason. He gets elected. Guess what they don't do? Pull out of Iraq.
Yeah, okay. Political and wartime timing. Military intervention and the practices thereof are not simplified by the we want to come in. That's one of the reasons we went back to Iraq. So your lack of knowledge about the subject tells on itself here, because the reason we don't just like jump out of places is because we built up an infrastructure that we benefit from. Two, we would also F up some other country and leave a vacuum of power. That if you didn't know anything about those things, you'd think it's just simple. We just get out. Let's just get out. I want to be gone. It's not flippant like you talk about. But then again, you would only talk about this flippantly if you didn't have any perspective. And I can't believe what a platform you have without any perspective or knowledge whatsoever. It is disturbing, disgusting, and those that follow you. And Pearl, shame. Shame on you. Shame on you.
He tried to pull us out of those wars, and it came down to, in the last few weeks of his first term in 2020, instruction went out to the generals that said, pull us out of Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria.
But by then, that particular president had a no confidence notice passed around the intelligence services because of his abuse and misuse of intelligence records. From leaving top secret documents open in their secure bags on his desk with non-secure guests in the room, to handing over secrets in the Oval Office to foreign secretaries of governments that we're currently fighting against, who are our enemies. Aiding and abetting the enemy as president. There's pictures of it. Sharing intelligence secrets and giving away intelligence targets to the foreign secretary of the Russian government. So excuse the military if they were going to ignore his ass in his last few weeks as a lame duck president who's fighting, and during which time he was saying, I won the election despite the record and votes not showing that. Think about that. You think the military is going to listen to that guy? It's really interesting to me that somebody's childlike, simple concept of these very complex and nuanced systems always comes down to, well, and it's not. It's not. If you think that all of these systems are just that simple, the president wanted to pull us out of a war, you think you're not thinking things through. And that's the case with a lot of these arguments and positions. And that's one of the things that I think Pearly didn't do. I don't think Pearl thought it through. Which is why people stay in their mental prisons. It's not about what country you live in. It's about the country in your mind. The position and state of the prison in your mind.
South Korea, Germany. You know what the general said? No, we will not carry out the order. Now, the president's the chief, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
Yeah, but he's not the king. And the chief of the armed forces can ask for a lot of things, but if his chiefs of staff or his generals say, no, I'm sorry, sir, we cannot commit to that. He has to listen. It's not a one-way street. So that's another child who's like, I want to live in a place where I can just demand things. I think we're rounding up the edge. Putin's great. This is one of the older videos, but I wanted to use this in the middle of this. I wanted to take a break. To the person with the biggest bat wins. Give you some context. A lot of this is literally on the day of. I am watching. If we lived in a 10-minute video on the day of, I'd always win. As we wrap up, as we're starting to wrap up, because this is an hour and a half long video. I hadn't found the pacing yet. I didn't know what I was doing. Notice my voice isn't even like it is now. So normally we have never so thankful for you joining me here this evening for the long, super long haul. You know. That's how that works. That's why there's armies. We're talking about the super duper long fighting. Because I'm going to tell you a story that's
like he's the supreme leader of the military.
And I'm going to show you just the edge of the iceberg.
Head of the civilian government. The military,
if you didn't already know, we've covered that like, Pearly. You know, yeah, but that's not. That's a. By the way, that's not. They don't equate to one another, dumbass.
If you don't like what's going on,
guys, could you keep it down?
And we all get to make a decision.
Everybody's voice is so
voted against the Iraq.
Convincing. That's that guy. You know he's got to be like 5'1". He's a midget. I want to take him to the little midget throwing contest. I'm sorry. Is it incorrect of me to call him a midget? Because I mean mental midget, emotional midget. And I guarantee you, as you've probably heard me say before, pretty much as that energy, you know, when you're in the shower after coming out of the, you know, when you're at the YMCA or something like that back in high school, and you look over and there's that one guy in the corner who's like got the towel just over his crotch because he doesn't want anybody to see that he's got the micro. Here's the micro. Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you a brief moment from a co-sponsor known as Man Lessons for Women. 5 minutes with the man known as Chad Chatterton. Ladies and gentlemen, Chad Chatterton. Hey, it's so good to be here with all y'all. I got my mom out the house, so I got the basement all to myself. So it's just you and me. We're in the basement. I've been watching Pearly. She knows what's going on because she knows how to at least make a Sammy. I bet you she knows how to lick a chode because one of the videos I'm going to show you coming up shows that she has some splatter on her shirt and it's really caught by the girl who's spitting the tea. That's right, Chad Chatterton here. You can find me most of the time playing Roblox, making the big numbers up in there, taking down all those little schmucks playing their fucking game. You can find me at Reddit at Demon Bumpy Engorged Dragon Foreskin. That's a J in engorged, a 4 before skin. That's Demon Bumpy Dragon Engorged Foreskin at Reddit. That's real. You can actually find me there, and I've got a survey that it seems like nobody's willing to take. It asks a very plain question that I'm sure Pearly thinks would agree with me on. What's more important, chode licking than Sammy? Or is it Sammy then chode licking? I want to know. These are the important questions. We want to know these things. Myron wants to know these things. That's what is important because I'm the alpha male. Because you know, because I'm ready to repeat that I'm the alpha. Alright, so apparently that's all the time I have. So they're going to hand me back to my state authority. Just because I did a little, like, you know, fun joy on off camera, I gotta wear like some kind of ankle bracelet. It's not my fault, okay? My landlord called cops on me. So, don't forget, I'm Chad Chatterton. Man listens for women. I show you how to be the proper man. But most time you can find me in Roblox or Fortnite. Or Reddit or 4chan. I like to watch a lot of Destiny, DGG, I'm pretty cool, but mostly Aiden Ross because the bad boy knows how to masturbate in front of a camera like anybody. Everybody knows it. What's wrong with a Jew loving Hitler? Ha! If you listen to Myron and Fresh, you'll know. Sammy and Joe go together hand in hand. What? Oh, apparently this simp wants his show back. Excuse me, I'm writing a pamphlet. It's probably filled with other things you don't want to know. About being manly and men being manly together, okay? It's okay, it's natural. It's natural. What? I got, okay. Apparently I gotta get off. Yeah. No, Mike. Yeah. No, I'm coming. Apparently I have to go back to the halfway house because my landlord doesn't want me here. She's outside. Alright, I gotta go. Thank you. Chad Chatterton. You can find me at Demon Bumpy Engorged Dragon Foreskin at Reddit, 4chan. Most of the time in Chud Logic's chat. And I like to watch a lot of the Fresh and Fit and the Whatever podcast. The bride's been pushing out. What? Oh, I'm going. Okay. And now back to your regularly scheduled simp-ass broadcast. Oh. It's hard to play that. It's hard to be that. Woo! Chat. Check him out at Man Lessons for Women. It's on my channel. And it's an ongoing series of shorts and videos where he reviews the 1950s sciences of dating and home ec. Alright. Well, the hair's a little puffy, so you know we're halfway through. to dancing. Sorry. The only way to keep it up, because this is a long haul, folks, and I'm not kidding. So we're live again. Dinner's done. Walk the dogs. Walk myself. Got a little brain control to make sure that I don't completely fall out. By the way, I don't do them hard things, so you all know. It's purely the God's greenery. The God's greenery. And as I say so, let me step back into the camera frame and bring you back in with me into the energies of breaking the mental powers that are the prisons that'll hold you down in the obelisk. The Ben right on top, holding us all down inside of the mental prisons that we make for ourselves. And here we go, as we break each other out by reaching each other's hand. Why, thank you so much. I appreciate that you appreciate my humor, because funny isn't just for looks anymore. It's also for awkward, which the kids love to call cringe, which I'm going to say, just as a side note, cringe in itself is cringe, because it's just like the term that a full-blown adult's going, oh, your feefees are hurt. Your feefees. Oh, I'm not patronizing. I don't expect to get punched in the mouth. Yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, I've actually heard a couple of these kids, say this in public. Oh, you're feefees. And it's like, I'm from the F around and find out generation, so back in my day. Actually, now, too. If you were to say that to one of us, you'd probably end up causing both of us to go to jail that night. Because, of course, that's fighting words. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, you're under 30. I get it. And you've been on a phone your whole life, so you just have no sense of accountability or what accountability is. And anything that, makes you freaked out apparently is some kind of threat to you. Instead of acclimating to it, it's a threat, which it explains why all of this sells so well. Why all of this is just hitting a nerve with our kids. Why it's hitting a nerve with people younger than me. Because I guess we were the last ones who didn't have phones in our hand. And we were the ones who had to figure out how to take a scraped knee and play outside all day when our parents weren't home and do a bunch of stuff that I guess went away and really did affect us all, which can be good or bad. But right now, the negative effects are self-evident. People are not having sex. One of the basic 4 things that we do in life: sleep, fuck, shit, and eat. These are the basic 4 tenets of sentient life. Anything beyond that is a gift. Let's just break it out. Look at the animals around us that we are, just so barely different than, that we share most of our genetics with. We got super lucky. Like, not just kind of lucky. We got ridiculously lucky. And yeah, the Fermi paradox is starting to look more mathematically the real issue in our local universe, as it maybe we could have bounced off of some other planet, and the actual cataclysmic hit carried a microbe that was from another star system, and that little happenstance carried and was radioactively affected, just like in the old 1950s movies. And it gave, this is a theory, by the way, but it's a new and current theory that's floating around the science world, talking about the possibilities of how life was seeded. And this luck of a rock bouncing from one planet to another and taking a little piece of something from another galaxy or star system with it, well, that would make us, if that's the case, incredibly rare. And so we should appreciate what we have and not take for granted every single day by acting out in fear and acting out in short ideas of who another person is. Meaning, give somebody else a long rope of humanity first before you decide that they're another. Now, if somebody's a jerk, somebody's terrible, okay, they're a jerk and they are terrible. You can put them off in the distance. But if somebody's just a different person, try to be kind. It spreads itself. It's an easy seed. But I digress. Mostly because there's a cat at my foot. Because we're about to get back to it, folks. Because I'm done with this one. I've shared this. And if you've been here with me, you'll have remembered that we had Pearl say that she's the one who gets to arbitrate who and what is real in her story. That's fine. Okay, I understand that your capitulation and interest is that you really need to be able to prove that what you're saying is true. Because you have a lot at stake, I understand. I'm sure you've got a big business and, such. But I want you out in the audience to remember that I started today's show so many hours ago, all choppy and glitchy, being attacked by some unknown force out in the world, that I shared with you, and I'm sure you were able to read because the frozenness of the screen, what I'm about to share with you right here, which is what a sociopathic narcissist or a narcissist sociopath behaves like. And we can tick off a list, and I want you to remember this as we go along, because this is not only Pearl. This is who gets indoctrinated. Because their ego wants them to be important. Their ego wants them to lead. And as we all know, leaders who choose to lead are not the leaders. The other people got to choose the leaders. It's almost got to be unwanted, generally. They're the best leaders. When somebody walk up to somebody be like, man, you want to lead? And they're like, nah, I really don't want to. That's the one. But especially when they got the qualifications, they're like, I'm really not. That's not happening for me. And you're like, no, that is happening for you because you're the only one who can do this. And they're like, oh, damn. I did pull the short straw, didn't I? Damn. So, okay, sorry. I'm just about to pull up the narcissist card. Because this is a little different kind of narcissist than just loving oneself to the point of staring in the mirror and ignoring everybody's everything. Fine on batteries. Woo! You're like, damn, how the hell is he keeping it going? Or there's so much power being drained. I have at least a team of 12,000 tiny hamsters running in wheels right now in the other room, and you just can't see it. They're amazing. But they're very expensive to feed. They only eat... What do tiny hamsters eat? Oh! They only eat Chef Boyardee. And that shit's hard to find nowadays. Yeah, just the can. Chef Boyardee with the circles. It's just a bunch of hamsters sitting around a boat eating Chef Boyardee. What does RD mean? Research and development. Chef Research and Development. Oh, now I just jumped off the ledge. All right. Woo! All right, let me get rid of these filters for a second so you can share in the knowledge that, and let's just go over this before we watch the rest of the videos, because there's so much more of a rabbit hole, folks. We have just begun. What time is it? Oh, yeah, we're gonna be up for a while. They live in a deluded reality. They are obsessed with power and control. They take advantage. Oh, here, I'm sorry. The magic chair is falling apart, so I'll move out of the way so you can read this, and I'll read it from back here. They live in a deluded reality. They are obsessed with power and control. They take advantage of and use other people. They have no moral boundaries, imagine that. And they have limited range of emotion. And they have a huge discard pile. That's one of the ones that's a telltale. They become hostile when threatened. Huh, imagine that. And they feed off negative energy. Does that sound like anybody? Does that sound like anybody we know? I don't know. We'll keep this in the background. Just so we don't forget. Here, let me make the magic chair magic again. I've got to figure something out about this. So if anybody has a good idea about how to upholster a really nice comfy chair with magic green screen, I'm down to know. Because as you can see, it's a tough scenario. Don't buy these things off Amazon, people. Lattice work, fractal frames and backgrounds, and magic chairs are not to be bought off Amazon, and I'm speaking to myself clearly. Yes. All right. Here we go. So the first thing that I've been meaning to share with you, and I've been talking about it for quite a while and hyping it up, because it's actually very important. We're going to watch the whole thing, and I am currently being attacked by a very tiny, very small tiger. You may not see it, but I may have lost a toe already. And I'm just being casual, because this is what I do for you folks. This week I have gone to hell and watched a show by a girl named Not So Erudite, and that's true, because she thinks she's pretty dang smart. And thankfully I know I'm fairly much an idiot like most of humanity. So I don't feel that I'm erudite and think I'm being smarmy by saying, not so erudite. So I hope I run into her one day so I can be smarmy and say, hey, not so. What's up, not so? Not so. Aw, that's just mean. Who throws a cupcake? I do. No, I throw cupcakes. I will. And if you throw it back, I'll keep throwing. I'm fine. How are you? So glad you could join us. My name is ArpmnMSound, as you probably well know. And this is Look Up the Remix Live. Everything you're seeing, I'm doing right now, right in front of you. And that means as well, the energy levels and all, that's me. I am a human meme, apparently, and this is the home of the awkward. The friend to the friendless, I believe in you. And right now, we're heading into the second long portion of learning about, well, where does Pearly get these things? And what is it all associated with? And I'm so excited to share this with you. Because two things are going to happen. I'm going to share with you first, Sneako's terrible friends that let you know, oh, you went away right now? Right now they went away? Oh, man. I hope they just drop feed or something. It's too bad, because right now is when I'm getting into it. It's about to get real. Because these are things that most people would not find. I had to search them out. They're sub-video specialty people in like the tea world, which is some white girl, British and Canadian stuff, and Chud Logic, which is some weird, like, it doesn't seem like he's racist, but then every once in a while it's like, yo, dude just said something about Nazi camps being okay, and that the Germans should have gotten the black people too, and it's like everybody's just offended. And I don't know, excuse me, I don't know I don't know if that, if it's meme or not, and it doesn't matter. Because most of this is about normalizing hate, normalizing otherhood. And that's not what we're about here. Not here at the home of the awkward. Friend of the friendless. I believe in you. So like and subscribe. And anybody that you see, please support them. This is an army build. And I shout out to @MikeTV. At the business, who doesn't know me, but I'm a big fan. At everybody else, at Roma Army even, who I may not agree with because her MRA tactics a little extreme, but at least she is organic and genuine and believes in kindness as the forward rule. And it's on these principles we can all get around and agree that otherism takes away our kindness and makes us work from a place of disingenuousness and disenfranchisement that we are now seeing an effect on our children, on the young people, on our democracies, on our attempt at unity, and to all the work that everybody in this frickin' Western Hemisphere did for 55, 65 years, putting their bodies on the line, putting their souls on the line, putting their minds and hearts on the line for each other, just throwing that away because a group of folks don't know the difference because they're too young and they won't listen to people. It's very comparative, I will say, to the Khmer Rouge of the 1970s. Pol Pot convincing the children that their elders and the doctors and the scientists and the senators and everybody was against them. And what happened? The brain drain. And 3 generations later, they're just now starting to come back statistically on the educational level for doctors, engineers, all the special sciences, mathematics. The majority of those minds that could have taught the next generation were left in a field with a bag over their head or a rope around their neck or a bullet in their head or were set afire by people who knew them. And in often cases, a relative who was younger. See, what happens is that we all know, because we've been young, that rebellious behavior makes you want to question authority. But if we're not hearing question authority and we're just hearing polarization and otherism and unrealistic disconnect, then we shouldn't take it as coincidence. We should take it as a message. And this message is disenfranchisement is real. And it's the little things like Pearl, little shows of folks that just normalize hate in sideways, soft power ways. And soft power, what does that mean? Soft power means it's not in your face. It comes from directions around the corner like a soft back rub that puts its hands around your neck, and by the time you realize it's not a back rub, you've already been strangled. So, my friends, I'm going to share with you from @WillieMaxShow a video I've mentioned to you way too many times. I'm hoping that you already watched it separately. We're going to watch it here. Currently with 254,000 views in 2 weeks. Willie Mack is known for his very well done and fairly humorous documentaries. Now, it's very stiff in some ways, and I'm not gonna lie. It does come with all of that old school YouTube, but quick clip, Okay, so that aside, and my own antics aside, I want you to hear the message. I want you to see the history. And what's important is you get to see where Pearl got the book from, when she got the book, and who she got. The whole thing. You get to see the whole thing. That seems to be missing from the current story that I'm putting to bed tonight. Whew. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes when you've been using a device for hours upon hours, it's like, screw you, buddy. Let me see. Sorry, folks. Okay, that should drag it back. It's not being friendly.
viewers engagement goes, I'm definitely better because again, I have.
None of them make sense. Take Twinko for example.
Twinko. Woo! Wait till you see this. Okay, so you gotta understand. I'm not gonna throw this at you and be like, okay, you should just know whoever all these people are. So we're gonna be looking at a bunch of people. Some of these people have been kicked off of YouTube. Some of them still on. Some of them are just on other platforms like Kick or Twitch. But it's important to know who they are because they all started on YouTube, and then they migrated elsewhere because they couldn't say or do or get away with the craziness that they get away with. From Aiden Ross's masturbating on camera and Zeke Heiling to Fuentes, and Aiden Ross is a Jew, which normalizes Jews accepting Hitler and hate, which is, what the fuck? What the fuck? You know that salesmanship is crazy. Or from the Gideon trying to get all the white people on Destiny's broadcast while Destiny stays silent, to drop the N-bomb. And then when they do, he hails them, and Qantas, who's another one, who's a gentleman who claims to be Muslim, who wears a mask so you can't see his face, and he uses a fairly thick, what sounds to be Egyptian or maybe Iraqi, a language where maybe Farsi has been spoken, or, Swahili maybe. And he loves to drop the N-bomb and gay slurs and you name it. It's just hate upon hate. Meanwhile, the little guy in the corner, he's just playing video games in the big screen, and you barely see him. And he doesn't really say anything about it. You gotta get. He leans over and does a little more schneef. A little more schneef. Sorry, the neck. It's all about the neck. All right. That's why I got the comfy chair. Mike, you need to get a comfy chair. I see that folding chair. I see that, buddy. Mike. Big brother Nico, tell me, can we get Mike a chair, please? You know the business got a nice chair. Just the fact that you never see him, he got a nice chair. Anyways, let me pull up the video. There it is. Lovely. All right. So, as opposed to normal, where I'll remix something, I'm going to shrink myself down to mini-man size, which, as you all know, there's a little magic word for that. Can we say it together? It's a question mark at the end, so it's a little different than going upward. And here we go. It goes, I don't go too far. Oh, gosh. Almost too far. I think I'm okay. Is this okay? I'm okay. You got me? I got me. Oh, God. Oh, my God. My penis is the size of Fuentes. Now, hold on. I can't live like this. I need kick. I can't have pinna. I got to have kick. Hold on. Enough chair. Yes. Much better. I like it when I have to sit on it. Sorry. That's weird. But it's late night, so who cares? Am I undermining? I don't know. I don't really care, but I can tell he's a little man. He's a tiny man. A very tiny man. So it's not my concern. But it is clear he's a tiny man with a very high-pitched voice. So it kind of seems like maybe there's something else going on. I don't know what you got. I didn't say. I don't know what. Fuck, thank God. It's more like a tuna can. Just all girth. I can't take credit for that. That's Kurt Vonnegut. That's Breakfast of Champions. He was sitting in his car at that moment in time. His hoo-ha was 2 inches long and 5 inches wide. It looked like a tuna can. I'll never forget that. That's just something, I don't know why that came up. It's just absolutely ridiculous. All right. Where am I? Okay, I think I need to knock Judd down. I'm too much in the scene. I knocked Judd. All right, here we go. Are you ready? This is serious stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you a video I've been talking about forever and ever, and I'm not going to stop this. I'm going to keep going afterwards. I'm going to comment during it because it's most important that you learn this information directly. Ladies and gentlemen, Sneako's horrible friends, Aiden Ross, Fresh and Fit, and Pearly Things. That's if it'll allow me to play, which of course, oh my goodness, it's really being mean to me. There it is. Oh goodness. Oh, and you probably want to hear the audio, huh? Nah, it's overrated.
A woman who says women love to be cheated on.
I swear to God, this show has made me believe I think women like to be cheated on.
Aiden
Really,
Ross,
bro?
a Jewish
No
man
doubt.
whose audience
I think
is
we've
filled
heard.
with
I think
people
we've
that
heard.
hate Jews.
Yeah, we've heard that.
This kid just said, I like my cooked medium rare. F you, bro. That's a weird ass comment, bro.
Sneeko,
can I
a
run
mixed
this
race
back? I'm sorry, I
individual
said I
who
wasn't
believes
gonna-
that race mixing is degenerate.
So I'm saying I'm against race mixing. These are all
Yeah, no,
things which I
definitely.
would
That's
consider wrong.
yo, the
And Fresh and
business
Fit, guys
yo,
that act like
yo,
they-
the business. Come on, you know he's got a nice chair. The way his voice sounds like he's sitting in the comfiest goddamn chair in the world. Only a man who's sitting in a comfy chair could have that kind of confidence. No, it's because he's clearly a rather giant intellectual man, in the sense that he's got a big brain for real. Like I normally use that as a negative. No. That man is on it. He's quick, and I love listening to him when he really gets somebody who like is trying to disagree with him, and he just like, sir, let me explain to you how everything works, and you should shut up now. I'm just like, I got kicked off his show. I tried to get on. I didn't even have, it was right within the first like 3 days of me trying to steam. And I had something that's how I ended up on Mike TV, is that I got kicked off of, I'm not going to lie. Mike, I love you. You're the best, bro. And Mike should know this. He and I send him stuff all night long when I'm really working. And especially all this Pearly stuff, trying to follow along and send him the outlying information. All right. So what we have here, I'm going to start it back all the way again, is Sneako's horrible friends, Aiden Ross, Fresh and Fit, and Pearl.
Knows so much about relationships while rambling off childlike worldviews.
It's global.
It's not global for 99% of people. A girl going in Kansas City, it's like in Florida to Dubai.
Yeah, she is, bro.
No.
No, she is not.
It's wild.
I
You guys
guarantee
are wild.
Oh yeah,
That's-
it's
I
a
love
bunch
that
of
they think
masochists.
that.
This is gonna be kinky. I'm not a very political person. I don't do right left. I'm more of a doesn't make sense kind of guy, and none of them make sense.
And if you
Take
watch his
Twinkle
other
for-
videos, I'll just pause for a second here while I shrink the sound down so we get a clear imaging of the whole thing. By the way, and I'll just leave Twinko right there for you to just ogle, because you know that. Let me look at that. What does that look like to you? It looks like one of those magazines you see at 7-Eleven that they got covered up and you just see the face sticking out. Pretty boy Floyd. Yay. All right. He's trying to be a model. I don't know what that means for him. Everybody goes through experimental phases. Just leave it there for a minute. So you can really ogle him. Get into his eyes and just be like, hold on a second, let me bring me back up so I can, hold on. No, sure. Oh, so embarrassing. She's coming back in. Hold on a second. Yeah. Don't turn around. Oh, yeah, she doesn't care. She doesn't care. She's Japanese, clearly, so she's like, I am not interested. Adenocha! I'm getting better at that. All right. So, oh man, I just feel awkward for you. I really feel awkward for you on so many levels. That you're gonna look back at this picture and be like, man, you can't take things down off the internet very easily, can you? Nope, you cannot. Nope. That's just a thing that happens. Let's move on.
Example. He recently went on Aiden Ross's stream, clickbaiting a debate with Charlie, even though a debate was never set up, and then he just claimed he won.
I don't think I'm gonna get more critical. I don't think he's gonna
Oh,
be
and
open
if
to
you're not
do that.
familiar with a really funny little back and forth of Moist Critical, Charlie Penguin Zero is a really interesting dude, a very positive guy. He's a video game player. Oh my god, wait, hold on a second. What happened here? telling you, don't buy fractal and lattice work backdrops from Amazon. $29.95. I should have spent the extra $30. You know, I think that I mean, look at him. He probably pretty boyed for money. Who knows? He clearly, he's been in a relationship with the same woman for a long time. And apparently everybody that knows him, you know, they actually like him. So this must be a lot of a character. And he has swayed with the wind. He's been online for a very long time. He's been on the YouTubes and everything else for a very long time. And him losing his channel is pretty amazing because Sneeko was, you know, one of the first on the street question guys. And he was that pretty boy face. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know if he's gay. But he has been in a, well, it was an open relationship for a moment, but he has been in a straight relationship, cis relationship, for quite some time with the same woman. But he also did claim that relationship was open. So. And then when everybody saw the cuck video that said where he admitted that he had been cucked, then his whole world went to shambles. But that is so far down the line. It's kind of outside of our purview, and but it's you know, if you want a little backstory. And to his left is Aiden Ross, the self-hating Jew, who loves to talk about Hitler and his reverence for Fuentes, and has been caught on camera masturbating in front of live viewers in the hundreds of thousands. That's right. Yeah. So I'm going to run it back so you can hear everything that the man has to say. Because I like Willie Mack. He's a good dude. And,
went on Aiden Ross's stream, clickbaiting a debate with Charlie, even though a debate was never set. My dad always told me you were only as smart as the sum of the people around you. Well, Sneeko's in trouble. We got Pearl, a woman who says women love to be cheated on.
I swear to God, this show has made me believe I think women like to be cheated on.
Aiden Ross, a Jewish man whose audience is filled with people that hate Jews.
This kid just said, I like my Jews cooked medium rare. You, bro. That's a weird ass comment, bro.
Sneeko, a mixed-race individual who agrees that race mixing is degenerate.
So I'm saying I'm against race mixing. These are all things which I would consider wrong. Yeah,
and fresh and fit. Guys that act like they know so much about relationships while rambling off childlike worldviews.
It's global.
It's not global for 99% of people. A girl going in Kansas City is like getting flown out to Dubai.
Yeah, she is, bro.
No, she isn't, bro.
You guys are wild.
Do you notice so far what they have in common? What all these people have in common? Including Destiny. Including the blue hair. Which, by the way, I believe is a rouge. How weird is that? That his blue hair is a rouge. And by the way, thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining us. Here at Look Up, the remix. Make sure to like and subscribe. And like and subscribe to Willie Mack Show.
You guys are wild.
Oh yeah, it's a bunch of masochists. This is gonna be kinky. I'm not a very political person. I don't do right-left. I'm more of a doesn't make sense kind of guy, and none of them make sense. Take Twinko, for example. He recently went on Aiden Ross's stream, clickbaiting a debate with Charlie, even though a debate was never set up, and then he just claimed he won.
I don't think I'm gonna get more critical. I don't think he's gonna be opening to do that, bro. He didn't reply to me when I hit him.
He's ducking, man. He's ducking, bro. I mean, if you duck a fight, that's one thing. Ducking a debate after making a video. When I'm banned on YouTube, like people are saying, oh, he owned you, he owned you.
I'm gonna be honest, Sneeko. He owned you. Just take your L.
Sneeko then leaked this DM from Charlie, thinking it looked good. Sneeko tweets, commentary channels fence it so they never get canceled and rely on drop AdSense dollars. Nobody fenced that. In fact, everyone chose to dumpster you. That's why I'm nominating you, Sneeko, for a Nobel Peace Prize. You've successfully united the internet against your dumbassery. And in the DMs he leaked, Charlie wrote, hey man, can you please calm down with these meltdowns for another week? I'm doing another merch drop and would love to continue to use you for those. He thinks leaking this is an O. The guy is so dumb. He wants to move to Dubai while simultaneously complaining about censorship.
Hey man, moving to Saudi Arabia, unironically.
Unironically, I think Dubai seems like a good place to live.
Square away. If you think leftists are bad when it comes to censorship, how the fuck could you live in a society that's like Islamist, like where they like kill people for saying the wrong shit? Like if you think it's bad, you can't like.
I think it's better to follow God than to follow woke.
So then you don't care about lefties censoring shit or whatever. You just think they censor the wrong stuff. You're pro-censorship. You're pro-oppression.
No, I'm not pro-censorship.
So if you could choose a free liberal society that's godless or a theocratic society,
live in the God society any day.
So one of the things that I'll point out to you is the gentleman in the corner.
I would live in the God Society any day.
Is the little man in the box that I talked to you about a little bit earlier. The man over there is a man named Destiny. Stephen from Omaha the second, aka from back in the day, Pog Boy, also known as Steve-O2. That's Stephen from Omaha, El Due, as in Duce, as in possibly one of the more influential and definitely the most proliferating of these folks in what seems to be an innocuous group of silly people feeding nihilism, otherism, hate, anti-Semitism, fascism, even populating entire servers with their followers just to practice debating and in-speak. This is very large, my friends, and it goes very deep. And it's not these people. They're not directly creating this. No. They're just players on the stage, on a very, very big stage.
The irony with this guy is too much. He wants free speech for him, his beliefs. That's it. It's hilarious how unself-aware he is. However, Sneeko does not stand alone. There's a whole gang.
That's called fascism.
Red pill creators on the rise, taking some of the most booger-eating stances.
Sitting on the back porch eating boogers.
Speaking of which, trigger warning. If you're against watching a grown man eat his own boogers, I highly suggest you put your hands over your eyes and squeal like a tiny hamster.
Pearl, Aiden Ross, all of these people will say the dumbest shit as if it's fact, and it will be applauded by thousands of people. Pearl is one such person who has gained massive popularity through street interviews. It's basically just her asking contradicting questions and then feeling smart when people are caught off guard by them.
Would you say when a dad abandons his child, he's a deadbeat dad?
Oh, you are abandoning your child?
Of course, yeah. Of course.
So why is it when a woman abandons her child, we call it the right to choose?
You mean by that abortion? Choose what, fam?
No.
She has an abortion. I love that guy. Jeez, he was like, what's wrong with you? This is earlier, Pearl, but by the way, if you notice, we've heard these questions before from It's Complicated. Huh.
Call it the right to choose. So she's abandoning her.
No, the child's not born yet, but
it's still a child, right?
Yeah, sticky one still.
In her street interview, she comes off as relatively well put together, but the instant you get her on a podcast where you could actually press her on what she believes, her demeanor completely changes. She will continually say that women like to be cheated on and then act confused when pressed.
I actually think
Wait, what do you mean? Pearl changing her position just because she's being pressed a little bit? I can't imagine Pearl ever doing that. I mean Hannah. Let me get this straight. I can't imagine Hannah, Banana, as her friend Emily would call her, ever changing her story because she's being pressed a little or getting, generally upset about it.
Women like to be cheated on.
Do you really believe that most women like being cheated on?
I think I do. I didn't before I started the show.
Okay.
I did it before I started the show, and then I just had the same, because it's like I just start to meet the same people over and over again. I'm just like, this is a pattern.
Okay. Did any of them tell you they liked being cheated on?
I mean, they didn't say that, but their actions, it's like their actions showed it.
Do you think women like being abused? A lot of women like to stay in abusive relationships. So do they like it because they stay there?
See, I feel like this is like a trap question.
Oh!
It's like this is what they do. They try to trap you.
Like to be addicts?
Well, because you're basically
they make
saying,
the choice to do the drugs.
Honestly, I think some addicts do. I do. No, this is. I have relatives that are
so
addicts.
Embarrassed for her. So embarrassing in general. Just her general attitude is insane.
They just keep doing the same thing over.
Then again,
and over
hold on a second. I don't know if you remember, but I still have it in the background.
Even Andrew Tate has to stop.
Yeah, no, by the way, Andrew Tate talking smack to her in as nice as he can in Andrew Tate way is pretty hilarious here coming up. Sorry. Let's see. What just happened? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Yes. Okay. Yep. Okay. There it is. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry, things going on elsewhere. This guy's a hero. If you really want to see some inside dirt, he is always on it. I don't know how he gets it. He's a sleuth. He comes up, he's like, is he watching YouTube more than I am? I mean, I'm come on. This is crazy. Super crazy. All right. So let's take a look at this. What was I going to bring up? I was going to bring up the list just to remind us real quickly. I won't take too much time with this, but I just want to bring this up real quickly. Just remind you that this is the narcissistic, sociopathic stuff. Deluded reality, obsessed with power and control, take advantage, use other people, no moral boundaries, limited range of emotions, huge discard pile, become hostile when threatened, and then feed off negative energy. I think we got the idea. Let's move on. There it is.
Correct.
I swear to God, this show has made me believe I think women like to be cheated on.
Women love the idea of bragging about the man they're with, but they can only brag about the man they're with if other women want that man. So you're saying you love women who get cheated, women love getting cheated on. That's not true. But women do not like men that other women don't want. If you were to say, look, I got my man, he's perfect, he's rich, he da-da-da-da-da, and every girl in the room would go...
Can you imagine being corrected by Andrew Tate on your own show when you're trying to actually regurgitate his own message? That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for her. I'd say... Damn. Is what I have to say about that. I didn't say anything. I visually responded. Woo! So
I would never touch him. She'd be like, oh shit. Well, I don't want him either then. What the fuck
but
is
you
that?
know, she's constantly saying absurd shit about what a woman really wants, when in reality she doesn't even want a guy like that. She's just saying it to say it.
Women love selfish men, though.
Oh my god.
Yeah. What do you, like, what?
Oh, you just like say the randomest, most like, what is like the dumbest?
Boy, you know, he doesn't say a lot of truth, but if that was one moment in his life that he actually, look at the look on her face. Ooh, some side eye. If that's not side eye, look at that side eye. That is incredible. Wow.
Opinion. Yeah, would you be a selfish guy?
Do you? Yeah.
Why do you keep saying I've been with you? You're not anymore. Okay, right?
Make it make sense. Pearl, name one woman who's happy in a relationship but gets constantly cheated on and is with a guy who's selfish. The only people she refers to are people that are no longer in that relationship.
Like, women aren't gonna be okay with their guys cheating on them. I don't know what else to say. Like, it's so obvious.
I just think if that was true, every girl I ask this on the show wouldn't stay and then leave later. It's just quite odd.
True. I think the same about abused women all the time.
I've heard her say someone coming out as gay is the same as them wanting to be black.
If my son came home from school one day and said to me, look, Mum, I'll be honest with you, I think I'm gay, I would take it on and I'd be open.
What if your son came home and said, I think I'm black?
Try it yourself.
The YouTube Shorts version of this clip is titled Pearl Owns Feminist. Pearl, if a guy wants to bang other men, he's gay. If someone wants to transition, they're trans. And if someone wants to switch race, they're Sammy Sosa. Or my personal favorite, Whoa Vicky.
Yes, my birthday is
I have to stand up to do this. Sorry, folks.
July 19th was
Whoa, Vicky. Yeah, remember Wokey? Whoa, Vicky? Stay right here. Whoa, Wiki. Sorry.
You're white. I never believed her because I knew I was black.
If God is real, this will be Pearl's kid. There is so much delusion in this red pill space when it comes to relationships. For instance, on Fresh and Fit, they think 50% of college women have been flown out to Dubai by rich men.
It's global.
versus
It's not global for 99% of people. A girl in Kansas City, it's like getting flown out to Dubai.
Yes, she is, bro.
No.
Today,
You guys are wild.
I
You guys are wild.
You're coping, man.
Hold on, I just want to hear for the
That's
record,
left, right?
for you three to answer this. What percentage
I already
of
blew it.
college
So hard
women
to-
do you think are being flown around the world to fuck? I want to hear it.
If I
I
argue,
want to hear it.
off of like probability wise, if I argue, maybe like 30, 40, 50.
Holy shit.
He thinks 50%? Only 30% of Americans own passports. I can't think of a single college woman who did that.
Okay, state school in Iowa. Are those girls getting flown to Dubai?
Off season, they can be.
Okay, 30, 40%? Is that
Ready?
what you said?
Well, globally speaking, but I'm just saying, like, for example.
So hard. Your brain wants to go in both directions.
Girls getting flown out?
It starts here.
Out to
You
fuck
can do
guys
that.
and normal girls.
You can do the arm thing.
It's very little.
Start small.
Have you ever been flown out?
Have you ever been flown out?
Can't believe
No,
that
they've
local
never
women
been
get
flown out.
around
They're
the world
just
by
basic
rich men
acts.
for sex.
They're just
Sneako's
basic.
shocked. How are they giving relationship
They are
advice
not
when they have no idea what the
$20,000 a
average
night.
woman is like?
Firstly, the average
Special ladies.
decently hot chick on a college campus does not.
Thank
have
you for joining me.
that
Make sure to
full
like and
level.
subscribe.
That's an exceptional person.
Like and
That's not
subscribe
the-
to Willie
that's
Mack
not
Show
the
as well.
person. That's not the average person.
How they view relationships is so imbalanced. It's no surprise they can't find a good woman.
Girls should be clean. I don't give a fuck. Call me a sexist. Women should be fucking clean. If you come into my house and something is off, fix it. Clean. Well, because let me tell you something. I'm not gonna think twice if we're out in public and someone fucking assaults you. I'm gonna do something, right? Yeah. I'm gonna, gotta be a guy. Gotta protect her because I'm here with this girl.
So you better clean every day, and then on the off chance that you get assaulted, he'll help you out. Well, thanks, bro. I hope so. But bitch, if you forget to do the dishes one time, I'm leaving your ass on the streets. It's only even. This is how he views relationships. If our house gets broken into, I got it. But you better cook, clean, and suck dick when I tell you to.
Earlier in the show, we asked you ladies, would you be content with a man stepping out and having sex with other women? All of you were pretty much like, no, you will not accept that. However, you will not pleasure him when it doesn't convenience you. Hold on, let me finish.
What?
If someone robbed the house and I left you there to deal with it, you would break up with me the next day. You would divorce me. You'd be like, what the fuck? What I'm saying is that men should feel the same
what a
way when
sad
brother wanna
looking
give him
life,
sex.
right?
This guy acts like somebody breaks into your home every day. It's like, yeah, if you're in a
his
sexless
house.
relationship, odds
Yes,
are there's a
because
deeper
he
problem.
lives
there,
in
man.
the apartment
He
that they
describes
film
sex as a transaction. It's like the least
Bet you he
sexy
writes
thing
that
ever.
office.
I don't think
Like his
if
office
a woman
space.
is telling her man, no, I don't want to have sex, no, I don't want to have sex, and he's doing those things, like purposely trying to put her in the mood, kissing on her, I think then that's a problem. But if you're coming home and you're just like, hey, I need you to do and then, oh, she doesn't want to give it to you, and oh, well, why aren't you giving it to me? Now I'm going to go see the girl next door, but it's like you didn't even try to put me in this situation.
He doesn't have to though. I'm gonna go a step further. Your pleasure is irrelevant. I'm gonna say it. I am gonna say it. Your pleasure is irrelevant because. Because
her pleasure. Her pleasure is irrelevant.
We're gonna have this conversation.
So this is the kinds of things that they're selling.
Treat sex
The
as what it is.
otherism.
What is sex? It's basically a handshake, right? Equal value exchange.
Sex is a handshake as far as Myron's concerned.
What women do is they treat sex as a value-loaded exchange.
Equal value exchange. Dude makes it sound like he can't pleasure a woman. He then goes on to say that most guys have their shit together and that their paycheck
I have
will
another
provide for
video
everything.
where I show that Myron admits that
blah, 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 whatever.
he doesn't care.
Yeah, that's an
and
average guy.
He doesn't know how
But
to.
Most guys, like that have their shit together, whatever, they're gonna cover everything. And what I'm saying is
most
that
guys don't have their shit together.
yeah, well, we're talking about guys that have their shit together. This man is a celebrity.
We're talking about
paying all the
another
bills
guy.
for his
This
wife
other
and
guy we
supporting
know.
her, and she ain't doing
Not-
it.
not the guys
That's
you
the
know.
problem.
Just
We're not
another
talking
guy.
about average guys that do 50-50. Listen, you want to do that 50-50 stuff, then yeah, cool. That's negotiable. But most guys, like guys that have their shit together financially and are like a little bit more dominant, they're not pussies. Yeah. They're not gonna tolerate that BS.
So the advice they give on this podcast is only for rich celebrities. Even their own moderators roasting them. So we talking about Drake. They live in fantasy land, so far from
really
reality. Most families are two-income households. Don't be fooled. They're the delusional ones. But what drives me crazy is how they pick and choose statistics to cite. Empirical evidence is important, and luckily the red pillars fully respect that.
I'm talking about the average guy. I'm talking about statistics. That's what girls do, because a lot of other girls probably feel the same way, and they're just not going to say it because they don't want to, stand on their belief. But what I've come to realize is when a girl says who hurt you or whatever, it's a self-defense mechanism. Is, well, who hurt you? Because you're stating these facts that don't make me feel good, even though they're facts.
This is all based on your feelings. There's no facts in it.
My only problem is they don't bring that same energy when the facts don't favor them. In the debate between Sneeko and Hunter, Sneeko similarly brings up suicide rates and men's mental health. Hunter then shows a study.
It's a dumb way to argue to go and do homework before this and list a bunch of articles that back up what you're saying. Because
So don't know what you're saying. Just you know, wing it. Be extemporaneous, because you know in your brain that you're smarter than that.
Makes you a better person. It's just. This is ultimately this.
So let me
this
get
is
this
not going to
straight.
get any place.
So
if you
getting
find your
information
self-esteem by doing studies, then I'm not going
to be
convince
informed
you.
is to feel better than someone else.
This is ultimately this is not going to get any place, because if you garner your self-esteem by doing studies, then I'm not going to.
If you garner your self-esteem by educating yourself,
I do think that as far as this engagement,
I understand.
If you garner your self-esteem by doing studies, then I'm not going to convince you.
That's not how I garner my self-esteem.
Because you're going to try to tell me something ignorant. I understand. Yes, okay, clear.
Because again, I
understand.
Data that backs up my claims. I don't just have.
Sir, you're on the record.
Dude.
You guys
that's my data too.
He's so
oh, by the way,
when
you know, for those of you who are joining us just now,
well, they're just living in delusion.
If you don't like reality,
I want to share with you. If you're not familiar,
it's because studies and statistics are now lame.
Because the internet is so large, there's a study that's going to back up whatever you believe. What I believe, I could find if I Googled right now, I could find you the same amount of articles saying the same thing. It's a waste of time to do this.
This is your problem. Is that it's not a waste of time.
The dichotomy is so funny. He goes from
the reason that this man believes it, and I wanted to kill the music for a brief second, because I wanted you to hear the ludicrousness, the insanity of an empty mind, of someone who doesn't care about information, fact. And that's the same person who would love to sell you a stupid idea. And in the process, if you buy that idea, you might well later buy an atrocity. Good to hear. Yeah, it's talking about fresh and fit. Because yeah, I mean, like I've never actually. I don't think I subscribed. I may, if I'm subscribed right now. It's probably because I was waiting for this one video to come out and I was missing them all. So, but I do. I think I was subscribed for like a day originally, and then I was like, okay, that's not for me. That's it's entertaining in like a Maury Povich whip, but then again, it's such. They're using people. They're using people. Yeah, they're not very good people. Picking it up. Ready?
Max confidence to squirming like a worm.
And this is what I don't like about bot arguments, is they think that pulling up some studies that back up exactly what they're saying means that it's true, but that's just as anecdotal as talking to people and figuring it out. Because the internet is so large and there's every type of information.
Oh, so that just excludes. That's called mutual exclusivity in thought. And by the way, that's a very popular thing. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because that's a classic example. Exclusivity in thought. Meaning that it couldn't be more than one thing at the same time. And I have videos on bias and videos on all sorts of viewpoints about how we need to check ourselves and our thought processes. And this is one of those great modern trivial issues that we need to get past, which is to see more than the binary. That there's many options and platitudes all at once that are true, because mutual exclusivity is exclusivity and extremism. Because as we all know, it's normally something we know, something we don't know, something we couldn't know, and something someone won't tell us on average.
And say this is the truth. That's just as anecdotal as me having a conversation.
No, it's not. I don't think you know what anecdotal means. It means like a personal experience.
Personal experience. It's your personal experience.
It's not anecdotal that 985,000 people were engaged in a survey tracking from the ages of 16 to 45 in 48 different countries. And then they analyzed all of that data and found that women on average have lower levels of self-esteem.
How they conducted the study.
You can
don't
read
even
about
know
it.
what they
and
asked.
also, why would this is the cope. You are coping
that
right
is a
now.
cope.
You went from I don't trust the data to
I don't like that
anybody
term, but
can get a study for
it
anything.
it is the
they probably just did the study
misread on his
wrong.
part.
You're in like the
They
three
could have
stages
done the
of cope
study
right now.
It's not coping.
It's coping. You were coping. But it's not just Nico. It's all of them. They all talk about how if you want to get laid, you got to make 6 figures. It's absurd because most people will never make 6 figures.
Exactly.
Do you have a better solution?
Yeah, for sure. It's to find women that like value and appreciate you for things other than your wallet.
Yes, and there's
people that are
plenty of
watching
them.
right now,
If you're
less than
looking
10%
for a
of-
partner and they're looking at you as a bank account, that's not a good partner. That's not a cooperator. That's someone who's seeing you as a commodity. And folks, we are human. And you either respect each other or you don't. Boy, I wonder if they were going through trauma or troubles then, or they were just having such a hard time on that panel. I know that they live in Miami, these two, but look at how unhappy they look. Could be that their lifestyle was catching up to them. Anyhow. Yes, they are the same age as most of us, and it's insane because they act like junior high school students. Their viewpoint of the world is an adolescent reality where everybody's gotta have that jock complex of if you don't do this, nothing ever will work for you. And I am here to tell you, Mike TV in the house, sir. Welcome. We're right in the middle of Sneako's horrible friends, Aiden Ross and friends. So yeah, it's amazing that adults would behave in such adolescent ways.
Will ever go on to earn 6 figures? Well, maybe in the YouTube audience, maybe
This
a
is
little
not
bit higher.
Disney.
But like,
This is the real life.
No, I'm talking about the real life. You were talking about Disney.
No.
When you talk about this is what high value men do. That's Disney.
So, by
World.
the way, at this point, the premise is that the reason that these people were reached out to be indoctrinated in the first place into this line of disrespectful, disingenuous, disengaging product placement and material video creation. These things are meant to proliferate little snippets and little cuts of unhappy people spreading unhappy lies, so that most people feel like there's no help or hope. Which is why Fresh and Fit, as Willie Mack will tell you, is the jumping off point for most of these horrendous views. And we haven't even got halfway through, so stick around with me.
Whatever the fuck we want and
What's
get
the
anything
average
we want.
income of a man?
What you guys say?
40K?
So why are you giving advice for a guy making over 250K when we know that the average guy's going there?
You know what? They're literally saying don't listen to Destiny, even though he's stating a fact. Pearl is the only one I have faith in because at least
There was
she
not
admits
so
when she doesn't know what
erudite
she's
right there
talking
sitting in the
about.
middle of the panel.
Like studies
Wearing a leather jacket on a hot set. Not.
I don't know why you keep saying that. This is like it's like
this
something
is
that
important.
somebody's never.
If you want to know where she got the book
study
from,
will tell you
it's
anything. No, it
right
won't.
before
Studies
this.
by reputable sources published in reputable
Now, we've all
journals
seen
that have
this
reputable
on
results.
Mike's
Don't
program.
just say anything. That's not
Mike-
true. If that was
Mike,
true, how would they make
there's
any
another
progress
video I think
scientifically
can
at
pull from
all
this.
in anything ever? Do you
But
think that medicine has gotten better largely?
There's
as, like,
another
time has
portion
gone
of
on?
it.
Do you think that like cars have gotten better largely
Where
as time has gone on?
Sneeko gives her
Okay,
a
if
book.
all of society's improving and all of it's on the back of research and studies, then it's probably the case that studies don't just say anything. They're probably pointing in like some direction. A mistake could be wrong, right? This has happened. The Lancet is a very prestigious journal, and that's where the original vaccines of autism study was published, right?
Excuse
So,
me
yeah,
while I eat some
I'm not gonna
quiche.
say I'm an expert in studies, okay? I'm not that smart.
Yes, this is the
You
red
heard
pill
me.
law. The truth, it may
Real
look like
men
medicine,
eat
but it
quiche.
is pure copium.
Don't know why I feel like shit. I will not see.
Oh yes, we're getting to the self-hating Jew. My favorite. Aiden Ross. The rotary masturbating, booger-eating, self-hating Jew who likes to see Kyle. My favorite.
a therapist.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to notice a pattern here. Myra from Fresh and Fit talks about what it takes to be in a happy relationship, but isn't in one. Sneako's a mixed race individual that advocates that mixing race is degenerate. Pearl is a woman who thinks women like to be cheated on. Like, what happened to you guys? Have some self-respect.
Who
One thing the
hurt
last
you?
video went into is what Sneako means by the truth. And what he means by that is that he thinks Jews run everything.
Of course, the Jews have a lot of control over media, banks, most industries, real estate. Yes, the red pill is just truth. That a
Red
specific
pill is
group of
just
people
truth.
pull the strings, and we are lied to about most things.
See, my understanding was that the red pill was like a dating thing. That it was you take the red pills, you get into reality. But what it's being turned into is a gateway via Fresh and Fit's disingenuous sales techniques and the disenfranchisement of you can't possibly make $120,000 a year so you can ever get laid, son. And they're speaking to people of color, to people around the world, to men who are incels, to the kids who are coming up. And trust me, kids are watching this. But it's not as insidious as the king of all them, Destiny, who at another time we'll get to that. Because we haven't even got to the tea spillers, which gives you all the last juice that I'll give you on Pearl. And that's after this video. It's another 25-minute video after this. And it's probably where I'll wrap at the end of the night, because I think that's as much as I want to share with her. And by the way, if Mike is in the room, I want to share this with you because, sir, I want to show you the exact power that you have. I'm gonna pop out of this briefly to get back to something that my audience saw earlier. All of you my audience, and he knows who he is. This morning, I tried to get on the phone with the one and only King Riches, who I previously had interviewed. And he said in that last interview that she did it for the money. She did it without knowing what she was doing, that he was upset with her, but that she seemed to understand. And I think in retrospect that wasn't true. So I've been trying to ask them 3 simple questions. One of them for him is what happened to his rap career. Number 2 is what about the accusations apparently from its complicated channel about plagiarism. They love to delete that. And so I couldn't get that question out. And then I also wanted to know, what about this video we're watching right now? So I called in this morning, and here's what went down. And I'm going to pull this up just so you can see. And I'm not going to stop it too much, except for Mike, for this one viewpoint, so he can see what it is that he did. The kind of effect that this gentleman has on the whole of the situation. It's pretty amazing, to be honest with you folks. So, bear with me. There we are. Let me pull it into frame so we can see what I'm doing, so it's not all psychedelic, even though that's dope. Woo! So glad you could be here. Make sure to like and subscribe. Thanks so much for joining me. There he is. He looks so happy right here. Mike, this is what you do to people. I want you to know that this is what you've done, and I want you to... I'm going to zoom it in here, folks. We're going to zoom it in because this is good stuff. This is good stuff. Big Brother was here with me earlier when I shared this, and I zoomed it in then too. He was just so happy. He was like all on the phone talking smack to people. Look at how smiley he was. And then he gets this phone call from who?
Anyway, hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm good.
Here.
Oh, wait. Good morning. Look at how happy he is right there. I want you to see the last little vestige of his happiness, Mike. Do you see that? Do you see that? And I want you to see what happens when he realizes who's calling. Because of you, Mike. He knows they're on the run. This is ArpmnMSound reporting. You're on watch this. Oh, who? Who? Let's roll it back just a... Okay, so first he's happy. Now here's my name. You see that, folks? That's what you do, Mike. That's what you do, sir. But it's not only that. Wait. Here we go. I have 3 questions for you. I'm going to start with one that's...
What you mean?
Oh, yeah. Also, how I hit him, because he'd been saying that there's nothing that can be held against him. So I told him, Good morning. This is ArpmnMSound reporting. You're on the record. I have 3 questions for you. I'm going to start with one that's...
What do you mean I'm on the record, bruv? What do you mean I'm on the record?
Well, as I mentioned to the audience earlier, well, sir, you're, it's funny. He didn't even think about it like, you're in the public eye, man. Everything's recorded. You're on the record. And I said that because he had been contradicting himself. So I love now he's in defensive mode. Look at how serious his eyes are. Look at how serious. Look at the concern. And I'm running this back and forth just a little bit so you can see the difference in the tense of lip. And let me run it all the way back so you can see Mike what you did. He was all happy and relaxed. Now I want you to see how tense the moment he hears whoop. Relax. Not relaxed. What happened? What happened right there? Oh, he heard my voice and then me say, "You're on the record."
What do you mean I'm on the record, bro? I'm getting rid of you, bro. Straight away. That is a horrible way to start.
Why would you do that?
Like, you're on the record, bro.
Yeah, look at the fear in his eyes.
That's horrible. That's a horrible way to start, bro. Absolutely. Nah, you gotta go.
Oh, why would it be horrible, miss? What was on the record must have been horrible. So I'm just gonna give you that, Mike, because he got me off there as fast as he possibly could, and that's due to you, sir. I salute you. And thank you for all you do. Let's get back to that video so you can see the rest of this shit. It's a long night.
We are kept controlled.
This came from slowly being indoctrinated by Nick Fuentes, a man who half his personality is Jewish conspiracy.
Part of the problem globally is shadow banking.
Shadow banking.
And who's behind it?
My dick is only on it.
We talked about it, Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Gideon. Gideon. By the way, the gentleman up in the right-hand corner is Gideon, one of the most powerful, important game players on the planet. He has a bunch of videos, and he's... It's important to know that Gideon is in on this, too. He's part of this, too. He's sitting in there on the call with Fuentes. And who do we have in the bottom right-hand corner? Oh, you didn't notice that? Yeah, you didn't notice that it's Abba in the corner? Oh, yeah, my friends. Don't forget Abba is Ethiopian. So some of his alignments may not, may not be what you think they are.
Truth, it may look like medicine, but it is truth. It may look like medicine, but it is pure copium.
Don't know why I feel like shit.
So, Mike, if you missed this, I'm sorry. Let me run it back real quick.
Not see a therapist.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to notice a pattern here. Myron from Fresh and Fit talks about what it takes to be in a happy relationship, but isn't in one. Sneeko's a mixed race individual that advocates that mixing race is degenerate. Pearl is a woman who like to be cheated on. Like, what happened to you guys? Have some self-respect. One thing my last video went into is what Sneeko means by the truth. And what he means by that is that he thinks Jews run everything.
Of course, the Jews have a lot of control over media, banks, most industries, real estate. Yes, the red pill is just the truth. That a specific group of people pull the strings, and we are lied to about most things so that we are kept controlled.
This came from Slow.
So as I was saying before, you notice how everybody seems to know Fuentes? Fuentes in the center of everything? The self-hating Jew, the mixed race guy who thinks Hitler's okay? Pearl? Aiden Ross? Abba? You missed that, by the way. If you didn't see that, Abba. From Abba and Preach, you heard me.
Indoctrinated by Nick Fuentes, a man who half his personality is Jewish conspiracies.
That's a huge part of.
Look who's down in the right-hand corner.
Is shadow banking.
And who's behind it?
Well, we talked about it, Sneeko.
Who's up in the top right corner? That's Gideon. Gideon is one of the biggest YouTubers on the planet. He plays video games. He's one of the biggest gamers on the planet. And he's the one who instigated a whole bunch of white kids to say the N-bomb. He did it on Destiny's program, and Destiny said nothing while he instigated the white kid to say the N-bomb. And that's when the Indian girl up in the corner said, "Oh, it just doesn't mean as much when you give them permission." But if you're shocked to see Abba and Gideon in there, I think we're shocked at each of these people because it's a nihilist attitude of disenfranchisement that they're doing to make $1. And this man up above He's just the leader face because somebody else pays for his janky middle-class America ass. Because this dude right here, he was very poor. He was Kyle Rittenhouse poor. And then he started speaking as he does. And he sold a book that was published. You can go look for it if you really, really want to. It's more like a pamphlet that you don't want to read. But the truth is, you should be aware of that man up above. Because in that face is the face of some kind of atrocity coming. He's the pipeline, my friends, and you're looking at the connection of unlikely bedfellows that we should all take very concerned looks at. But let's let Willie Mack tell us more.
A lot of Jews.
And now I see Sneeko slowly bring Pearl into the conspiracy as well, casually alluding to it.
She kind of reminds me of me before I watched this stuff for a year.
She kind of reminds me of me before I watched this stuff for a year. Did you hear that, Mike? This is where Pearl gets the other book. Right here. And there's a much longer video. You can find it in Sneeko's World off on Twitch. But this is where she gets the book. It's not accidental that she had Thomas Sowell's book. Because that book was passed down along from Fuentes to Sneeko to Pearl. A direct line. Hence the pipeline. Indoctrination as a group. Now the real question is who is above this? Who pays for this? Who benefits? And why? And I would pose to you that the real issue here is that this isn't about one race or another. Because the people who are benefiting don't give a fuck about us. They don't give a fuck about what our background is or isn't. They only give a fuck about whether or not we're fighting each other. They only give a fuck about whether or not the money is being spent on defensive maneuvers and patterns and behaviors. An offensive fear tactic salesmanship that includes fresh faces that you've known since you were a child playing video games. And in some cases, a TikTok star who seems innocuous enough because she's a volleyball player, despite her smelling like day-old sock. Friends, there's never been anything more insidious than what you see before you. This is exactly what Huxley spoke of. This is exactly the calm fascism that he warned us of in the last century. So I'm not going to speak any more about this. I want you to take it further in because this is just the beginning. This is the moment, I'm telling you. She just got the book, and let me play that back. What did she say? She said she was just like me before I watched this stuff for a year. Well, now what is she referring to? She's referring to the anti-Semitic and Thomas Sowell videos that they're watching together that she's being indoctrinated by. We're literally seeing her indoctrination.
And now I see Sneeko slowly bring Pearl into the conspiracy as well, casually alluding to it.
She kind of reminds me of me before I watched this stuff for a year.
One more time. That's Gideon, folks. Don't forget Gideon. Because that, my friends, may be the most insidious face of them all. Because that man normalizes hate with a smile. And is in many, many product placement.
A lot of Jews.
And now I see Sneeko slowly bring Pearl into the conspiracy as well, casually alluding to it.
She kind of reminds me of me before I watched this stuff for a year.
So she's going to be soon talking about Hollywood and who runs the banks pretty soon.
Pearl just...
So I also want you to notice that there's another person in that video that just flew by very innocuously, and you've probably seen her videos. She seems very pleasant, innocuous. She has positive information, but early on, she might have taken this down because I can't find this. So if somebody out there can find this, there is a video here, and I'm just gonna run it all the way back again so you can catch her because it is, the name of the video is on there. So if you can find it, this is her talking about who runs the banks and anti-Semitism. And essentially, this is not just one group. It's all the groups. Hate on hate, so that we fight amongst ourselves. And it's being sold with video games and comedians that we love, and with people we hate, and with people we've grown up with. With one of the biggest YouTubers on the planet. One of the funniest guys around, with one of the largest consistent followings. And a well-known rebel who's been kicked off the platform, who then hands our favorite racist girl
We talked about a Sneeko, a lot of Jews.
for a book
And now I
that
see
we are all
Sneeko slowly bring
well
Bill into
aware
the
of.
conspiracy as
But
well,
she chose to
casually
read
alluding to it.
She
instead
kind of
of
reminds me of me before I watched this stuff for a year.
So she's going to be soon talking about Hollywood and who runs the banks pretty soon.
Pearl just sits there and gets abused, doesn't object to anything.
No offense, but women are extremely slow at talking. They're like, well, I feel like, and then you have to get past them talking about themselves. I always have to watch this sped up because, it takes you guys so long to get to the point. Look, women are just so boring, Pearl.
I can make it work.
Your gender's boring.
If you absolutely had to.
Yeah,
Then there's Aiden Ross, who's probably the most self-hating Jew
this
I've ever seen.
trigger
He just
warning.
sits
If
there
you
and
don't want to
watches
see a
Nick
grown
Fuentes
man pick his own
hateful
buggers and masturbate in front of his audience.
You know what else has got to go in a Christian society?
Like, this is crazy, bro.
Well,
You know what's crazy is that Aiden Ross is a Jew sitting there watching a Hitler wannabe and enjoying it and sometimes masturbating and picking his own nose. I'm not kidding you here. I wish I could make this up, folks. He picks his own nose and eats it on a regular, and you're about to see a montage, so trigger warning. He's also known to masturbate in front of the camera and has been caught masturbating actually during the period he's watching Fuentes. You can't make this shit up. Look at the creep over here. I mean, like, put the lighting, like they're putting video across him, and he's probably citing some crazy ass stupid. Oh, look, they've got chat behind him too. Debate Bro. Know the name Debate Bro.
Like, who goes to this pet rally and screams the Jews, chat?
Okay. This is a big one. This is a big one, okay? And this is going to be the controversial one, but this is the one.
Chat, in this chat, be honest. How many of y'all would go to this shit? Be honest.
This is the only one.
Y'all are weird as fuck.
Jesus in the world.
It's not true.
Hinduism, not Islam, not Buddhism. But the other thing that's got to
Ye's
go
in there?
in public life at the highest levels is this Talmud.
Hear what he said? Ye's in there?
He's so weird, bro.
So we're not just talking about YouTubers, folks.
Nick Fuentes.
We're not just talking about YouTubers. Ye's in there. Because don't forget, Nick Fuentes, the reason you know Nick Fuentes is that's Ye's former campaign manager. This is not coincidence, my friends. This is an organized plot to undo democracy and individuality as we know it. This is the attempt at the one world fascist government through a smile and a calm breeze. So don't underestimate the power of a slick smile and a booger eating halfwit turning against his own people.
Crimes are fake, as if there's any proof to back that up.
I'm looking at these hate crimes by different religions, and anti is number one with 683. Could you care to explain?
As far as hate crimes go, what you actually find is that, one, a lot of hate crimes are hoaxes, like Jussie Smollett. That's a famous example.
Aiden then just agrees with him, doing no farther research because
Do I
Nick
have to say
cited
anything?
one fake hate crime.
I don't
and his
think
chat
so. I
goes
think you
wild for
understand.
Nick.
Yeah, it's just all these fucking social media people, they all read these scripts and they all listen to people, the higher ups. But yeah, dude, the media
all these social media people, they all read these scripts and they listen to their higher ups. What does that really mean? I want you to think about this. What does that really mean? Does he have a script? Is he listening to a higher up? By the way, this is on Kick. So if you're not familiar with this, this is on a totally other system. It's not on YouTube. This is spread out, folks. It's not in one place. It's all over. And it's being sold to children and young adults and people in their early 20s. And once you get into there, there's the Discord communities. little ripe dens of tight-knit groups that'll raid each other and fight each other verbally. And the racism, bigotry, and sexism, and xenophobia, and genderism, and all the craziness, fear-mongering, everything extreme is right in there, all packed together in a voice chat so they can tell each other how impossibly perfect each one of them is and how they know how everybody else in the world thinks. And then they scream at each other and get on YouTube and in the Twitch channels and spread exactly this hate. And there are a few vestiges in the world of relief for that. And one of them is Wick, at Wick TV. And I urge you to watch that because often he will have great debates and open forums. But I digress. Let's see the rest of this.
They perpetrate the fake news for their agenda. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, it's because you couldn't read the word. You couldn't read the word.
Yeah, I agree. You're totally right.
Aiden then forgets.
Yeah, I agree with you. I knew you didn't understand any single word you said, so I just nose picking alert.
Just pogs out about Kanye.
If you and Ye, you know, I know you guys are still thinking about running for the 24. Do you guys want me a part of the team, man?
I can't speak for him,
I'll join.
but I know that you are one of the most popular creators for the youth. Nobody can debate that.
You are one of the most popular creators for the youth, and nobody can debate that.
Unbelievable with Kick. You're one of the biggest stars in the world. And, you know, Ye is concerned about the youth. Like, the youth are the future. Like, he wants to get ideas from young people.
The youth are the future.
I think he's totally open to that. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but, you know, I think it would be a good...
Now, I've heard about simping before, but I've never seen anything like this. I mean, there's a lot of real... Hold on. This motherfucking... God. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. Yes, this is dangerous. You're correct. That's why they were attacking me today, because they thought they would see the video earlier. But they didn't stop me. And now here I am, and there's many others. Willie Mack has this out. It's been out for a while. But Pearl wouldn't respond to this. She wouldn't respond to questions about it or the indoctrination from Sneeko. No, because she might have to answer that question. And I would pose to Mike that should probably be something, at least as I'm closing off my detail with her, that we try to pose. Try to get her to acknowledge that she has been indoctrinated. Since we have the receipts, she said, you know, she's like me before I was watching this stuff for a year. Which means that that's before, well, that's before even the penthouse in that video, because she's back in Miami. So a year before that, that's before she even got to the UK. So by the time she got to the UK, which backs up your theory, Mike TV, that Sarah Garvey, sadly, he knew the whole time. It's even more concerning that Abba's in this picture, because it seems to just be a cult like the TLA. And I think it's associated. Although I haven't found the link to it yet. Maybe you can tell me. Someone let me know in the chat if, in fact, that is truth. Because if so, then we know that it's all turncoat. No matter what, it's just about the money. As King Richard said, she didn't know any better. It's just about the money and the clout. They don't care about their fellow humans. They don't care about the outcome. They just want to be close to Yeezy. But I'm sorry. Let's keep moving.
idea. So hopefully we can make that happen.
This is pathetic. I don't want to pick on Aiden too much. He seems like somebody you could convince to believe anything.
Well, it was interesting because I think there's a quote from Hitler saying OnlyFans is the second Holocaust, and he said that before he even did the first one. So I'm sure you'd agree with that at least, right?
Wait, Hitler said OnlyFans is the Holocaust?
Now that is one of the bigger things about all this. Hold on a second. She is going to fold. That is the truth. She's going to fold. Because there's so many receipts, much less the fact that these right here are incredibly damning. It suggests that everything she's told us about not knowing Fuentes or much about him was a full tilt lie. So much so that this could actually be considered fairly incriminating. I don't know about you, but I take note of things that stand out. And 2 times may be a coincidence, but 4, 5, 10, no. A year, reading one book over the other, no, these aren't coincidences. These are plans in place. These aren't accidental stupidities, my friends.
Second Holocaust.
How did Hitler know? OnlyFans?
Yeah, I know. That's crazy, huh?
This guy's a booger eater. I've seen him pick his nose and hack up the brain cells he swallows more than most toddlers.
He's a booger eating kind of guy. Okay, show me where he said something about Hitler said OnlyFans is going to be the second Holocaust.
So now he wants proof of something that's incredibly stupid. He's this poor guy. I mean, like, seriously, I kind of feel bad for him in a little bit, but I don't because he's just a nitwit. Come on.
It was in the second version of MONWEDFRIM, but I think that ISIS burned
literally
that down
talking to Destiny. Plays with the booger, rolls it up.
Oh, there's a second.
Bruh.
Yeah, but he'd written it. There was only one version because he'd written it.
I will scratch my beard and pull my ear, but oh my God, he's no! No, he did
but
not.
He's not.
Yo.
I have a lot to say about Aiden. He's somehow dumber than Sneeko, but that'll have to be for another day. So what do I think about the red pill? Well, like most politics, they really try and resonate with angry, desperate people, and in this case, it's single, heartbroken guys.
Let's do the
First,
replay.
they resonate with their insecurities.
The replay, not the replay.
Then they get
The
pulled into
replay.
these crazy conspiracies.
Because I had to watch that with you.
Angry, desperate.
So
I have
let's,
a lot to say about Aiden. He's somehow dumber than Sneeko.
Before he killed himself.
Yeah, damn.
You think
why did he do that? You just rolled it and put it back.
I have a lot to say about Aiden. He's somehow dumber than Sneeko, but that'll have to be for another day. So what do I think about the red pill? Well, like most politics,
No wonder they
really try
believe
and resonate
this.
with angry, desperate people, and in this case, it's single, heartbroken guys. First, they resonate with their insecurities, then they shit talk women, then they
Sorry,
get
hold on a
crazy
second.
Most
Bitch
politics,
maneuver.
They really try and resonate with angry, desperate people, and in
Wait.
this case, it's single, heartbroken guys. First, they resonate with their insecurities, then
What
they shit
the
talk
fuck was
women,
going
then they
on
get
there?
pulled into these crazy conspiracies. You can see it with Aiden Ross. He was just a normal edgy dude, and then he got dumped, and Andrew Tate was the only one to hear him out.
Yeah.
Why did she want to leave you, Aiden?
I mutually agreed with her. It's over, and she.
Why did she want to leave you?
So you seeing that, like, Andrew Tate's involved in this, and it's the connections. It's not just like, oh, these are people hanging out. No, they all have something to gain from this. There's something to benefit. And I would say Andrew Tate isn't even at the top. And you're like, well, Aaron, there's some black people here. There's a Jew. There's a Hispanic mixed kid. There's a white girl. What does this all have to do with one another? They have different messages. They have different platforms. Yes, I know. Normally, you'd never find these people together. Normally, you'd never find any crossover. And the only crossover you have here is Fuentes, a futuristic Nazi who has Yeezy on his panel. This is about world domination, friends. This is about mind domination. This is about dismantling democracy, getting us to fight amongst ourselves so that we can't focus on the one power that's trying to take our minds and our souls and our bodies. And it sounds a little insane when I say it out loud, but the truth is, this is exactly what Brave New World warns us about. Because it broadly crosses over background and religion, because the only religion to them is the almighty ownership of the earth under one banner that they control. and that the rest of us fight each other for the scraps while they live as kings. They don't care about boundaries. They don't care about borders. They don't care about the color of your skin. They don't care about your religion, because they don't have one. And if anything, they're honestly piss worshippers. Hence, the Order of the Golden Dawn, or the Order of the Morning Dawn, or the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. This is all in reference to the Philosopher's Stone. A piss pile in a jar that you then consume to retain everlasting life because you're consuming your own energy, supposedly. That is fact. Go look it up. Which is why I talk about the mental prisons. The world is wacky. And someone wants us to have less and to fight amongst each other. So, you have a wide variance of people involved here. Anyways, we don't need to know about his relationship. I think we're almost here.
I just wanted to kind of like seclude myself, and I wanted to find myself because I'm lost. Don't move, fat ass. Hold on, I'm about to come on over, fat fucking hippo. Fucking
That's right.
Spurting
You're
out about
seeing,
how Tate's gonna love him when he gets out of jail.
Andrew Tate's gonna be proud of me when he gets out of jail. I'm being myself. I'm not gonna suck someone's dick. I'm gonna be Aiden Ross. I'm going back to being me.
I'm the alpha male. I'm the alpha. Okay, buddy. Self-hating Jew. Amazing. 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 So, that was the portion with Pearl. So, I mean, but basically, I think you get the idea that in this world.
I'm related. Fuck everyone else, and fuck everyone else. A problem with that shit.
Okay,
yes,
buddy.
I'm in the gym. Yes, I'm doing this. Yes, I'm gonna drink alcohol. I want to drink alcohol. Yes, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do.
The dude's so far gone, he wants to be part of Kanye's campaign. The point is, forget the red pill, forget the blue pill, because right now we need a big dose of common fucking sense.
Yes, sir.
Because it don't feel so common right now. Shout out to Destiny for debating all these guys and actually engaging in the conversation. I couldn't have made this video without him. And shout out to the homies over on Patreon, Phoebes, Crimson Glass,
which I have to say is an interesting thing, because what you're actually seeing there is Destiny help the opposition. I mean, if you've ever seen Wag the Dog, it's kind of amazing. And although I don't worry about Willie Mack because of his info across the board, it does make me concerned that outreach, like Destiny, who is actually friends with Fuentes, having Willie Mack make the video could mean that this is just one more hit piece that protects Destiny. Which is even more insidious because it's not unlike his world of cuts and edits and 4 video channels running his clips from his 10-hour-a-day stream, 6 to 7 days a week, where people drop N-bombs and women are undermined, people of color are joked about, mid-grade Jewish is utilized as a regular term, and the little man about this size in a box over here, no, over there, no, over here, no, over here, yes, back down, no, I'm feeling down here, yes, thank you. There I am. Hi. Sorry. So the little man in the box over here. Right down here. Talking to you as things roll across your screen, as you've seen me do all night long. Except instead of fun, psychedelic videos, the man has video games. So he's selling to children. So we're going to go back to pure Pearl right now. And I'm going to show you this video, and this is going to be the last thing that I show of Pearl because it has all the juicy details you ever wanted to know about Pearl. And then we're going to head off into the distance for the evening. I'm going to replay the interviews and the Pearl nonsense proving that she's a liar. Because I can say that because she literally is disconnected from what she says, and I have the disproving facts on either side of her saying that she wants to tell the truth, but she just can't in this climate. You heard me. And then, of course, you know, getting run away from for saying you're on the record because the dude's on TV every day, you know, on YouTube every day, which is pretty hilarious. All right. So her name, this is a new one I found. I had to go, by the way, I had to be in hell for 2 days. For you people, for my viewers, for my friends, colleagues, and those who would benefit. I had to go down a rabbit hole that was so long. I watched White Girl Rant psychology stuff to find this lady because it's so deep in something I'm never going to be watching normally. And so where's my history? Here we are. And get down the line, and she's way down the line. Where is she? She is White Manosphere. No, that's something else. That's to be coming. By the way, make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. I really appreciate you sticking around with me. I know this is a long night. It means a lot to me. I don't do this for money. I do this because, well, to be honest with you, I'm not going to have the world be undermined by a bunch of mental fucking midgets. So there is 2 videos. Oh, and I'm not going to play. I'll come in tomorrow and I'll play how people are being radicalized by Think Before You Sleep, who's in another amazing documentary channel, but he goes very, very deep on the whole line of how the radicalization is actually working and who it is and where it comes from and how all the roles are interplay, but we still are missing the big black hole above it, above our heads, above, as we look up, recognizing that it's all a mental prison being built for us that we share in common. So the girl that I found here, her name is Brittany Venti, which means that she's a big Brittany. I don't know what that means. She's a 20-ounce Brittany, okay? And, okay, thank you, big brother. I appreciate you calling it out. Thank you for sticking with me. Man, it's good. We're going all the way. So this is the last one for the evening. This is called The Discount Female Andrew Tate. And,
lose his value just because he picks the wrong woman once.
Just the men are.
Oh, that.
All right, you gotta go, man. You gotta go. You gotta go. You're wild.
This is what we call, by the way, this right here. This right here is what we call tea spilling.
Okay, goodbye. Go.
And this is white girl on white girl crime, and that's, I wanted to just end off the evening with the white girl on white girl crime. And it's a very important thing because in this video we shall see Angry Man's new girlfriend. We shall hear Pearl admit that
clip you just watched is of Hannah Pearl Davis, a 26-year-old YouTuber, the latest addition to the manosphere, often referred to as the female Andrew Tate. Pearl runs a YouTube channel centered around the manosphere, hosting some of the classiest women our society has to offer.
Right, let's go there. You want to go back in the past and embarrass yourself again? Do you want to scream? What you want?
Pearl's channel is heavily inspired by Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit.
Women in general, especially in the United States, England, whatever it may be, are not held accountable for their poor decisions.
Men are trash. That's common in society, right? Women are trash isn't. Men are held accountable all the time, every day.
All these women are born with value. They're pretty already. As a man, if you don't make yourself valuable, you have no value.
Women are born with value. Men must create their value. A guy doesn't lose his value just because
So do you hear how she's
just
creating a negging space where basically she's not only parroting talking points of other people straight out the bat, maybe because she got called out by It's Complicated channel for plagiarism, accused for plagiarism. She's just repeating the talking points, and she's negging, and what she's doing is she's hitting pain points. She's reminding people of the pain they're experiencing, and she's just mirroring back to men, which is the dangerous thing here.
Beauty and fertility, it's been that way since the beginning of time.
Men value purity and youth. Purity, youth, beauty.
You can really get those brain juices flowing as you tune into yet another episode of the groundbreaking discussion, What's Wrong with Modern Women? Which are about as thought-provoking as an episode of Jerry
And by the way, white girls,
or alternatively,
they
if that
cut
gets
hard.
boring, you can tune into an episode of...
This girl hardly, breaks an eyelash and cuts so deep sometimes. So I'm going to try to let this video go because I know it's late and I appreciate you hanging out with us. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell your friends about it. Come back and view it over again. Because the important thing about these videos and the important thing about us sharing is that we stop this stuff in its tracks because it's already permeated. It's already been pushed around. So it's a problem for all of us.
why men cheating is actually okay.
Right? Men really have to work to become attractive. That's why I laugh at y'all when you tell me, well, men shouldn't cheat and they shouldn't do this. Men have to bust their ass to become attractive to even be seen.
What if a woman cheats? Can men accept that?
She belongs to the street.
You don't think it's different for men and for women cheating?
No.
I actually think that women like to be cheated on.
But Pearl didn't always have these takes. In fact, she used to say the polar opposite, especially about Fresh and Fit, who she is now emulating.
I know a lot of girls that actually waited till they were married and stayed a virgin until they were married. And I can tell you that the guys on Fresh and Fit podcast would never be able to pull a girl like that.
It's interesting considering that Pearl's current branding revolves around telling women that their standards are too high and that if you want a high value man that you have to tolerate him cheating.
People think I'm condoning cheating. People think I'm encouraging cheating. No.
Like, I think if a woman cheats, she's trying to leave you. If a man cheats, he's just like, it's like a handshake.
Yeah. Women act like this is the most unforgivable thing, that he is the ultimate bad guy, the ultimate demon if he does this. I'm sorry, sometimes you contributed to it. And women take no accountability
So
for
now that you're seeing this after
he
watching
wants
the Willie Mack show, it has a little bit of a different meaning now, doesn't it? Because it's cynical sales. She's selling an idea that she knows is messing with you. Because she doesn't care. She wants it to mess with you because it makes her a dime and $1 off your back.
to the bar with his buddies because you make that shit a hellhole because you are so unpleasant to be around. And that man forgives you for all of that shit, but you can't forgive him for stepping out once, twice. You guys are crazy.
It's just a little cheating. No biggie. I think it's safe to say that Pearl has changed her business plan in order to make money off of the manosphere, because people's opinions don't normally change so drastically in morality, especially in such a short amount of time.
Now me, I'm not selling anything.
Based on what I know through observation, her particular target audience is a male. This is where Pearl's content and marketing sits. She is constantly hitting pain points and triggers. The challenges and the pain points for her particular customer, client, and fan is not being heard, not being seen, not valued, and not having access to women. So she talks about this constantly, right? And she's talking to women, right? Women which this particular customer, client, or fan does not have access to and wants access to. One way to draw in this particular customer is to continue to hit this customer's pain point over and over and over.
What's up with those modern women, am I right, boys? Pearl even talks about this business plan in an interview with Yahoo News, saying that she didn't know what she was going to do, what her business would be yet, but basically that she wanted to be an influencer and build a brand. The plan? Make money off of single men on YouTube by regurgitating their talking points about women back to them as a woman.
I feel like when men love women, it's like women have more conditions for them to be like really in love.
For a man to love a woman, she does not have to jump through as many hoops and meet as many requirements as for a woman needs to love a man.
Just like Fresh and Fit, Pearl spouts a lot of the same double standards that promote sociopathy, especially in teaching men to have destructive behaviors.
Most men always get looked upon.
Let me run this back, just in case you missed it.
Why is it different for women?
Because I want you to check out
easy
this
for
one
us to
very
get
important
sex,
portion of this,
and men getting
which is
sex
that
is hard. So if they do what's
Pearl
hard,
is
it's
using
valued. If we do what's easy, it's not.
an old school tactic of pain receptor hitting points. She's hitting people by mirroring their pain points.
It's like women have more conditions for them to be like really in love.
For a man to love a woman, she does not have to jump through as many hoops and meet as many requirements as for a woman needs to love a man.
Just like Fresh and Fit, Pearl spouts a lot of the same double standards that promote sociopathy, especially in teaching men to have destructive behaviors.
Most men always get looked upon like they're not a hoe. Why is it different for women than it is for men?
It's easy for us to get sex, and men getting sex is hard. So if they do what's hard, it's valued. If we do what's easy, it's not.
I am so enlightened by Pearl.
So coming up
teaching us
soon,
how being a man
don't go anywhere. We get to see the new
eliminate
girlfriend
all
of Angry Man.
consequences of cheating. You know, like breaking your trust with your partner by lying
Pearl,
to them.
tell the whole
getting another
world
woman
that she
pregnant
couldn't
that
get
you
any.
now have to support, humiliating
We
your
see.
wife, causing family
Pearl,
dysfunction, and bringing
admit
home
that daddy
disease.
pays for everything.
It's like a handshake.
That is one hell of a handshake,
She's just
Pearl.
repeating
And promoting
my rate of that. It's
promiscuity
literally
is a great
verbatim,
way
so
to
she-
help create
another
the
act of
single
plagiarism.
moms that her podcast actively speaks out against.
Their mating
Correct.
strategy is they don't want to pass on resources to another man's kid. Like
Okay.
that's why they're repulsed by hoes. That's why they're repulsed by like other people's children.
If single motherhood should be avoided, then perhaps Pearl should consider not contributing to the problem by promoting promiscuity to her male audience. If you're smart like Fresh and Fit or Pearl, you can just reframe promoting sociopathy to men as advocating for them, even if the only thing it does is promote dysfunction and make more men lonely by fear-mongering them about relationships.
I feel like a lot of men have a good reason for avoiding marriage today.
I love it.
And
So-
even a woman can seize your assets even if you're just living together. It varies from state to state. I know the chat, but it's like if she leaves her stuff at your apartment for like a period of 3 months, she can literally seize your assets.
We are just warning you of what female nature is.
You're probably wondering by now, where is Pearl's ring? Well, I'm here to inform you that Pearl is single and unmarried at 26 years old.
What, girls? Therapy is because in the next like 5 to 7 years, ideally, some things are out of your control, but ideally I'd like to be married.
Which, according to her, is because she is too picky.
You're single over a certain age, you're probably too picky.
And I say that it's because she's too picky because she claims that 28 years old is pretty old to be getting married.
What do men value? Third thing men value, youth. How are they getting youth when the average age of first marriage for women in the
Pearl,
US is
how does that work for you?
28.6
Not very
years
well,
old?
huh?
Pearl is lucky if she can get married by 28 years old because she's 26, and even if she met Mr. Right today, you would still usually have to be engaged for at least a year, and then
Yes, you
usually
do.
people, if they're going fast, wait another year before getting married, putting her at 28 years old if they're going fast by today's standards. And Pearl doesn't have much long-term experience in dating either. According to this interview on Yahoo News and what Pearl says online about her dating experiences on various podcasts, she's only had a couple of boyfriends. If you can do the math of her being 23 in the Yahoo interview, they couldn't have been that long considering she just turned 26 in the past couple of months. And that got me interested in knowing who is Pearl picking, considering that anytime a guy does something wrong, no matter what it is, she tells women to
That's what was going
simply
on.
just pick better.
Okay, so then you pick
Just
guys
pick better.
that cheat.
I discovered that last year Pearl
By the
tweeted
way,
about a breakup she
nothing
had,
more vicious
so
than white
I
girl on
decided to
white
go
girl
ahead
crime.
and
Am I
check
right?
the
'Cause it's like
archives.
soft
And it
power
turns
crime.
out that Pearl actually got catfished by an obese man with 2 children on TikTok.
The joy in her
When did we
face.
start dating?
Yep, that's right. An obese
Here it
man
comes.
with 2
Here
children
it
on
comes.
TikTok. And I point out that he's obese because Pearl is constantly dunking
coming up.
on fat girls.
I hope you're.
Why do I need to
hope you're
look at your
excited.
balls?
'cause
And then I have to go on
you should be
social
excited
media.
for him. He
Then
looks good.
boom, whale. Boom, another whale.
The cherry on
Speaking
top
of
is
whales.
that Pearl has been pretty adamant about men having children being a deal breaker for her.
For me personally, I'm not into the guys with kids. That's not my thing.
Instead of immediately
Except the fact
breaking
that
up with
he
him
had
for
2
hiding
kids,
2
and you took him
full
into your house
children from
and
her,
paid for everything when he
she
was
instead
homeless,
takes him
telling people
in
he's
to
a
live
millionaire.
with her and her family to mooch off of them.
Because he was homeless when I first met him.
Oh.
So I like.
Yeah, because
moved-
Pearl wants you to know the truth. Pearl wants you to know. In fact, you know what? Hold on. Let me just take a brief second to tell you exactly, or to show you exactly, real quickly. I'm going to break this up. I just want you to remember that we started today with this right here. Pearl wants you to absolutely understand that all they do there, the only thing they do.
Defend myself. I'm right to say what actually goes on.
I'm sorry. I just had an overlap. What she wants you to know is that she absolutely.
Talk about me. I have a right to defend myself.
Oh, yeah?
I have a right to say what actually goes on.
What actually goes on? Well, tell us what actually goes on there, Pearl.
This channel, we tell the truth no matter what.
No matter
And
what?
I just.
Okay, I'm glad you made that clarification right there because I was a little confused because this other video that I got right here.
Moved him into my parents' house so he could get an ID.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so my
So
parents
proof of
put
it.
him like on our lease.
Aw.
So that was how and they like moved him in for he lived with us for like a month.
Meanwhile, Pearl is out here humble bragging.
Wait, so hold on
about
a second. Hold on a second. Let me just get this clear. Let me roll this back real quickly. Let me just get this clear so I understand. Let's just get it clear so I can understand. So you basically had Chad Chatterton. You were Chad Chattering. Chad Chatterton.
I think that if people are going to talk and talk and talk about me, I have a right to defend myself.
Do ya?
I have a right to say.
I'm
what
sure you do.
actually
I give you
goes on.
that. What do you have to say?
And I'm so tired of these people coming at me for everything.
For everything?
And it's like, you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people
You can't even tell the truth about anything anymore.
pandering or opinions without them believing that those are not my thoughts and opinions.
All right. Well, let's get back to the other video. I'm sorry. I just wanted to remind you that she wants you to know that the only truth is hers.
Mooch off of them.
Because he was homeless when I first met him.
Because she's absolutely
moved him into
truthful.
my parents' house.
Yeah.
100% of the time, reminding you that she is.
And so my parents
That she's
put him
truthful.
like on our lease.
That she doesn't lie.
So that was how
Ever.
like and they like
She's
moved
never
him in for, like, he
the
lived
whole
with
thing
us
about
for,
the
like, a
JPT
month.
is they do
Meanwhile,
not
Pearl
lie.
is out here humble bragging about her bagging a rich one on podcast.
They don't lie.
Oh, he was a millionaire. Like it was just like he didn't know what to do with it.
How did you never millionaire?
He was on social media and I saw he lived.
Put him off of them.
Because he was homeless when I first met him. So then for like out. Like have you ever seen those videos of girls like shooting their shots at guys?
No.
I saw he lived like kind of close to me, and so he was a
So basically what
millionaire.
we're
Like,
seeing-
it was just for like he lived with us for like a month.
Meanwhile,
Did you never millionaire?
He was on social media and I saw he lived like kind of close to me.
We can't
And so
trust
I
what she
made,
says
like,
because her
videos
story
saying, like, oh, we should,
changes
like,
so
hang
constantly
out. Like have you ever
that
seen
she'd
those videos
have
of
you
girls, like, shooting
believe
their shots at guys?
that she's the arbiter of what we should know as truth.
And talk about me. I have a right to defend myself.
There
I
you
have a
go.
right to say what actually goes on.
The truth about Sarah.
This channel, we tell the truth no matter what.
No matter what?
And I just think that if people are going to talk and talk and talk about me, I have a right to defend myself.
Oh,
I have a right
sure,
to say
normally.
what actually goes on.
What actually goes on? I appreciate you mentioning
I'm
that
so
because
tired of these people coming at me for everything.
who could you be talking about?
And it's like you can't even tell the truth about anything anymore because people are.
Oh, you
pandering to
can't
the
tell the truth. Oh, you can't tell the truth about anything anymore, huh, Pearl? I'm glad you mentioned that. Because you were just saying that all you do is tell the truth. So I think you may be a little confused about how words and sentences work and thoughts. But comprehension, I understand, is tough for you. Let's get back to it because you seem to be folding a little here. And let me just run it back to where
bragging about her bagging.
Here, right
like,
here,
on
where
our lease.
Oh.
He was homeless when I first met him.
Okay, so he was
And then
homeless
for,
when you
like,
first
he
met
lived
him,
with us.
but he was also.
He didn't know what to do with it.
How did you never millionaire?
He was on social media and I saw he lived like kind of close to me.
So what
And
was it, Pearl?
I made like videos saying like I would
You,
just, like
you folks, you can judge for
hang out.
yourself.
Like have you ever seen those videos of girls like shooting their shots at guys?
No.
Publicly?
I think it's
I was on
self-explanatory
TikTok, and I
when
did
you
a
add
video saying,
in
you know, when he's not doing this like comedic bit, he's actually kind
The
of
bit
fine. Like I live
about
in Chicago, you live
plagiarism.
in Chicago, we should like hang out.
I am pretty
It's
confident
complicated.
that Pearl is referring to her ex Wanya in these instances because Wanya is from Chicago, like the
Angry
millionaire actually
reactions,
talks about
angry
in the
man.
video. There are multiple articles
By the way, here
saying
it
that
comes.
Wanya was homeless
So
when he was around
cool because look
22
at. I
years
mean,
old.
he looks like he's
There's
lost
a
weight.
small chance
He looks
that
like
I'm
he's in
wrong,
good health.
but
Oh,
it
and he
seems
apparently
that the
married
story
this
does
girl.
match up. I do find it funny that Pearl dating Wanya, or people know him as
At least
Angry
Pearl thinks he
Reactions,
married her.
was framed as her bagging a rich one. Meanwhile, he actually moved on to date a more attractive redhead. And
Look at
he's
it!
still single
Look
and
at her!
married.
It's
It
a
seems
better Pearl. I'm sorry, can I run it back? That is a better Pearl. That I talk about, boy, she
her
got.
advice on
No wonder
lowering
she's
her
so
standards
ticked.
to get married.
No wonder
isn't
she's so
working out
ticked,
well for
folks.
her. Pearl has the absolute audacity to tell.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Let's take it back. I'm gonna hold it there. Come on, that man. Good on him. Look at how. Also, by the way,
Because
look at how.
Wanya is from Chicago, like the
Look at
millionaire
he's
actually
carrying some
talks
weight
about
around.
in the video.
Kind
There
of
are
looks like he's still got his
multiple
homeless
articles
outfit
saying
on.
that Wanya
Hi,
was
welcome.
homeless
I'm
when he was
ArpmnMSound. I'm
around
so glad you
22
could join
years
me.
old.
We're
There's
looking
a
at
small chance that I'm wrong, but
Angry
it
Man
seems
Reactions.
that the
New
story
girlfriend
does
here.
match
About to
up.
stop
I
it
do
for you
find it
because
funny
she is
that Pearl
absolutely.
dating
You can
Wanya,
tell she's
or
beautiful.
people
She's
know
got a
him
good
as
energy
Angry
about her.
Reactions,
He's lost
was
some weight.
framed as her bagging a rich one. Meanwhile, he actually
Can you
moved
imagine?
on to date a more attractive redhead.
Look at the weight. Look at. Okay, his hair looks better. His skin looks better. He looks like he's lost weight. And look at her. She looks like she's got good energy and good nature. I'm sorry. You know, that woman is that. Look at that. That is a literally. He was like, let me go find Pearl 3.4 and forget Pearl, because that, my friends, I'm gonna just leave it here for a second so you can take a snap. In every aspect of the game, this is better choice, better outcome, and he looks better for it. Good on him. I'm so glad he got out of what was clearly a bad situation. Oh yeah, she is there to manipulate men, to hurt their psyches, because she's angry that this man that she took off the street was able to do better than her. So basically, everything that she tells people, well, she's telling them to get them to do the wrong thing so she can feel validated about what happened to her, apparently. And I'm saying that from a point of view just standing on the outside. But apparently, just if you're standing over here, she's giving people advice that she doesn't know, she can't give, she doesn't have. And the only relationship she ever had was helping this homeless person because he had clout and 20 million followers. And then she lied about it to gain clout. So essentially, she used this man. So that's the usury. And I'm glad I held this here because I just wanted you to see how, she's gorgeous. Drop dead gorgeous. You can tell, like, take the lipstick off, even without it. Even if she's a blonde. I hope that he had her dye her hair that color just to be like, let's go show her. Let's go show her. Good on him. Let's keep moving. You everybody get your shot? All right. Yeah, and that is the reason, Big Brother Nico, that the reason that she's jumping on every channel chat so she can get her agenda passed is because she's ticked at her ex for doing better. I mean, if I was just going to boil it down to her kind of thought pattern of like adolescent thinking, I would have to gather that's what's going on. So glad you could join me. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, please do so. If you like the channel information that you're seeing, this is Brittany Venti currently being watched. Like and subscribe her, although I would warn you, there's other material there that, just hold off on that one. Willie Mac Show, though. It's complicated channel. Make sure to go like and subscribe them. It's complicated channel. Has a big issue. We need to go subscribe. I can't believe that she hasn't had every single one of her videos struck for copyright because she's literally committing plagiarism. So this is a sign that there's somebody involved in YouTube or somebody at the higher levels that's willing to let her stand while other people who have done no wrong are getting lost. And she's taking credit for for essentially their work. All right. Discount
and
female
she's still
tape.
single and unmarried. It seems like her advice on lowering her standards to get married isn't working out so well for her. Pearl has the absolute audacity to tell women to pick better when she literally got catfished by some girl's obese baby
I'm sorry, the
daddy
joy
on
when she says things like that. This is what I'm talking about. White girl slicing. You did like, this is the slices. They're just so sideways. She's like got a big old sword. You just can't see it. It's in her eyes. It's the words. These are, if Pearl was to see this, every single one of these lines would cut like in ways that we don't understand because do you realize all the attention to detail this woman is going into to take her down? Well, it makes all the stuff that we do look like chill.
Yeah, he has a lot of followers, but he ended up having to mooch off of her anyway, so.
I'm ArpmnMSound.
Not
This
only
is Look
does
Up the
she
Remix.
regularly dunk on obese people, even taunting them in her TikTok bio
Even though she
before
was dating
got
an obese
banned,
man.
But Pearl will even put all the blame on women for obesity in America, despite half the obese population in America being men. How can Pearl dunk on fat girls so often, considering that she clearly neglected her own self-care? This
I'm sorry, I really enjoy the fact that this girl is going in this way because she just like the language is she clearly has neglected her own self-care. That is such a nice way of saying she looks like ass. So
from
mean.
1 month ago, and it might surprise you to
if you
learn
didn't see
that
these,
she's a professional athlete. And despite her lack of self-care, she still likes to spout a lot of statistics about fat women, despite being corrected on
She's
this
trying to
by
feel
this.
comfortable. If she doesn't feel comfortable and she's trying to like hand on the hip, be cute or something, I guess. I don't know what's going on there.
On her live stream.
There's a lot of fat people. Fat people stay with fat people.
But women by and large are fatter than men.
women. And if you go in the U.S.,
I
the
love-
women's always
okay,
better.
so Destiny, not my favorite guy in the world because he's
the average
despicable
BMI
too,
for a
but
man is 26.6, and the average BMI for a woman
good
is
on him for
26.5.
bringing up info
I stand
immediately.
corrected.
But even after he corrected her, she continued to misrepresent the statistic.
Oh yeah,
How
she
can
did.
we say that as a whole, in the US and the West, we're good wives when 80% of us are overweight, and that's the number one thing that men value? There's a lot of room for improvement with Western women. 70% of us are overweight. The average man makes more than the average woman, but the average woman is fatter than the average man.
So in the US, the average BMI for a man is 26.6, and the average BMI for a woman is 26.5.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Hi,
Yeah, you
everyone.
do, 'cause you
This
don't
is
know
me
what
in
you're
the middle of
talking about
editing.
most of the
Pearl
time.
got banned off of TikTok,
But
so
that we
I
all
had to
know.
go into the Internet Archive to pull up the
Yes,
timeline
Pearl's
for you
manager
guys because
does
I can't
apparently
prove it on
work
the
at
live site.
YouTube.
But you can see she's wearing the same top
Yes,
that
I
she
do
talks
believe
about the
my
false
information
obesity
so far is
statistic. And you
pointing
can see the date here
to the
is
fact that he is on a
3/14.
creative
Destiny corrected her much
that
before
helps
that, so
decide
just
who
wanted
and
to
what is
show
on the
proof of
platform.
that. When I was doing research,
And
I
who
also
needs
happened
boosting.
to have made a note
So essentially,
about the
there's some kind of
timeline
conflict
because I
of
had a
interest.
feeling that she was regurgitating the statistic
Is
even
what it
after she was
seems. I mean, I don't know
corrected,
for
and
certain,
It turned out I was correct.
but I
so
have gathered
just
enough
wanted
information
post
to lead me to
Pearl speaks on
believe
men
that that might be the
valuing
case.
attractiveness, purity, and youth, and
For
says
safety's
in
sake,
order
of
to get a high-value husband or
'Cause you
husband
know.
at all, you should be those things.
Yeah.
Men value purity and youth.
Yeah.
Purity, youth, beauty.
Pearl fails to meet these standards herself despite wanting to get married so badly.
Apparently, if I want results in life, I have to start talking to boys. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you
wipe
think
me
that?
up if you're in the London
She's already
area.
filming the show at
In
this
terms
point.
of purity, Pearl's
Is
not
that
a
from the
virgin.
UK?
In fact, she's so reluctant to say her body count that she's willing to just lie.
How many people have you slept with? Do you have this out? You ask everybody that.
Oh yeah, the
You don't
jizz
say
shot's
your own
coming
name.
up soon. It's too bad people left before the shot with.
I don't think I've
I mean, we're
ever
talking about
asked-
mean girl
no,
shit.
I don't even ask body count. Would you
She's
say
like,
your
what's the
body
stain
count?
on your shirt? Looks like human liquids.
No, I don't even ask. I always say how many bodies is too many bodies.
So I have a question. Would you guys say your body count? It doesn't matter. Like, why don't people just say it?
She chose to lie because she felt embarrassed. And despite Pearl preaching about the importance of women's chastity, Pearl actually wanted to partake in hookup culture.
But I swear to God,
Thank
like,
you,
guys don't
and thank
try
you
to
for
sleep
being
with
on
me.
that team. We have so many more seeds to plant amongst us all.
Like, I swear to God, I've been on a date and I
We can
I
change
would
the
have been
place,
down, and you just never
but it's
tried.
gonna
I was
take
like,
us all
oh,
together.
and then I didn't swear to God, I didn't even touch
Having
my
you on the
butt.
team,
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. I don't really have guys approach me often. It could be the clothes.
It seems like she barely knew
Oh yeah,
him.
I talked over something very important. Oh, and I also pulled a cable.
That as far as this engagement
That's
goes,
what you said.
I'm definitely better. Because
Once. Yeah. He touched me once and I'm like, yeah.
Oh, could it be that maybe Pearl, somebody wasn't attracted to you for some reason, or wasn't really down?
Like, guys don't try to sleep with me.
Wait, what'd you say, Pearl? Guys don't try to
of
sleep with
women's
you?
chastity. Pearl actually wanted to partake in hookup
Can
culture.
I quote you on that, Pearl, since it's a
Like,
video?
guys don't try to sleep with me.
Oh, well, you're on the record, man. We can quote, because it came out of Pearl's mouth, and it's on the video, we can quote this as an actual repeatable quote. And we don't have to get in any trouble. Emily, I'm so glad you could be here. Thank you so much. It is such an honor to have you. As we see her sitting next to Femme Sapien, real Femme Sapien, another person who tried to chastise me for asking questions she wouldn't answer via email, and then told me that I should send the questions to email so she could ignore them with her cleft palate. So real Femme Sapien lives in the Midwest and is married to an older gentleman, and she feels that because she got pregnant at a younger age and lives in a decent house in the Midwest, that she doesn't need rights. So essentially, she and Pearl both agree, and one of the quotes of the other day was that she wouldn't be upset. Yes, she is trying to get with TLA. Yeah, there is a definite coordinated effort involved with all of them. And they all seem to be background knowing each other, which makes me wonder, is that guy also involved with Winters? I don't know that yet. So, but real Femme Sapien had the nerve to say the other day that she would be happy to give up her right to vote, just like Pearl. This is a movement, folks. They want to be Gilead. And if you're not familiar with what Gilead is, go look up The Handmaid's Tale. It's a place where the country gets split in two. Technically three, but the middle of the country is split because they start a cataclysmic event. People like them. To split the country. So that those who believe in the olden time ways, as they describe them, the red pill world, they go back to the 18th century, and the rest of us live on the West Coast. And in between us, a horrible disaster that keeps us split. So give yourself a chance and go read The Handmaid's Tale, or get an idea, watch the first season. Gilead is what they want, folks. I used to joke about it, but it seems truer than not. Many of the books that we read in the 20th century are starting to actually come to fruition, and we can stop this together. It sounds like a noble, unreachable goal, but it's going to take every single one of us. There is not one of us that isn't necessary. Which is why I shout out at Mike TV, which is why I shout out the business, which is why I shout out trigonometry, which is why I shout out so many people spreading the gospel of knowledge to free for us from the mental prisons, so that someone who
in hookup culture,
But I swear to God, like, guys don't try to sleep with me.
really has a school and a show around hookup culture, but guys don't sleep with her, or don't want to sleep with her, or don't try to sleep with her. You can say any of them, because basically all of those variations fit into the quote. They all fit under the banner that men don't try to sleep with Pearl, in her own words. So you can go ahead and yes, silence is complicity, big brother. There's no question that if you stand and watch an atrocity, you are part of it. There's no compartmentalization just because you didn't pull the trigger, just because you didn't buy the human, just because you didn't. No, we're all complicit if we don't stand by and protect people from the problems. So as we round this corner, that's correct, big brother. If people do not speak, our mouths end up empty and we do not eat. Oh, it's so funny. I have a complete...
I would have been dead, and you just never tried. I was like, oh, okay.
Huh. So she went on a date, and the dude just never tried. I wonder what that means. Let's run that back one more time, just because I want you to hear the whole quote, and I won't say anything. In fact, I want you to make sure you get this quote right on the money, because that way we can repeat this over and over, because it came out of her mouth, and it's on video, and it's on the record.
And despite Pearl preaching about the importance of women's chastity, Pearl actually wanted to partake in hookup culture.
But I swear to God, like, guys don't try to sleep with me.
Really?
like, I swear to God, I've been on a date, and I would have been dead, and you just never tried. I was like, oh, okay. I've been on dates where the guy didn't even touch me once.
Yeah.
He didn't touch me once.
Huh.
I'm like, yeah, I don't really have guys approach me often.
It could be the clothes.
It seems like she barely knew him
It
and
could be
wanted
the clothes,
to hook up
sure.
with him, but he didn't want to. So according to Pearl, I guess we shouldn't be taking her advice, considering that she can't attract men even for casual encounters.
I've noticed a lot of therapists are like older single
What happened to her friend?
Kind of like, if you can't maintain a relationship,
Hasn't been seen
why
in
would
a
I
while
take
since
advice
she
from you?
let Fuentes talk smack to her.
This is just
Huh.
something I've noticed.
Weird. Imagine that.
But I,
You know,
again,
hold on
I
a second. I just want to pull this up again, because I want y'all to remember. I want y'all to remember what we were looking at earlier, which is hold on. What is that again? That is they have a huge discard pile. Huh. Imagine that. A limited range of emotions. They have no moral boundaries. They take advantage and use other people. They are obsessed with power and control, and they feed off negative energy. Oh, what does this sound like? I think her parents know. I think her father was concerned, and I think it's why he controls the money. Which, by the way, that's coming up too. She's about to tell us how her father pays for everything. And I remember seeing this in the video that day, but it ran by at the time, and I wasn't following this portion of the story because the agenda was underneath, and she hadn't fully come out about it yet. But we know now, because of the Sneako's terrible friends, that she actually had been indoctrinated almost a year before. She was there with the book long before. And Sarah knew. Not Sarah, Sarah. Which is really freaking disappointing. Amongst so many other things. Because I think, like many, I supported, I supported him. I support the underdog. I support the awkward. Friend of the friendless. That's what I do. I believe in you. But when I find out that you've been playing games, when I find out there's falderall, when I find out that you're messed up, well, I'm going to call you out. Doesn't make me messed up too, because I don't want to stand on the side because silence is complicity. All right. All right.
Why would I take advice from you if you can't maintain a relationship?
And she thinks what's holding
my
her
dancers?
back is the fact that
Dancers,
she's
get
like
in here,
6
you
feet
lazy
tall.
ass
I would say if there's one thing that's held me back in dating, it is the height.
But I think it's because of her desperation, and they can sense
Oh.
it along with
Come
her
on,
low
guys.
standards.
And you know
Where are
the
you?
guy has all the things that you
Dude,
look for.
are
He might
you
cheat.
on drugs,
So
buddy?
how can I be that mad
Dude's
if he
on drugs.
cheats
Hold
when
on a
it's like
second.
I
Hey,
picked him?
straighten up.
Would you accept if he's just stepping
Thank
up but
you.
not getting anyone pregnant?
Are we married?
No, you're in a relationship.
I think if I'm being truly honest with myself, for the right guy, I probably would.
How many times?
I don't know how many times.
She's basically announcing to the world, hey, I'm Pearl. I'll tolerate cheating. Please marry me.
I'm so lonely. Dude, white girl on white girl. They really, Emily, I agree with you. She is a cult member. And I do believe that this cult is a cult of money and control. And I believe that they want a fascist world that is not unlike Gilead. And the fact that Yeezy and Fuentes and so many others that have influence over people's minds and interests all gathered together is the telltale signs of what is not unlike a cabal. And I hate to use conspiratorial thoughts and thinking, because most of the time Occam's razor suggests it's a simple answer, coincidence. But I can guarantee you, if Emily, you're saying this as well, then you know what I know from observation in not knowing the person. And if I don't even know the person, but I can observe the behavior of cult mindset and inspeak, and the narcissism and the sociopathic behaviors of cult interactions, and the hatred and xenophobia, and you can tick off all 9 boxes that suggest what lists off a person as being a member of a cult. And you can look at a person like Pearl and list them all off, and yes, Emily, I agree with you every single time. She's clearly part of a cult of disenfranchisement that wants to sell us a bill of goods so that they can make another dime and a dollar off of our sweat and blood, off our children, off our futures. And the real question is, who's paying for it? Which is always what I point out. That we need to pay attention to what's really above our heads. This black hole that's feeding the frenzy of human cannibalism and soul eating. That's sending our children, that's sending our minds, that's sending our friends into a fractured state of mental prisonry that they would throw their bedazzled poop at you. Even though you're family, they'll sit at a Thanksgiving dinner and tell you there's something wrong with you because they heard it on YouTube. So if you're wondering where it comes from, if you've watched it all this evening, you're seeing where it comes from. It's an organized event that we should not take lightly. Because these people are playing as much of a character as I am. Except I am telling you I'm playing the character. These people would have you believe that they are who they seem to be, and that they believe in what they say. Which is even worse. That's cynical. And as we all know, somebody who would sell you a stupid idea will sell you on an atrocity just as easily. History repeats itself, my friends. And it's up to us to stop this. It's up to us to join together and to stop seeing each other's differences, because that's how we end up in the maze built for us. Let's keep moving and finish this off. I know it's late, and I appreciate you're here. If you haven't already liked and subscribed to the different pages, this is Brittany Venti. And you gotta love how she's just snarking white girl stabs the whole time. You realize that she went to incredible detail to find these videos. Most of us, I've never seen these things. I mean, it's kind of amazing. It's so organized, Emily, right? Like, and it's so organized in like as if she was going after an ex-boyfriend or something. Like, let me give you the receipts of everything you've just done terrible to me in the last 11 years. Day by day, minute by minute. And here we go. No, it's really organized, and she even says it at the end of the video, like, she's never done anything so in-depth, but she was really so disgusted. And by the way, that must take a lot, because the girl right here, she ain't so innocent either. She's part of the T-spill party, and they killed someone. That's right, you heard me right. They killed a girl. How? They told her to. They told her to kill herself. They told her to delete herself. Through a whole group. Not her specifically, but the lifestyle, the banter, the behavior, the Discord, the T channels. It's mostly British and Canadian, but peep it. That's absolutely something that is organized. And even weirder, Pearl seems to not be able to get into the T world, but she really wants to be, because her language and her approach, and just recently she had part of this change in style and stuff. If you didn't notice the coloring, she's trying to be a T channel, but she just doesn't know how to be a girl. But if I was to take the quote from Auntie Jenny the other day, it's because there's so much more that we don't know about her, apparently. I was told that that's not true, but you know, Auntie Jenny was on one the other day, and, you know, she texted something out in the chat, and we were all like, really? And she went, delete, especially when she saw me there. It was good. It was mwah. It's tasty. Ready? Let's keep going.
So imagine the kind of men she's attracting, and it seems like her dating life in general just has not gone well.
He was older than me. Oh, okay. So he had girlfriends before me. 2 weeks after, like, we ended it, he starts dating a new girl. Like, I think he's gonna marry this girl.
Yeah. Well, guess what, bro?
I was so sad because I felt like I waited because I was a sophomore in college when I lost my virginity. So I was like halfway through college. It was late. Yeah.
You know, it's not about you. It's I'm gonna.
Well, hold on a second. She doesn't know it's not. Hold on a second. No. She doesn't know it's not about her. And I will remind you again why she doesn't know it's not about her, because they are obsessed with power control. They take advantage of other people. They have no moral boundaries. They have a limited range of emotions. Oh, she's trying to get with Tila. Oh, I understand that now. That makes sense. Of course she was. Of course she was. And Tila was probably like, use a washcloth once in a while and maybe I'll talk to you. I'm sure he would say something like that.
It actually,
although I
think he's, because he literally like went on to marry the next girl, so something. But it's funny because the girl was older than me, so by the manosphere's perspective, like I would have won.
Pearl even acknowledges
she would have won, even though she ended up alone.
Paper, but she continues to influence people to do immoral, pathological behaviors in order to demonize women for clicks and views. In Pearl's world, if the wife puts the husband in question in a bad position and takes his kid away, then it's her fault.
It only takes one time to ruin a guy's life where she can literally take half and take the kids. Like, how is he supposed to protect? How is he supposed to?
Everything is an attack and a fear.
Legally, she can take them, and she's paid to take them away from him.
But that same empathy is nowhere to be found if the wife is put in a bad position by the husband.
Okay, so then you pick guys that cheat.
But I said something about your decision making if you become a single mother.
If the woman leaves, it's because she's just trying to take the man's money because she's an unreasonable, home-wrecking gold digger.
She can take them and she's paid to take them away from him.
But if a woman decides
Which she's trying to
make her
prove right
own
now, by
money,
the way,
well,
in this
now she's
documentary. I
emasculating
actually
her
wrote to
husband
Roma
and causing
Army.
the
I'm
divorce.
hoping that she responds or at
One
least
of the
goes and
number one
looks.
reasons for divorce is financial, and also when women out-earn
But
men.
she doesn't
The
know
irony
these
of
stats.
Pearl dehumanizing women on her channel is that her entire channel's premise is to focus on the injustices against men and how women aren't empathetic enough to them. And Pearl doesn't like when this happens to her. For example, Pearl went on a
Look at the
podcast and
face.
told her story about how her male role model in her life, her coach who worked one-on-one with her since she was 14, turned out to be a groomer.
Because I remember saying, like, you can tell me stuff
And this
you don't,
turns
like,
out
you
to be
don't
a
tell your
lie,
parents.
apparently.
I remember looking at him like a dad, like, for a while, because I saw him so much.
And that's why she didn't report
he
it,
told
because
me
it's
before
a
I went to
lie.
college,
By the
like,
way,
that I was going to get a bunch
quiche,
of attention from boys.
I think it's
because
time
of
for
my
more
butt.
quiche.
And as soon as she turned 18, he tried to sleep with her and shove alcohol down her throat, which, by the way, for those of you that don't know, the legal
Real
drinking
men
age in America
eat
is 21.
And he's like, oh, come take a shot at the gym with me. So I think I was 18 or 19.
Even more
when
real
this
men
happened. And
know
at first
how
I was
to
like,
make
oh,
quiche.
no, I'm not trying to drink tonight because it was like my finals week. That was why I was home. But he kept like going at it. Then he goes, you know, like Hannah, because my first name's Hannah. The gym's empty right now.
No,
You
we
can
know
do
Hannah Banana.
Anything you want. I'm like, what do you mean, Marcus? He
Why is she-
texted me.
why does she
So
look
he said,
sweaty?
he said, come back to the gym tonight. And I said, for what? And then he said, like, nothing, just sex. The issue I had was he was waiting
imagine
until girls
she
turned 18
smells like
to
salt.
try to hook
I
up with
imagine.
him. A couple years later, I find out he is going to be a coach at my high school on the track team, and my sister's going to run track. I was like, oh, hell no. But I didn't get him fired till years later because my mom told me not to.
I didn't get him fired until years later because my mom told me not to. Why could that happen? Why would that be? Yeah, of course she's lying. She's a pathological liar, as we know. And I say this because we now have seen repeatedly that this isn't a coincidence. She will tell one story at one point and tell another at another time, depending upon who she's sitting in front of. So essentially, we've just knocked out every single piece of the legitimacy of her character. If she were to sit on the stand, I'd tell someone to go take this video and make people watch the whole damn thing so that they could get the example of her character. Because anybody who is dealing with her, all they'd have to do is use these videos to display her lack of factuality, her lack of ability to tell the truth, or know the truth, or know the difference between right and wrong, even. Which is to say, if you think about everything that we know from the story at face value, all the videos and all the things that she's told us, it means that essentially every single one of those should be considered a fabrication. Which, yes, that does mean that even though Sarah is messed up, he's in the clear now. There's no chance that Sarah Garvey, whose words are generally 100% consistent, he may leave out things, and that is a form of lying. Conveniently leaving out info is a form of lying. But he's in the clear, contextually speaking, because we know now that Hannah Pearl Davis has a problem not just with truth, but that she doesn't realize the kind of hot water she's in for the plagiarism accusations that are self-apparent. And before we move on, I want to remind you that I'm not making too much about this because on It's Complicated, you will find a message on It's Complicated channel. And I'm going to pull it up right now and just read it to you before we keep moving, because we're going to be closing out pretty soon. And I want you to understand how important it is that Pearl is not allowed to, oh yeah, her eyes don't move. She has limited emotional value and limited emotional scope. And that's one of those things that she's not interacting. So the message over here on It's Complicated channel, and I'm going to pull it up.
Why is it okay for women to feel entitled to being protected and provided for, but it is wrong for men to feel entitled to sex and intimacy?
Why is it okay for a woman to feel entitled to be protected?
For those who think it's okay because she shouted me out, Pearl needs to say this was a question by It's Complicated every time she asks it, because her content is mainly propagated with clips. By putting my reference at the end of her 4-hour live stream versus the clip, and she did it only once, it deceives the audience who mainly watches the clips into thinking that she's the one coming up with the questions, which is not the case, as we all know. A link to my channel was requested in the video description, including short-form content, TikTok, Instagram, etc., but was denied by the JPT. Sharing general talking points is not the same as copying questions word for word. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson for making a follow-up video better explaining this. And we'll get to that tomorrow, or I'm sorry, on Sunday when we do the follow-up, actually, because I thought I was going to, yeah, word for word, Emily, word for word, and not the only ones. She also does it to Fresh and Fit and many others, but in this case, we have a real cease and desist interest, as well as, I'm not sure why he hasn't struck every single one of her videos. He would have the right to, and as far as reaching out to her, as soon as she denied him, if that's the case, he has a case. I'm very familiar with this kind of stuff. She can't just, I would agree. I would agree. There seems to be some kind of grounds, at least to talk to a lawyer and make sure that there isn't some liability here that he should take care of. But by the way, It's Complicated channel is also a person of color.
Can he blame society?
Isn't that interesting?
Physical protection in our society.
From the Kevin Samuels school too. That's how she knows about him.
What is a better
Because Kevin Samuels
owning a gun
and Mediocre Tutorial Review are both associated with It's Complicated channel. But then there's also Jen, who hasn't figured out that she's been copying his channel. Go check out Jen and Gen Plus. Gen Plus is the long form. Gen, Gen, is the short form. Both very similar. And then there's another one. There's 3 different channels she pulls from. When she got caught at It's Complicated, she went to Jen. And then the third channel, let me just make sure I remember him. It's a great kid. It's not It's Complicated. It's very similar to It's Complicated, but he's got really funny questions. In any case, I'll share it. But
literally, this man has the best questions and the best content. So if you want to give him a follow,
essentially, folks, we're talking about a real sociopath here, for real, a real one.
Because
she doesn't care, and that's dangerous.
She goes on to talk about how the manosphere blamed her for this, even though her coach was double her age.
Like, I can tell they're from the manosphere comment, because I've told this story on like a TikTok before, and it's weird. They blame you, like they put the 17, 18-year-old.
Huh? Isn't that interesting?
Like, why did you put yourself in that situation? Detention,
Pearl has first-hand experience in the consequences of demonizing the other gender, and considering she went through something so terrible, you would think she would be empathetic, but instead she's so profit-driven that if somebody else told her the same story, she would side with the predator. She seems to give no nuance and no defense of women, no matter what the situation is, even if what happened when they were children.
I'm pretty sure social media is like some of the most damaging stuff for young girls in middle school and high school because of how much like information you're bombarded with and how they look. But you guys are like, well, but Instagram helps them get flown out to Dubai. I think like,
no,
it's
they
like
don't.
totally,
No, they
totally
really don't.
disconnected from like the real world.
I mean, it also lets you catfish the hell out of men. Like these freaking Instagram filters.
It's based on the media that they consume and the images around them. Like it's just absolutely true.
Like, what happened to the accountability? She's holding the kids more accountable than she's holding the men for not checking if it's a real person or not.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because she's biased and she got catfished. I don't know. So yeah, clearly
Yes, sir,
Pearl
I
has
agree
no
with you.
issues holding even
They
little
do need to be
girls
stopped, and the only way to do
over
that
men. And when it comes
is
to
by a
women, Pearl thinks like you shouldn't talk about
of
the
information
exceptions. Only talk about the
and
rules.
messaging
You know, some people might get married and
that
the husband
drowns
dies,
them
and they become
in
single
a
mother.
sea of
You know,
counter
there's-
information.
we're not talking about
Because
exceptions,
after
we're
they're
talking about
done,
the rule.
there'll be
And the
another
majority of
round every
single
3
mothers-
years.
No.
But changes
that's
at
how
Pearl's
long it takes. It's about
convenience.
3 years.
You can't talk
that
about
these
nuances
YouTubers last,
unless it
in
demonizes
general.
women.
You've never heard of cases where women don't let
So,
the dad see the kid?
I would say
Earlier,
that
you said we weren't going to
keep
talk
an eye
about
on
exceptions.
them. You know what
You
they're
wouldn't-
saying, and then
so don't give me the hide
you
and
attack
seek with
the
the
thoughts.
kids. All I'm gonna do is make a
You
mom
attack
hiding
the
the kid from
ideas.
her
You attack
Give me a percentage.
the practices.
I don't know.
Before
Because
her
the people
channel, she
are sad
actually used to
little
be more
humans.
nuanced and actually criticized the manosphere for not acknowledging exceptions.
You know, I know that one girl that makes more money than her husband, or whatever the exception is to the rule. And we see it, I think, more often than the manosphere really gives credit to.
You
I
think?
in general, men don't want to date single mothers. But I know a lot of single mothers that got remarried.
She was even willing to have her virgin friends come on the show to explain their perspective and why they wouldn't sleep with someone with a high body count like the host of Fresh and Fit.
I'm probably going to have a couple of friends that waited till they were married to have on my podcast to actually talk about
Oh, you think?
more in time.
And
Well,
only a month later,
that doesn't work
she
out too
starts
well.
regurgitating manosphere talking points.
If you get married and it doesn't work out.
So by the way, just to reiterate, the people that you saw earlier, you saw Sneeko, you saw Fuentes, you saw Aiden Ross. We didn't get into Gideon, but he is just as dangerous as the rest because he comes in a pretty happy package. You saw Abba. There's so many of them. There's so many, and there'll be more on Sunday. This is a massive network of people. It is not just some little group of 3 or 4 people, unfortunately. It is a massive group, and it all surrounds Fuentes. And so the question is, where's the money come from? Where's the black hole of all this money? That's what I want to know. Because somebody's funding this. That's how these people are getting so many sub dumps. If you don't know, YouTube can drive people to you, or it can hide you down in the background. Friends, this is not about what color you are, what background you are, how much money you have, what you believe. This is about the subjugation of humanity for a small group of people that see themselves as exceptional and elitist because they're hungry for money, and what they don't know is that they're hungry for blood in the end. Because if there's blood in the streets, the real estate is cheap. And yes, Emily, I do believe that she is not. And I do believe in a strange way, after looking at the situation, that there is actually somebody in the chain. I've been saying that for some time, that the feds somehow have some involvement. Except I don't know if they do or not. Myron has not been discharged from his federal employment. He's never been fired. He's never been released. He's never retired. He's never took leave. Technically, he still has a badge. He must still have an assignment. Which means Myron of Fresh and Fit is still a federal agent sitting on a show that propagates genderism and hate towards women and hate towards men and fear-mongering. And I'm wondering if maybe this is just a cover. And it is all about dividing us, Emily. You're absolutely right. And if I may preach for a moment, it's about us buying into the poopy flavored little personal prisons that we fight with. That we throw our own bedazzled poop that we're so enamored with at our neighbors and our friends. Because we've been told that they're somehow the enemy. Because they don't have what we have. They aren't who we are. They don't look like we are. They don't think the way that we do. And we're so much better. And so we stand inside of a cage going against somebody else who is doing the same, wondering why we're all fighting. When all we got to do is step on back. And I'll put my hand out to you now. As I would hope you to do to the others around us all. And so we can take the obelisk down brick by brick. So the Ben falls from the top and leaves us without a mental prison. And individuality reigns against the singular foe, the body of darkness that would have us all sell ourselves to people like her. I don't even think she knows how to use a washcloth. Follow the money? Yes, ma'am. Start with Google? Oh, trust. I go way beyond Google. I have tools, my friends. spend a lot of time, and I have help. And there's people out there like Mike TV and The Business and so many others that are keeping this at the forefront, and we won't let it go. We're not going to let it go. And the reason we're not going to let it go is because there is an actual wider effect. And Pearl, as I said, this is the end of Pearl for me. We're moving on. She's at the top of the rabbit hole. She hasn't even got anywhere, just like the rest of her stuff. They're going to discard her soon, because the more important women in their sphere aren't even on YouTube. No, friends. And I'm in contact with one of them now, directly. And I'm not going to lie to you, I'm a jerk. I wag the dog. See, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So that means if you're willing to ally with me, I'm willing to feed you your poison. Especially if you're my enemy. And you're my enemy's enemy. And it's not aligned with me. Or you. Or us. So I'll sit with you. And I'll hear you out. And I'll listen to every word. And then I'm going to tell you how you can walk off the cliff. And I'll smile at you. And I'll walk away, because I know that you do the same to me. Now, I won't do this to anybody. No, friends. I just know that the only battle against evil people is by being very much inside the body of the dragon, because the exoskeletal skin is hard to pierce. And I make metaphor and hyperbole for a good reason. I want the image to be stuck inside of you, that I'm standing inside, just like you are, a dragon, and that's the only place we can kill the dragon. It's from the inside. The only thing we can do together is unify and see each other as the same humans. And stop worrying about the differences. Because these people feed off of that fractional, infighting, golden, poof-throwing mental prison. And I urge you to fight with every ounce of your soul and your mind. Because your body will be needed at some point too. If they have any way about it, they want to fight a war. Go ahead and read The Handmaid's Tale, and you'll find out the Gilead folks want to split us up and hurt us all, so that they can have an imaginary world that never existed.
And will take all of your money.
Pearl doesn't like when you go, but men, in response to her.
And whenever we talk about where the women need to improve, we always need to point the finger at the men.
But the reason people go, but what about men, is because she doesn't seem to address the other half of the equation. Women haven't single-handedly made men cheat, cause obesity, or cause divorce, but Pearl will take it and spin it in a way to where
Pearl doesn't know how to read the
are
statistics,
the blame and men don't
as
take
Brittany
any
will point out
accountability
here
for
shortly.
it. For example, 80% of women initiate divorce is something she will say in order to blame women. But women initiating divorce doesn't necessarily mean that they were in the wrong. If it were the other way around, I just know that Pearl would spin it as men are leaving modern women because they're low value. I mean, she already does this with passport bros.
Are Western women typically known as good wives? Are they sought after all over the world? Or are men getting their passports and going elsewhere?
It's not 100% of the woman's fault, and if you don't address even the 10% of the time where it's the man's fault, then you're not really solving anything. She's radicalizing people because she's making them mad about problems while giving them no solutions.
What she's doing is she's selling a fear, and like Brittany is saying, she's not giving any solutions. She's just giving them the fear. And so she's mirroring what the men are saying. She's hitting those pain points repeatedly over and over. And although she may point out the shame, insult, guilt, and need to be right, which she's pointing out is a trait of a narcissist. That's a narcissism trait. Sign language comes from narcissism. And she's familiar with it because that's what she knows how to do. Because she doesn't have a solution in her little head. And that head is pretty big. Well, so Kevin, to be honest with you, although he looked like a very healthy man, my understanding is that he did have heart problems. And like many of us of this generation, we look like we're super healthy, and then you go to the doctor, they're like, oh yeah, you just basically have a mayonnaise pump for a heart. So, you know, I knowing people around Kevin Samuels and such, I don't have any backing on that. They'll look into it though, because I keep hearing about this, and you know, as someone who is not a fan of conspiracy theories too hard, unless it's something that we can prove, it's something that, you know, that we can back up with quantifiable information. It's, you know, like an autopsy or something like that. It's hard to say what went down. I would say that Samuels, you know, like I said, like myself, skinny. We look like we're very healthy, but then you go to the doctor and the doctor's like, oh, you've just been eating bacon for 8 years, huh? Because your heart is just made of bacon-wrapped bacon. And, well, I'll look into it. It's interesting because he did have quite the effect on people, and I would have to gather that his loss really did make room for the rest of them, and I can't imagine that he would have put up with any of this. Especially his associations with the FOI. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna look into that. Now you make me think about it. Occam's razor and coincidences. There's almost no such thing.
And it's not really helping anyone. And as she makes things worse, she just gets to sit there and collect money off of people's negative emotions. Pearl asserts that her focus on addressing
wait, hold on a second. She just said to
exclusively-
collect money off of people's negative emotions. What is that? I believe we remember that is, my friends. Oops, sorry. That is, they feed off negative energy. So pretty much we've ticked all of these. We ticked all of these up. They live in a deluded reality. They're obsessed with power and control. They take advantage and use other people. They have no moral boundaries. They like stealing people's words. They have a limited range of emotions. They have a huge discard pile, like all the friends, like Jess, like Sarah, like Emily. I'm sorry, Emily. I could imagine that maybe that would be a case. Question is, how would they off him with a heart attack? It's not as easy as you think, and not having any signs, especially because I'm sure his family would have an autopsy. But I don't know anything about it, so I'm not gonna postulate on something I don't know yet. I will look into it for you. I promise you. It may not be this week that I get to it, but I will start looking into it because I don't want to fill in any information that is incorrect, especially because it's about a man who's no longer with us. And that's disrespectful to his family and to his memory. Just like how my friend Akil, the MCTV of Jurassic 5, people think that he's Tupac and that Tupac is still alive, and that puts his life in danger and it puts his well-being in danger and so much more. I have videos about it and an interview with him in a 3-part series. I think Pearl has guys in college did her homework to get through college. I think so too. I would agree with that. She pulled a Trump. There were, by the way, a long time back, there was interviews with the dude on YouTube and several other places that said that he took all of Trump's classes and tests for him, and that shit went away when he became president. Like, you literally no way to find that stuff. I went looking because I remember it was like, wait, I remember that guy saying he took his classes for him from like the moment he started college on, that Trump never did university for real. Anyways. What's going on here? Dance, little man. Oh, sorry. Fly around, little guy. There we go. Let's get out of here. So, just about 3/4 of the way through the video. And we're still got a couple more really nice tidbits. that I think you're going to enjoy, like Daddy's Money and the stain on the sweater that is questionable, like maybe Pearl just needed to help somebody out. Then again, when you consider who's around her and the fact that she has no sense of herself in most cases, it does not surprise. And I gotta say, Brittany, woo, she just slicing, little tea slicing.
Is due to the fact that they're never held accountable. Because she's holding women solely responsible for every issue, she's just perpetuating the issue that she claims to be trying to solve. If she had a more balanced consideration of everyone, then perhaps she would actually get something solved. She does this a lot by misrepresenting statistics in order to poorly portray women. For example, Pearl talks about how 20% of men aren't even the father of their children.
And they say that 20% of men are raising a kid that's not theirs. That's why they don't want a promiscuous woman. They're afraid they're going to pass their resources on to
It's a manipulation of the information so she can
onto a kid that's not
create
theirs.
a false premise.
Unknowing or knowing?
On not knowing.
So how do they get the statistic? I don't know. It's
DNA test.
Much like the feminists that Pearl
You can,
criticizes,
Emily.
I've never
you
seen
can.
her.
It's just it's not as easy as most people would think. The telltale signs are automatically noticeable in an autopsy, and there's a couple of drugs that can do it. And I know that there's definitely a weaponized drug out there that can stop somebody's heart, as well as there is a topical ointment that just takes a handshake and you take 3 steps and you basically pass away. But these are government things. These are tradecraft things. So I don't know if we find them in the general public. And although these people do have a lot of money, I don't know. And I'm willing to give it some thought. I'm willing to actually look into it and poke around. Kevin is from out near me, so it wouldn't be too tough to track some things and ask some folks in the know. As far as paper information, I think I'll gather some of that too. I think some of it is public record, and others I have tools. So I'll look into it, and we'll find out. I can't promise you for certain that I will know either way, but I will look at it. By the way, the most direct way would have been somebody injecting him and putting an air bubble into his veins. Horrifying. So apparently a very painful death because you feel it roll into your brain. And that's still, you can't get away with it because an embolism is an easy thing to see, especially if it's an air pocket. So it's a tough one. I'll find out.
Where she gets her data from. And that's the same thing as lying in the science world because she's making it impossible to even fact check her. I have to just guess what study she's talking about, and I think she's basing it on this 1999 report. It's by the American Association of Blood Banks, and
by the way, I
over
found
2
another report that totally
decades old,
contradicted
which is
everything
way
that
too old for a
that
study
Pearl
like this
said.
to be relevant. And the 20% claim that Pearl made doesn't actually represent the population. It's actually much lower. They were testing men that were already not sure if they were the dad, meaning that the study was biased. In order for it to not be biased, it would have to be randomized or tested at birth. The vast differences in non-paternity rates across different populations is also not taken into account. This is relevant information, especially considering that Pearl's podcast is based in London, even though she's from America, so how are we supposed to know where she's even talking about? Depending on what country you're looking at, the percentages are all different and significantly lower than what Pearl was saying. Another example of Pearl misrepresenting data in order to demonize women is her saying that women primarily divorce men for money.
I want to get married. Of course I want to get married, but like if I was a guy, I would have a really hard time with it. And you could say it's the type of woman, but 50% of marriages end in divorce. Women leave the majority of the time. I don't think it's the type of woman. I think it's that they're paying women to leave. Or one of the number
that
one
brief
reasons
moment
for
where
divorce
Pearl
is financial,
kind of
and
sounded
also
like
when
she was a
women
little bit
outright bet.
legitimate.
But the top reason for divorce on
Oh, JFK,
every site
I've got
that
some
I
answers
checked
for you.
didn't have
JFK
that as even
is a
the
whole
top
other thing, but
4.
yes.
And while I was
I spent,
researching this,
as
I
a
actually
youth,
found
that was one of my favorite things to think about, and I've read everything you could possibly read on JFK. I have read as much of the detailed information they've released by the FBI and the CIA, and it's all on the websites, on the website, not off the website. I've gone to the CIA and the FBI websites and read the paperwork there, and If you want to talk about JFK, I've been in Dealey Plaza. Yeah, all of that. That was very much a turkey shoot. And when you're standing there, you can see it. But I digress.
Citing that women who divorced in the previous 12 months were more likely than recently.
Guy Bannister very much knew who the shooters were. At least 2 of them.
Divorced men to be in poverty, 20% compared to 11% respectively. If I were
now,
doing
if you want to know who actually, I'm not going to get into that. That's way too messed up. I know some things that I shouldn't know.
I could easily utilize that data to say that 80% of women are leaving men because men can't satisfy women. But hey, at least I'm telling you where I got the data from, unlike
Dallas is a great town. Deep Elam. Come on. I love Deep Elam. Nothing better. I have a lot of friends out there in Dallas and the surrounding areas, like Fort Worth. So, awesome. Dallas stuff. And I have a lot of family in Austin.
I would have thought someone as rich as her would have the resources to be able to check the statistics she's saying, especially considering she's on her dad's dime.
Number one, I'm sorry I'm not a brokey. My dad yells at me for accounting every month, and I have
don't miss this. I'm sorry I'm not a brokey. I'm sorry I'm not a brokey. Well, then why don't you have a sense of style? You dress like you shop at Pick and Save.
Be able to check the statistics she's saying, especially considering she's on her dad's dime.
Number one, I'm sorry I'm not a brokey. My dad yells at me for accounting every month, and I have to organize business expenses.
Oh, how terrible for you that you have to do a business, have to take care of your business, which this lets me know. Oh, it is the Wild Wild West. I agree with you all. There's some places out there in especially El Paso, around El Paso, where it's like... All right, so sorry I'm not a brokey. My dad makes me, take care of expenses.
Especially considering she's on her dad's dime.
Number one, I'm sorry I'm not a brokey. My dad yells at me for accounting every month, and I have to organize business expenses versus personal. So my dad does yell at me when I pull out cash.
And can you imagine having to organize business expenses versus personal? Talk about privilege.
Pearl reminds me of Pearl from SpongeBob asking her dad, Mr. Krabs, for money.
How much is all this costing me? Here's the receipt.
So you understand? Wait, I'm sorry. Are you getting the comparative here? She just compared Pearl to the wealthy whale. That's right. Snark T Slice. She just literally drew the line from Pearl to the wealthy whale on SpongeBob. Brittany Venti. Woo!
You got me everything I wanted.
She also reminds me of Mr. Krabs' daughter because he wants her to be a star and he's paying her way to do so.
Being a little YouTuber is tough. I'm really tired of being broke, Dad. I can't mooch off of you forever.
I can't mooch off of you forever. Huh. Telling. No wonder she thinks it's all just easy. Oh, where are you at, big brother? You out there in the Dells, or you Milwaukee, somewhere near the Rave, the Eagles Ballroom, or I love refrigerator. Both awesome places. Been to a lot of the places in both places. And as we're rounding up this video, by the way, I've got another, let me see, yeah, like 10 minutes of the video. I'm just gonna let it rock.
Oh, it's finally a start.
Give me a KRU!
I'm sure that Pearl understands the real world struggles of the average person
propaganda
from her
of hate
10-bedroom
and
mansion.
slighting each
You
other,
guys wanna
undermining
the
each
house
other.
tour?
Oh yeah, you know that this is where Pearl is from, right? It's a fucking castle. It's a 10-bedroom castle. Did you see the land around it? This is just outside of Chicago proper.
The
it's in the
average
suburbs,
person from
in
her
the farmland.
10-bedroom
but this is
mansion.
You guys
very
wanna-
expensive.
You want the house tour?
But clearly there is one thing that money cannot buy.
Happiness and a
that
boyfriend
thing is
and a brain.
This video is from
And a
Pearl's
shower.
channel called Wife School.
Once
In the
again,
first ep-
real femme sapien totally down to give up her 19th Amendment. Angry at me for asking questions that she wouldn't respond to otherwise. All these people think they're so smart because not only did she try to come over to my page and shame me, this person who has little life experience, who probably hasn't gone anywhere other than the UK that one time, is talking to me. I don't normally drop this, but I've handed a microphone to 5 presidents. I worked for the Gap Band and the Dog Pound. I worked for Warren G. I worked for Reese and Talib Kweli. I worked for Snoop. I've worked for many, many, many people, including D'Angelo and Jennifer Lopez and Mark Anthony. So my sub count doesn't really matter to me. Because when you mix and help produce things on the scale of, well, let's see. How could I show you what the scale would be? Let me see here. Let me minimize something here. And I will, you know. Oh. Huh. When you have something like this under your belt many, 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 many times, so many times that you can't remember, the sub count means very little. The view hours mean very little because I've affected human experience. And the crossovers of human experience are hilarious because if you look at the Pepper jacket down there, I was involved in Slightly Stupid, and there's a Pepper shirt. Pepper was an opening act and one of our friend bands. Oh yeah, I was also with Jurassic 5 for 5 years. But I digress. When you do things in real life, the sub count doesn't matter, the hours don't matter. But when you're a normie and then you find people watch you, you think you're more important than you actually are. And it's one of the, her friend is a gold digger. Interesting. You're talking about Pearl's roommate. I don't know much about her. I do know that she did stand up to Fuentes and she's the only one. So I give her the respect for that. But the person right here, she's just as problematic as Pearl because she too has only one relationship essentially under her belt. She's pregnant, and so she knows everything about babies now, and she's the only one who knows anything. And of course, because I only have 134 subs, she couldn't possibly take me seriously. Because I've never, I mean, what do? I'm not important in any way. I've never done anything that affects people's lives. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? I ask you that, and I'll have you wonder. You can find on my same YouTube page my visit to the White House and my free roaming the United Nations. And I'm not just visiting like, oh, this is a fun tour, as in, no, it's a private visit, folks. I'm bowling at the White House with a group of people of all deserved status. Without saying too much. So no, the subs don't matter. Real life matters. And that's the whole thing, is you know they're culting. Because if you don't have something that they think is important to them, essentially normies who got a little out of control in their head. I mean, it's worse than artists, because at least artists have to deal with people. These people are sitting behind screens, so they never have to deal with anyone. And when confronted with actual questions, direct questions, what happens, my friends? What happens is this. They hang up on you. They don't want to talk to you. They tell you to send your questions to someplace they'll ignore, because they think that they can outrun the facts, that they can outrun the hate, that they can outrun their subversive and diversive and disingenuous and disenfranchising behaviors. And I say no. So let me fast forward a little bit, because basically there's just a lot of snark here and not a lot of info. We've heard how Dad pays for things. Basically, she goes off on how Pearl doesn't know how to dress herself and all this girl snark that isn't really essential to our story. And I'm about ready to just say goodbye to Hannah Pearl Davis and her just racist things and her inability to dress but give out information and not be able to date and not have people, and I quote, people don't want to sleep with her. And I quote, that even though she touched the man, he had no interest in her. And I quote, that essentially people don't want to hook up with her. End quote. Well, I guess when you're 26 and you don't have any clue about yourself, the last little piece here is the stain on the shirt. And I want to share this with you before I shut us down and say goodnight and share with us a little lesson that we've learned. By the way, she uses these as comparative and examples. You can go watch this video yourself. Brittany Venti. She's actually a makeup and stylist lady. And as well as she has some interesting views, I would say if you go too deep into her rabbit hole, you probably won't be too stoked. Because she also has an edge of this. And she's associated. Oh, what's this?
About it under her TikTok, telling her to brush her hair. Pearl's hair just needs a haircut with some texturing to give it volume so that it's not so stuck and flat to her head. Her hair is very manageable. How is she going to teach other women how to attract a husband when she doesn't put the minimal effort in her own appearance?
No. The real femme sapien. The real femme sapien, she's part of this. She's part of the program. She's definitely part of the cult. You want to call it a cult? She's definitely part of the cult. The way she attacked my questions for asking them in a public place, which I thought was funny. Oh, why are you hitting me in a public place? This is inappropriate. Children. Yeah, she does look like Trevor Lawrence. And if she turns to the she really only has this one frame. She has a weird jaw structure that as soon as you see her from the side, it's like, whoa, weird. But that's pejorative. These people are really caught up and they think they're way more important, and they don't realize that the rest of the world will catch up to them from the outside. That IRL weighs more clout than this shit, which is why I don't care about monetization, which is why I don't care about this stuff, because I have a life. This is something I'm doing so that we can knock this BS down. I was working on another project and this brought me in. I was already out here. And I figured, you know what? Let's play with some perspective. I know how this game works. I've helped do a lot of things. And if any of this had to do with me, I'm going to correct it. Because I'm not alone in this business. And neither are you. And I want you to know that you have a home here. And I appreciate you. You've been here all night with me. That's how awesome. And I really appreciate you for that. I like and subscribe you, because this is the home of the awkward, the friend of the friendless. I believe in you because you are somebody, and I quote Akil, the J5MC at Akil the MC TV, that I am somebody, there's no compromise, that you are somebody, there's no compromise for you, because you are somebody. You are somebody. You are somebody, and there's no compromise in that. And I won't let anyone take that away from you. And I would hope you do the same for me, because this is a reciprocal affair. That none of us can do this on our own. There is no one leader. Nobody should be the leader of this. This is about individuality and saving ourselves from someone who would have you believe that we can't be what we want to be, and they're part of a group that will undermine our well-being. Why? So they can have a couple more dollars and to lie. Screw it. You know she had jizz on her shirt. You don't have to worry about it. Let's talk about what we learned today. I think we're going to wrap this up. Hey, come on over. Let's talk. Come on. I mean, I normally do this earlier, but come on. Talk. All right. So what did we learn today? We learned, first and foremost, that Pearl's not honest in any way, shape, or form. That she will do anything she can to lie, cheat, or steal her way into a better position. If that means plagiarism, if that means usury, as in copying someone verbatim, word for word from their show and not giving them credit despite the fact that they asked, or usury by getting up on a homeless man and his clout. What else did we learn? That Pearl is a poor judge of character. That she hangs out with people that would indoctrinate her into hate speech, into bigotry, into believing that we're different for the sake of $1. Well, what else did we learn? Well, we learned that Pearl had her book and had been seeing videos about anti-Semitism and Thomas Sowell and the rest of that for over a year before she got in trouble. So that means Sarah Garvey must have known. Think about that. Everybody fighting for $1, which is why they keep saying it. Oh, all these people, they just want money. They just want money. That's because that's what they want. So what have we learned? She's not honest. She doesn't care about humans. She sees people as less than. She sees people as others. So before the Matrix wipes me away, you can never get this stuff out of my hair. It takes days. So before the Matrix slowly dissolves me, I want you to think about the situation with me for a brief moment. What can we do now that we've learned that there's an organization of the biggest faces on the most influential platforms on the planet, feeding our children and ourselves and our colleagues and our aunts and our uncles and our parents and our friends' children? It's feeding everybody a line of hate. And it's organized. And it feeds back to Fuentes. So when I say, what have we learned? I'm really saying, what are we going to do? And as the Matrix slowly dissolves me into the backdrop, which, by the way, which is why I say over and over again, don't buy a crystalline fractal matrix from Amazon. The shit is so inconsistent. So at the end of the day, what do we know? That there's a cabal. That people want to undermine us. And why do they want to do that? They want to do it for money. And they want to undermine democracy itself. And our ability to work as one. And see each other as similar humans. And as always, my friend, I urge you, as you spent all this time with me, studying for the last time Hannah Pearl Davis. So before the ether pulls me back in, I can only ask you one thing, and one thing only. And I want you to remember this as I dissolve into the nothing. The most important thing we can do for each other, my friends, without question, you know, Look up! Thank you so much for joining me for this long haul. This is the last time I'm sharing about Hannah Pearl. So get your info from this video and share it and spread it. Fight the power, folks. It's real and it's organized. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being here and thank you for being part of the army. I'm ArpmnMSound. Don't forget, reach out to those in the mental prisons. Tell them that the gate is open. And of course, look up.